Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku the Prince of Asia had a harem, part 1. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Royal Hero by GiovanniPolder. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. We follow a young man walking toward Ua. This man was called Izuku Midoriya and he isn't a normal guy. This young man holds one of the highest ranks in the whole of Asia. He is the Prince of Asia. They hold strong quirks. Quirks are superpowers that everyone holds. Many people believe that the power one holds decides one rank. Even with that in mind, Izuku Midoriya would still hold a rank above all others. Izuku has the power of the devil fruits and Haki. 32 Normally Izuku would not be able to walk around like he is now with servants and guardians being close. But Izuku ordered them to let him go alone. His mother Queen Inko wished him luck. She knew this day would come. Izuku ever since he was a little boy had the dream of becoming a hero. He loved helping people, so Inko did what she could to help her son. Her husband has the same feeling. Hisashi Midoriya, the current king of Asia. For both Hisashi and Inko stood behind the idea of Izuku becoming a hero. Sure, he would always become the next king, but a hero was his dream, and what parent would not support their child's dream? They got teachers for Izuku that could help him learn everything he would need to become a hero. They at a young age trained his quirks and body. They taught him how to do medical treatment, which was easier with Izuku having powers that would heal. They taught him how to cook and fight with swords and even firearms. 15 As Izuku grew up, they of course taught him in academics and found out he is extremely smart. His IQ is just below Nezu, who is one of the smartest people in the world. Izuku was also extremely kind-hearted, even helping out staff with things they had to do. They would always say that the young lord should not burden himself, but he always gave a smile and told them he wanted to help. Izuku quickly became known as a kind-hearted prince even to the outside world. 46 Izuku grew up to be a handsome young man. He stood at an impressive 198 centimeters or 6 feet 5. He had impressive muscles as he had an 8-pack that looked like they were made out of metal. His arms were broad. He had black hair with dark green tips that were combed back with his sides and back trimmed neatly. His eyes were much like his mother's beautiful green eyes. He had 4 freckles on each cheek and a sharp jawline. Tabloids often call him one of the hottest people in the world. Or the wet dream for ladies all over, after a picture of Izuku coming out of a swimming pool was leaked to the world. 33 Thankfully he thought ahead and covered up. Sure, he was still standing out as he was taller than most people. He wore a hoodie covering up his muscles, yet you could still see he was buff. He also wore a face mask to cover up his face as most people knew what he looked like. His hair was no problem as many men wore the same hairstyle. He made his way to Ua and stood still in front of the entrance exam. 9 He walked forward and tripped on his own feet, almost face planting in the floor. But he was saved by a brown-haired lady who what seemed like removed his gravity as he was now floating upside down. Would be bad luck if you fell, she said as she smiled at him. Izuku saw the smile and froze. Sure has talked to women before and some looked like supermodels. Some even were supermodels, but she looked too beautiful and it made him blush and unable to speak as he just stuttered trying to speak. 15 The brown-haired was confused as he released her quirk on Izuku. He was stuttering that she found strangely cute. She, as this crossed her mind, also began to blush as they wanted to introduce themselves. They were yelled at by a blonde boy. Get the fuck out of my Y extras before I destroy you both. Izuku was brought out as stuttering and moved out of the way while thinking how rude that was. He then wanted to introduce himself as to not look too stupid in front of the brown-haired lady, but was stopped when a pink-skinned girl and an invisible girl ran up and grabbed both her arms, dragging her inside as they were laughing. The pink-skinned girl yelled something at Izuku before they entered. Don't worry big guy, make it in Ua and you can ask her on a date then. As she said this, Izuku began to blush more as he didn't expect something like that to be said, much less yelled at him. He quickly came out of his blushing and entered the grounds. He made his way inside and took his place next to a red-haired boy to told him he looked manly. The explanation was done by Present Mike, and Izuku, being a hero nerd who wanted to ask for his autograph but knew that he would be able to get it during his school time, so he waited and listened to the exam. During the explanation of the exam, A dark blue-haired boy with glasses stood up and pointed out what he thought and believed to be a flaw in the explanation and also turned toward the same blonde-haired boy that yelled at Izuku and the pretty girl in front of Ua for his continued cursing during the explanation of present Mike. 5 After the explanation, it was time for the written exam and this was no problem for Izuku. He took about 30 minutes while the rest did it in 2 hours. Izuku took the rest of the time to meditate and use his haki to look at the auras of everyone on the school grounds. He noticed some pretty strong ones around the school. He did this until the practical exam would take place. 3 When they went to the place for the practical exam, Izuku noticed that the brown-haired girl and her pink-skinned friend were both on the same site. She noticed him and gave him a wave with a smile. Izuku began blushing again. He also gave a wave and an eye smile. The alarm went off and the doors opened. Izuku wasted no time and rushed in at his normal running speed. The 2 girls chased him in with the others laughing at them for not waiting for the countdown and getting disqualified. What are you waiting for? A countdown? Those don't exist in real battle. Follow them, slowpokes. Present Mike yelled, getting everyone to panic and rush in. 5 Izuku used the Pika Pika no Mi, glint glint fruit, to destroy robots. He made a small ball of light the size of a pea and shot them at robots, destroying them all in one attack. His haki gave him a heads up for all around him. He also traveled around at the speed of light to find some robots or to just fly around. He stayed back from all robots in case one attacked his clothing and showed his identity to everyone around. 40 Both the girls worked together to defeat robots and gain points. Ochako, how you holding up? Feeling like puking yet? The pink-skinned girl said to the newly named Ochako. I am fine. Mina, how about you? Is your skin hurting yet? Ochako asked the now named Mina, who told her she could do this for days. They had a good plan together. Ochako would touch some, making them float and often stop in their track, and Mina would then toss acid on them, breaking them. Both gained a good amount of points this way. They also took time and helped others with clearing rubble around them or attacking bots that were overpowering people. 3. With the teachers. Now this year has some potential. A cement block that is known as the hero Cementos said. That they do Cementos. Look at those 2 girls working together and earning points, very smart. A mouse-like creature said. Look at that boy with the hoodie. This whole exam he has been playing it smart. He keeps his distance and uses strong attacks to quickly defeat any robot getting close to him. A tired man said. You are right. Aizawa wonders who he is. He seems to know what he is doing. A sexy woman in a skin-tight suit said she is known as Midnight, one of Izuku's pro-hero crushes. Let's see if this crop of heroes will break at the sight of someone scary, shall we? The principal said as he laughed and sipped tea with one of the other teachers that were sitting there pressing a massive red button. 2. With the test takers. A massive robot came out of nowhere, destroying buildings and scaring the living shit out of everyone who saw it. Ochako and Mina were both trapped under rubble, with both of them pushing their limits and now are unable to move. They screamed for help. They begged but nobody helped. They saw the robot wind up a punch toward them. They screamed harder, not wanting to die. Both of them thought this was it. They closed their eyes and screamed as loud as they could with tears in their eyes as the robot brought his fist down at them. A little earlier, Izuku picked up fear with his haki. He used it to look around and saw that 2 people had mass amounts of fear, but fear of death. Many others were scared around that area as well, so Izuku, wanting to help, used Yata no Kagami, reflecting himself on windows, arriving at them at light speed. He saw the 2 girls from before trapped under rocks and people running away. He noticed the dark blue-haired boy running away and looking at him. Izuku became mad with everyone running away. 7. Izuku rushed in front of the girls, now blocking them from the punch of the bot. He made a fist and used the Gura Gura no Mi, tremor fruit, and it created a bubble around his first, and he swung it forward, stopping the first without making contact with the air, and the robot started to crack as if the air was breaking. A massive shockwave was felt. The robot flew backward 5 meters and blew up, with it still being in range. Izuku took the explosion, but without his knowledge both his hoodie and his face mask were blown off. He turned around and saw both girls still crying with their eyes closed. Izuku walked up to them, removed the rubble and crouched down next to them. 8. Hey, don't cry. You both look prettier with a smile, Izuku said to both of them, getting them to open their eyes, but still being shocked and having tears in their eyes. They couldn't see clearly, but both knew who it was. It was the same boy Ochako talked to. They thanked him over and over again, with them hugging his chest, not thinking about his hoodie that was ripped. Heroes quickly arrived at the scene with Midnight, Present Mike, Eraserhead, Nezu, Recovery Girl, Gran Torino, and All Might all arrive with both Nezu and RG sitting on the shoulders of the number 1 hero. 3. They saw Izuku and recognized his face. All quickly bowed down and kneeled, confusing everyone who was looking at the scene. Sure, they knew about Izuku being the prince, but after seeing that display of power it just didn't click for any of them. My apologies, young lord. We had no idea you were taking part in the exam. Nezu calmly said, with Izuku not knowing how they found out. He looked down at the 2 girls and saw their massive blushes, but also that his hoodie was ripped. He then touched his face and panicked. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he kept saying as he now grabbed a random stone and placed it on his head. He then used the powers of the Fuka Fuka no Mi, Garb Fruit. He made the hand sign rat with his hands and said, Doran, and in a poof of smoke, he was covered again. 6. Please get up. Could we perhaps speak of this in private? Izuku asked the heroes, with them agreeing and RG going around helping everyone that needed help. What did they mean with young lord? Mina asked Izuku. Izuku crouched down and whispered, Please keep this a secret, but I am kinda the Prince of Asia. The name is Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet the 2 of you. Both were shocked. They talked to the prince. Why you're a PP prince? Ochako stuttered. I am, but I hope we can be friends. Here so we can keep in touch, although please do not give this to anyone else and don't lose it. Izuku said to them as he gave them a note with his number and email. He then went with the heroes into an office. 6. Welcome to Ua, young prince, Nezu said, with Izuku interrupting. Sorry for interrupting, but could you please not call me prince, just call me Midoriya or Izuku, and call me Shimura when people are around nearby if you choose Midoriya. And just speak freely, no need to beat around the bush if there is something you wish to ask of me, of course young Midoriya. Well, the main question I do have is why are you taking the exam? Nezu asked, with Midoriya letting out a small laugh. I wanted to earn my place here, that's all. I must ask you all to score me fairly without favoring me. Getting each hero to nod, with then Eraserhead asking a question. Why would you want to become a hero, Midoriya? Getting the attention of everyone else in the room as they were all curious about why the prince wants to become a hero. 5. Ever since I was a child, even before my quirk, I wanted to help people. I went through my younger years learning all I could to hopefully become a hero in time. I went to my father time after time with ideas to help people in need. It was all I ever wanted. Izuku said, with each hero looking at him in awe. Sure, each of the 7 true royals, as the kings and queens were often called, was nice and friendly, but the more common leaders of countries were rude and saw themselves above the rest. 7. Well then, we thank you for your time, young Midoriya, and we will let you know if you make it or not. Nezu said as he held out his hand for a shake that Midoriya did, of course, but before Midoriya made it out. I do have an important request for each of you. Getting each hero to become serious, as this was a request straight from the next king of Asia. Could I please get your autographs? He said with a soft smile, making some of the heroes fall forward and some burst out laughing. They all agreed and even took a big picture together that Midnight and Present Mike dragged Eraserhead in. It's been a week ever since Izuku took the entrance exam at Ua. He was now sitting in the house that his parents own close to Ua. In that week he hasn't been contacted by the 2 girls he met yet, which he found rather disappointing, but understood as his rank often scares people away. Izuku at the moment was reading a book as one of his servants enters the room. Young prince, your letter for UA has arrived, an older-looking gentleman said, who was wearing a nice suit with white hair combed back. Thank you, Alfred, Izuku said as he took the letter. How are your wife and children, Alfred? Izuku asked his butler. They are fine, my oldest child just became a father and I couldn't be happier. Go and take the day of, Alfred, I am fine, spend some time with them. Izuku told his butler, who agreed and thanked him. 29. Izuku sat at his table in his room. His nerves were high. Sure, he was confident that he would pass, but the chance of him failing would always be a possibility. He opened it with a letter opener and out popped a disc. He was slightly confused but pressed the button on the disc and out popped Midnight. 4. She stood with a sexy smile and a hand on top of her hip. In her other hand she used to give him a wave. Hello Izuku Midoriya, I am here to give you your results of the entrance exam. You did extremely well even with that great body of yours. Midnight bites her lip as she commented on his body, making Izuku blush hard and give him a nosebleed. 9. Your written part was perfect, and as we looked at the camera footage we noticed that you only took around half an hour the rest of the time you looked asleep. Which wasn't a problem, I found it rather amusing. The practical part was also impressive. You scored 108 villain points and 120 hero points. The hero points were given to those who saved others. You gained 120 points not only for saving those 2 girls but also for the many saves you did during the exam. Then it showed Izuku teleporting around with the Pika Pika no Mi and removing robots and rubble from the paths of others. The true job of a hero is not that of beating bad guys, but it's saving others. You surpassed both the records held before, with beating the villain points by 2 but the hero points by 12. Very impressive. Midnight said as she blew a kiss at Izuku through the screen. Welcome Prince Izuku Midoriya to your hero academia. See you in class, hot stuff. Midnight finished with a blowing a kiss and a wink at Izuku, causing him to get a bigger nosebleed and becoming even redder. She will be the death of me for sure, Izuku said to himself. 21. He quickly stood and ran toward his laptop, calling his father and mother who were in East Asia at a talk with the rulers about some laws, but those talks were later, so he knew the talk was later. They answered the video call quickly. 2. Hello, honey, is something wrong? His mother Inko asked her son. No mother, I am fine, I have something to inform you and father. Alright, honey, let me get your father. Inko left the screen and went to get her husband. After a minute both arrived at the screen. Hello son. Hisashi greeted his son. Hello father, I hope you both are well. Of course, we are son. What was the news you had for us? Izuku now gained a smile. I was accepted in UA. I passed with a perfect score and even passed the old records. Well done son, I am proud of you. Oh honey, how great, I am so happy for you baby. His father and mother congratulated him. Son, both your mother and think it's time you get something we planned on giving you later, but we believe you deserve it now. I will inform Jin about it and he will make sure you receive it when you enter UA. Thank you, Mom, Dad, Izuku told them with a tear in his eyes, making his mother tear up as well, only worse. Oh honey, don't cry, you'll make me cry as well. 14. You know son, it might be time for you to settle down. His father told him with a small smirk, enjoying teasing his son. Remember what the Quirk doctor said honey, your quirk will give you an increased libido, so you have to get multiple partners. His father teased Izuku some more as he now became reddish, with his mother giggling. I hope for many grandbabies to spoil. This made Izuku redder than before. I know, but having the title of Prince of Asia doesn't really help with getting the girls, as they often get scared away. Izuku said, a little dejected. Don't worry son, I am sure that during your time at UA you will find someone for sure. His father told him. Both of them talked for a little longer about no topic in mind. 1 week later, Izuku woke up on the day he would start his day at UA, and he was excited. Not only would he met new people today, but he was taking the first real step to becoming a hero. He would also receive something from his parents. He walked down toward the kitchen area and made himself breakfast. Normally he would have a chef doing it, but Izuku liked cooking and didn't want people doing stuff for him that he could do himself. After making himself some scrambled eggs, lots of bacon, 4 pieces of toast, and a large cup of strawberry tea, my fav breakfast. 50. After breakfast Izuku went upstairs and got himself ready. He showered, brushed his teeth, and got dressed. He stopped shaving last week after his father told him it would give him a good chance with the girls, and Izuku thought, what the hell? He has been getting stubble. After he got dressed he walked downstairs and was now greeted by one of his older butlers, one that Izuku has known since he was a child. Jin wore the same outfit as Alfred, a nice suit. Jin was bald but had a neatly trimmed beard. Young master, how was your rest? Jin said with a smile. Common Jin, you know you don't have to be formal with me. Izuku said as Jin started laughing and hugged Izuku. I know, but it's just so much fun. 7. Jin and Izuku talked for a little about just life until Jin started talking about why he came here. You know Izuku, I came here with a reason. Let me get it for you. Jin said, walking back and grabbing a long box. This is for you from your parents, I hope you like it, Jin said as he placed the box on the table. Izuku wasted no time and opened the box, showing a katana. The sword has a pure white hilt with a circular handguard. The sheath is painted white and the hardening line is Suguha, or straight blade. The blade is a shinogi zukuri-style katana that has a traditional yet still stunning pure white ito wrapped around a gray samigawa covering the suka hilt, leaving a traditional diamond-shaped pattern. The end has a nice, simplistic kashira of the same color as the suba. The suba, or cross guard, also conveys a harmony of simplicity. It consists of a rounded oval thick suba from which the blade goes through, in a nice metallic golden color. To once again convey the beautiful simplicity of this blade, the colors of the edge are divided in perfect equality. The inner bowhai is a deep black, while the outer ha, or edge, is a shining white. The blade curves slightly towards the end. The sheath represents a peaceful harmony, being completely white with a modest kojiri at the end. The blade itself wasn't sharp as it was dulled to not injure anyone fatally. 24. What is its name? Izuku said, still in awe at the sword. It's called Wado Ikimonji, meaning straight line through the path of harmony. Jin explains to Izuku as Izuku pulled out the blade to look at it. It's beautiful, please thank mother and father for me, Jin, Izuku said. I will, but you should go to school, you do not wish to be late now, do you? Izuku looked down at his watch and panicked. Don't worry, young prince, I took the liberty and made sure your motorcycle is ready at the front. 3. Izuku thanked Jin as he placed his new sword in a pocket on his chest using the Poki Poki no Mi, pocket fruit, he got on his bike. It's a black bike that was custom made. The bike was made out of a nearly unbreakable steel frame with bulletproof casing, making it a cover if ever in a firefight. It ran on both gas and electricity that was chargeable by Izuku himself if he used the Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, in case he would need to go stealth or if there was an EMP. The bike also had a GPS tracking system with multiple trackers to make sure he was able to find multiple people. It also had deployable drones in need of scouting. The tires were bulletproof. It was a beast of a bike. 26. He drove to UA, but sadly he was a tad bit late, plus he had no idea where his class was. Thankfully Midnight waited at the front gate. Hello, Prince, you are a bit late, Midnight told Izuku. I am so sorry, Miss Midnight. I got lost after getting a present from my parents. Do you know a place where I could park my bike? Izuku asked as he was still sitting on his bike. Sure, but you will have to drive me there, handsome, Midnight said as he went and sat behind Izuku, grabbing him tight and pushing her breast on his back. Izuku took his helmet off and gave it to Midnight. In case we would crash, don't want to get that pretty face hurt now, do we? Izuku told Midnight, getting her to blush, but the helmet hid it. 7. As they drove up to a location, he could park his bike. It was close to the classroom of 1A, so everyone could see the bike drive up, and it made people talk. That's dope ass bike, a blonde boy with a lightning streak said. That fucker, look at who is riding with him. That's Midnight, she was gonna be my babe. A short purple-haired guy said, getting nasty looks from the girls. The bike parked and Aizawa entered just before they could get a clear look at Izuku's face, as before they could only see his hair. 9. What are you all looking at? Sit down and shut up, Eraserhead said, getting each student to listen and sit down. It seems as we are missing someone. Well, he should show up in some time. My name is Shota Aizawa and I will be your homeroom teacher for the next 4 years. Here at UA we teachers can do what we want to make you all a hero. So that is exactly what I will be doing, Aizawa said as the door went open and there stood Izuku with a face mask on, showing only his eyes, and Midnight right next to him. Izuku bowed in front of Aizawa. I apologize for my lateness, sir. 8. Aizawa, noticing his face mask and assumed that Izuku wished to keep his identity secret for now. Kid, I won't accept you being late again. Next time it will be 50 rounds around the school building, understood? Izuku, being grateful that he wasn't outed yet, said yes sir, with Midnight grabbing his face and placing a kiss on his cheek as she quickly pulled down the side of the mask and pulled it back up as she was done, making Izuku blush like mad and 2 girls pretty jealous. 6. Izuku got dirty looks from one purple creep and went to sit down. Don't bother sitting down. Everyone grab your size of UA gym outfit and go get changed. Everyone stood up, but Midoriya got stopped before he could make it out. Everyone went to get changed. I am under the understanding that you wish to keep your identity a secret, but that won't work for long. But for now, I will go along with your plan. So what do you want me to call you? Aizawa asked him. Izuku Shimura would be fine, and please don't act like I am royalty sir, I just wish to be a normal student for now. I know when my identity comes out people will start acting weird around me and I just wish that some might become my friend beforehand. It's a hard life having no real friends, so I want to thank you for agreeing with this, sir. Izuku told Aizawa. Sure kid, now get changed, he told Izuku, who nodded and ran. 1. Izuku changed as fast as he could, being the last to come out of the dressing room still with a face mask. Izuku ran out of the dressing room not wanting to be later than he was already. As he came out people were just getting to know each other a little better, with Aizawa standing nearby waiting for Izuku. Good, everyone is here. We are going to do a quirk apprehension test to see where you all stand. You will all do 8 exercises and at the end, we will see your ranking. This will be fun, a guy with big elbows said as he punched his own palm in excitement. Aizawa got a smirk. Fun you say, huh? Then the last place gets expelled. But sir, that is unfair. Ochako said. The world is unfair. Nature and villains are unfair. Our job as heroes is to fight that unfairness and win. So just push past your limits and go plus ultra. Aizawa told the young students. Now, these tests will be a normal test you all have done in high school before. The only difference now will be that you can use your quirk. We as a society all act like learning quirks is something only for heroes, but it's not logical, so here you get used to them. Aizawa said, getting more people excited. Before they thought this would be a normal competition, but now they can use their quirks, how cool, but out of fear for Aizawa they stayed quiet. First test will be a 50-meter run. Everyone went and then it was time for Izuku to run. He was up against a guy called Katsuki Bakugo. It was the blonde-haired kid from before who kept cursing. Bakugo stood at 1.75 meters with lean muscles and spiky hair. The record time set so far was by a guy called Tenya Ida, the same guy who stood up during the exam. Ida stood at 1.82 meters and was pretty buff, with his legs having a lot of muscles as well as having what looked like engines in his caves. The time was an impressive 3.67 seconds. Katsuki took a running position while Izuku stood straight up with his hands in his pocket. I will fucking smoke you, shitty extra. Bakugo cussed at Izuku, who found it amusing how Bakugo acted toward him, as no one ever had the balls to say something like that to a prince. 8. The signal was giving and Izuku used the Pika Pika no Mi to go at the speed of light, arriving at the spot in 166.78,205 nanoseconds, which to everyone around him looked like he just teleported there, instantly getting everyone to look shocked as hell. With the robot keeping track of time, so say, error, as it was too fast for it to process. Bakugo, even though shocked, still went forward, reaching the 50-meter mark in 5.98 seconds. Holy hell, how did he do that? A big buff guy with thick lips named Sato said. Izuku walked back with his hands in his pockets. 9. The next test was grip strength. He used the Hana Hana no Mi, flower fruit, to grow more hands on his own, increasing his own strength, making him get 600 kg of force, beating the second place by 60 kg. Again everyone was surprised as he kept doing more and more, making the blonde guy called Bakugo even angrier. 6. The next test was standing long jump. Many people cleared the box by using their quirks in cool ways. Bakugo used explosions to propel himself forward. A guy that has very sparkly also cleared it, with him firing a laser out of his belly button, propelling himself just outside the sandbox. Ochako made herself weightless and also cleared the box, but so far Bakugo had the lead. Then it was Izuku's time. He used the Bane no Mi, spring fruit, and changed his legs into springs. He crouched down, compressing the springs, and jumped easily, clearing the box and breaking the record. 1. What the fuck is that guy's quirk? The short purple-haired boy said, named Mineta said. Both Mina and Ochako wanted to comment, but as no teacher said anything about this, they stayed quiet as well. Both like Izuku, but both didn't want to talk to him in case they would anger him or something like that, so they stayed quiet. It seems very versatile. During the exam would have never guessed something like this, Ida told everyone. Ida, even though taking the same exam, never saw his face, so only knew he was very strong, and when the heroes came, Ida was off helping other people who got injured while running away, so he had no idea that Izuku was a prince. Izuku did normal during the next test, which were repeated side steps, which Mineta did extremely well at. At the ball throw, the clear winner was Ochako, as she scored infinity. Bakugo also scored high, getting 705 meters. Thinking he would have beaten Izuku, he had a confident smirk and looked right at Izuku and said, Beat that. Aizawa almost broke his normal bored look with a laugh when he saw how Bakugo acted with Izuku and how he would act when he would find out who Izuku was. 5. Izuku took a throwing stance and used the Moa Moa no Mi, more fruit, to increase the speed of the ball, making the distance it traveled extreme, making it reach 5 kilometers. He looked back at Bakugo, who now looked even angrier than before, and simply said, "Beat it." He then walked back at the rest of the students, who were all laughing but trying not to, with some doing a better job than others. 6. With the 3 other tests, Izuku great, staying in the top 5 with all of them. As they waited for the results to be given, they went and asked the question that was on the mind of everyone. "Yo dude, what is your quirk? Man is so strong," Kaminari asked his new classmate. "My quirk allows me to use all the powers of the Sea Devil," Izuku told them, with everyone knowing about the myth of the Sea Devil, as many parents told this fairy tale to their children. 3. He looked over at both Ochako and Mina, who were staring at him, and when he made eye contact with them, they quickly looked away and made conversation with other students. "Your results are in. I won't tell each one, just look at them," Aizawa said as he showed a hologram with each of their results, with Izuku holding the number 1 spot and a boy named Mineta the last slot. "No, I didn't get to touch any hot babes," Mineta said as he jumped for a black-haired woman with a large set of breasts. Her hair was set in a high ponytail. Izuku was quick to stop him as he used the Moku Moku no Mi, smoke fruit, and covered Mineta in smoke using the move White Out. "Please refrain from doing that again," Izuku said, anger pretty clear in his eyes. 2. Minoru Mineta, you are expelled from UA University. Please grab your belongings and leave the school grounds, Aizawa said as he used his quirk on Mineta, dragged him with him to the class. "Everyone else gets changed and go back to class and get your schedule there. See you all tomorrow at 9. Do not be late," he said as he looked at Izuku, who freed Mineta from the smoke prison. Izuku walked over to Mina and Ochako. "Could I have a word with the both of you, please?" Izuku asked, the both of them nodding and joining him to a location a little more private. 3. They stood there in silence for a minute or two, with them being afraid of what was gonna happen. But Izuku began speaking. "I assume you both know who I am." Both quickly nodded and even closed their eyes. "Please try and forget that information for now," Izuku said with him bowing. Mina opened her eyes first, with her tapping Ochako, who still had her eyes closed. "Huh." Both of them said, not understanding why he would want that. "Why would you want that, sir?" Mina said. 1. Please don't sir me, just call me Izuku or Shimura. I am not really a fan of that strict stuff. But why would I want that? Just because I want to have a normal time for as long as I can. I don't really have had the normal moments most people had and didn't have any friends my age. Even now the title of prince kinda scared everyone away in fear of what could happen if they angered me or something. Izuku joked, knowing that was exactly what both of them did. 4. So you just want to be a normal person for once, Ochako said, unsure if that was what he wanted. Izuku got excited that someone finally understood what he wanted and grabbed her by the shoulders. Yes, exactly that. Realizing what he just did, he quickly let go and apologized for his actions. So what do you want us to do? Mina asked Izuku, excited. I know this might be a tall order, but act like I am just any other person. Act like I am no prince. With them both agreeing and also apologizing for not contacting him with his understanding, and together they walked back, still in silence. But just before they walked back into the group, both girls had a question. 1. Shimura, can I ask you something? Mina asked first, with Izuku turning to her for her to ask her question. You don't have to honor, but are you dating Midnight? Mina asked, with Ochako also wanted to ask the same thing. Huh, why would you think that? Izuku asked. Well, she arrived at the same time as you on the back of your bike. And she gave you a kiss on the cheek. So I thought you two would be dating. Mina said whilst blushing that made her pink skin slightly purple, that Izuku found rather cute. No, I am not dating Midnight. I don't know why she kissed me though. This made both the girls pretty happy, but they didn't show it. 23. As they made it toward the class, they changed clothing and made their way to the classroom for their schedule. As they made it toward the classroom, everyone wanted to get to know each other better. A boy with blonde hair that reached his shoulders was wearing his UA uniform. He is overall pretty skinny without much muscle. Hello, my name is Yuga Aoyama. I love everything sparkly and cheese. Nice to meet you all. 14. Next was the pink skin girl. She also had pink hair with 2 short yellow horns. Her eyes were mostly black with only her iris having color, but those were yellow. She had a smile on her face most of the time. She was well trained. She had medium-sized breasts with wide hips and a very energetic. Yo, the name is Mina Ashido. I like dancing and partying. Hope we can be friends, she said with a peace sign and a wink. 9. Next was a woman with long green hair. Her face look had frog-like traits making her look different but not ugly. She had larger than normal hands and her legs also looked different because of her quirk modifying her body. She had a similar body to Mina but she was slightly slumped. Hi, my name is Suyu Asia, please call me Sue. I like swimming and my boyfriend Tokoyami. 21. Next was Ida. Greetings, my name is Tenya Ida. My hobbies include running and reading. It's a pleasure to meet you all. 3. Hi, I am Ochako Uraraka. I like mochi and roller coasters, Ochako said. Ochako had a similar body as Mina but larger breasts and smaller hips. 9. Next was a guy that stood at 1.78 meters. He had short blonde hair that was combed downwards. Overall looked really plain. The only exception was that he had a thick tail. I am Mashirao Ojiro. I like martial arts, Ojiro said with a wave. Next was a guy who stood at the same height as Ojiro with hair that was the length of his face. In his hair, there was a black streak that looked like a lightning streak on the front. He had some muscles that you would gain from light training, being slightly stronger than the average Joe. Yo, the name's Kaminari. I enjoy gaming and chilling. And for all you pretty ladies, I am single, he said with a wink. 3. Next to him was a redheaded guy. He stood slightly taller than both Ojiro and Kaminari at 1.83 meters. He had pretty big muscles showing he trained often. He also had a toothy grin that showed friendliness. My name is Ejiro Kirishima. I like working out and Crimson Riot. Hope we get along, he said while flexing his bicep. 3. Next was a tall guy who stood at 1.88 m with a good amount of muscles. His head looked much like a rock with his hair. He was quiet and only spoke a few words. I'm Koji Koda. I like animals, was all he said as he didn't like the attention. 2. One of the tallest of the class went and introduced himself. He stood at 1.96 meters, so only slightly shorter than Izuku but very buff. He also had very thick lips with short black spiky hair. I'm Rikido Sato. My hobbies are cooking and baking. Then was the tallest of the class with him standing at 2.05 m. He also wore a face mask and had 6 arms in total with them connected with webbing. Mezzo Shoji. I like Tokoyaki, Shoji said as he made a mouth with his hand and did a salute with his other hand. 19. Next was a pretty short girl. She had short purple hair with it having the length of her face. Her earlobes had earphone jacks. She was shorter than most girls and also had smaller breasts than all girls in the class. I am Kyoka Jiro and my hobbies are music. 14. Next, what a pretty tall and lanky guy. He stood at 1.91 meters and didn't have many muscles but was still fit. His quirk changed his elbows and made them bigger, allowing them to shoot out the tape. I'm Honta Siro. What up? I like gaming and design. 2. I am Fumikage Tokoyami. My likes are Suyu and darkness. A guy with a bird head said he stood at 1.80 meters and he looked pretty fit. 13. A guy who stood at the same height as Bakugo with his hair was 2 colors red and white on his red side. He also had a birthmark that looked rather like a flame. Shoto Todoroki. That was all he said. 2. Hi, I am Toru Hagakuri. I like teddy bears and pink, an invisible girl said. If the clothing would say anything, it would be that Toru had a very similar build to Mina, only with smaller bust size. 1. Katsuki Bakugo, you shitty extras, was all Bakugo said as the next one went, which was Izuku. Hi, I am Izuku Shimura. My hobbies include riding my bike, reading, and cooking. Hope we can be friends, Izuku told them. Izuku went under the name of Shimura as that was the maiden name of his mother. 12. Last, when a woman with black hair put itself into a spiky ponytail. She had the biggest bust of all the girls in the class. My name is Momo Yaoyorozu. I like teas and reading, she said as she greeted the students. 5. After everyone got to know each other, they went back home since the class was over, with Izuku getting on his bike after a short talk with some of the boys about his bike. Izuku lied about his bike as he just said it was a normal bike instead of saying what it was really made of. It's a new day for UA. The entire day for 1A has been filled with normal school work. One lesson was interesting and that was art history with midnight teaching as she flirted with Izuku pretty much every chance she got. Now they are waiting for their next lesson, which is heroics with all might teaching. People went and spilt into different groups with Shiro, Kaminari, Kirishima, Bakugo, and Ojiro as one group. Mina, Ochako, Tsuyu, Tokoyami, Ida, Toru, Jiro, Momo, and Shoto sitting with them not really talking. And then the last group being Aoyama, Kota, Shoji, and Sato. Izuku was sitting by himself not because the others didn't like him or anything. Izuku just didn't know how to act with groups his age, so at the moment he was reading whilst observing how the groups acted around each other without listening to anyone's conversation. "What do you guys think of Shimura?" Jiro asked her group, wanting to know what their thoughts would be about their most mysterious classmate. "He seems like a nice person, at least so far he hasn't done anything bad," Toru said, with Momo then adding, "Yeah, and he kinda made sure that creepy guy from yesterday wouldn't jump on me. Looking at him objectively, he seems to have been raised correctly with manners. I don't yet have an idea how he is as a person himself for our limited knowledge about him, but so far he seems respectable and nice." Ida added, "What about you two?" Toru asked Mina and Ochako. "Yeah, he wanted to talk to you both, so I would think you know him a bit. How is he?" Tsuyu asked, with both of them stuttering a bit as they answered. "He is nice, but we don't really know him. He just wanted to ask if we were okay after the exam." Mina told them, hoping to get rid of the subject. Exam? What happened?" Momo asked as she and Shoto both didn't take the normal exam. "Oh, you mean with the massive robot, correct?" Ida asked the two girls, them nodding. Now they looked at Ida for him to explain. "Well, during the exam, there was a 0 point that was larger than any other pointer and stronger as well. This robot wasn't worth anything, so it was advised to not fight it. When it first showed up it was as large as the buildings, so I decided to run away and score more points, but apparently, both Uraraka and Ashido here were stuck under rubble with no way of escaping and the robot coming right for them. Shimura arrived and protected them by destroying the 0 pointers and blasting them from the explosion. Heroes shortly showed up, but I already left in hopes of helping others with injuries." Ida finished, with everyone who took the exam looking with wide eyes at Izuku and the two girls, with both of them nodding that the statement was true. 3. Wait. Toru made them all look at her. "Does that mean both of you have seen his face?" she asked, with it making everyone wonder, even Todoroki, but he didn't show it. Both of them tried thinking of an answer but couldn't come up with anything. Just before they were going to answer, All Might entered the room. "Ha ha ha, I am here to teach you all heroics," All Might said as he entered the classroom, getting everyone to forget about the question and start talking about him. "Oh wow, that's his Silver Age costume. He looks so much stronger in real life, he looks so tall." 3. Ha ha ha, calm down students. We are going to have a fun lesson. Today will be battle training, All Might said as he pulled out a card that had the word battle written on it. "We will go toward ground beta for today's training. When we arrive there you all will change into your hero costume and then I will explain the exercise. Now for your hero costumes, you all gave instructions for your costume when filling in your application, so we have them ready," All Might said as he clicked a button on his desk and out popped 19 suitcases. "Take them and meet me at ground beta," All Might said as he jumped out the window and rushed over toward the grounds of ground beta. 7. Everyone grabbed their suitcases and made their way toward ground beta and got changed. They all wore the same outfits as Canon. Everyone walked out with them, noticing that someone wasn't there yet. "Where is Shimura?" asked Momo, worried one of her classmates was lost. "Sorry, it took me slightly longer than I would have expected," Izuku said as he walked up to the class. Izuku was wearing a white suit with a blue dress shirt and a red tie. With all that, he also wore a large white coat over his shoulders, leaving his hands free. He wears what Monkey D. Garp wears. On the back of the coat, the kanji words for justice were written. He also still wore his face mask covering everything below his eyes. "Looking cool, Shimura," Shiro said with a thumb up. "Thank you guys, looks cool as well, very good design," he said as he looked over the class and their costumes. He slightly blushed after seeing the girls' outfits, but was able to calm down without anyone noticing anything. "Good, you are all here. Now we will do 2v2 battles, but because we are missing one student someone will have to go again. Do we have takers? All Might asked with Izuku raising his hand, instantly loving the chance to go again. Alright then, now for the teams we will pick lots. All Might said as he pulled out a box. Everyone took one of the balls with Izuku taking two. Sir, why would we pick teams on random? Ida asked their teacher. Does anyone have an answer for young Ida's question? With Momo answering the question. Because agency often has to team up on the spot with random heroes to quickly take care of the problem. Correct, young Yaoyorozu. 2. Okay. The teams are Team A Uraraka and Shimura. Team B Bakugo and Ida. Team C Todoroki and Shoji. Team D Shimura and Yaoyorozu. Team E Ishido and Kirishima. Team F Aoyama and Toru. Team G Sato and Koda. Team H Asui and Tokoyami. Team I Siro and Kaminari. Team J Jiro and Ojiro. 26. One team will be the heroes and the other team will be the villains. The villains will have 5 minutes to prepare as the heroes wait outside, and then the heroes will be given the signal and they will have 15 minutes to either capture all the villains or capture the bomb. Now for who will fight who. The first team I say will be heroes and the second are villains. Team A vs B. Team E vs F. Team G vs H. Team I vs J. Team C vs D. 1. Best of luck to all of you. All Might said. I guess we are a team, Izuku said to Uraraka as she looked nervous. They waited at the front gate for the signal. So what will our plan be? Uraraka said, but as she finished saying that her stomach started growling and she quickly turned red with Izuku laughing a little. Sorry, I wanted some mochi for breakfast but I didn't have any so I didn't eat. She said very embarrassedly. Wait, you like mochi? Izuku asked with Uraraka giving a nod. Izuku wasted no time using the mochi mochi fruit to make a mochi donut the size of a frisbee. Here, enjoy, he said as he gave her the mochi donut, making Uraraka drool and look at it with stars in her eyes. Really? She asked with Izuku nodding and her taking it and eating it, loving every bite of it. 50. Back at the students, people were having a good laugh because of them, with many finding Uraraka's face funny when she saw the donut. Damn, that made me kinda hungry though, Siro said, getting some to agree with, even All Might agreeing with them. 5 minutes are over. The heroes can enter, All Might told them. 7. Uraraka, please walk behind me, Izuku said, making Uraraka think he didn't want to walk next to her, so she nodded sadly and did as she was told. Nothing against you, Uraraka, I quite enjoy your company, but I can feel that Bakugo will attack first and wouldn't want you to get hurt now, do we? He said, getting her to blush once more as she was still nibbling on the mochi donut. 12. As they were walking, Izuku was making small talk with Uraraka, wanting to know more about, until Izuku was hit in the face with an explosion. Next time pay attention fucking extra, Bakugo said as he thought that took at Izuku, but as the smoke went away there stood an Izuku with his top half turned to diamond. Izuku ever since entering the building used observation hockey so he would know where both of them were. Uraraka, please go to the middle of the 5th floor. Ida is there, so I assume the bomb is around him, Izuku said as he allowed Uraraka to walk past them both, but Bakugo had another idea and tried to attack her, with Izuku just kicking him down a hallway. I will join you in a minute, just try and do your best, Izuku said as he turned his attention toward Bakugo. 1. Let not involve the pretty lady now, shall we? Let's see what you can do, Izuku said, making Bakugo angrier than before. Bakugo rushed forward and attacked with explosion after explosion that Izuku just tanked as he turned his body into diamond using the Kira no Mi. No English name. Izuku took all explosion and it did no damage, with Bakugo getting angrier and angrier. As all you can do, stand still and wait, you weak bitch, Bakugo said as he made an explosion pointed toward his own palm, creating a flashbang blinding Izuku as Bakugo now positioned himself and let loose a big explosion on the back of Izuku, hoping it would do damage, but it did nothing, so Bakugo kept making explosion but at a smaller size, making his hands sweat more. He kept that busy until his gauntlets beeped. 8. Great, they are ready, Bakugo said as he lifted his gauntlet. Oh, what will this do? Izuku thought. If the costume companies followed my instructions, then my gauntlets should have been saving up the sweat, and with that beep, it shows they have a full tank. Bakugo lifted his arm and pulled back the pin on his wrist gauntlet and he let loose a massive explosion. Just before he did, All Might tried to stop him. Young Bakugo, stop this at once, if that makes contact it could kill him. All Might yelled in urgency, not wanting a student to injure the prince. People who were watching watched with fear for their classmates, as Bakugo was a strong fighter and showed true skill with his quirk, and here was Izuku just standing calmly with one hand in his pocket and a smile on his face. 3. Just before the explosion made his way toward Izuku, he crossed his fingers and used the Bari Bari no Mi, barrier fruit, making a barrier just in front of himself, making the front where Bakugo was and where the camera that looked over the fight covered in smoke. All Might thought there might be injuries, but as the smoke dissipated you could see Izuku behind a green glass that stood in front of himself. That was quite the explosion, it might have even hurt if I let it touch me. Good job, I am impressed, Izuku said as he uncrossed his fingers, making the barrier disappear. Bakugo, wanting to use his other gauntlet, lifted his arm, but Izuku stood in front of him with his arm stretched out, making it look as Izuku was going to clothesline Bakugo. But as Bakugo braced for the impact, he wasn't met with pain but with the cold feeling of iron, as he had thick black iron cuffs around him, making it impossible to move as Izuku used the Ori Ori no Mi, bind fruit, cage fruit, to capture Bakugo. 3. Let's stop the big explosions for now, as they do more damage to the building than me, Izuku said as he was not contacted by Uraraka. Are you okay? The building started shaking, she said, clearly worried about Izuku but still quiet to no let Ida notice her location. I am fine, thanks for worrying. I just captured Bakugo, so I will be on my way toward you now. Try and capture the bomb or keep Ida busy, Izuku said to Uraraka, with her giving a short answer, and went to face Ida, who prepared for this by removing all the items in the room. Izuku went and used the nuke no Mi, through fruit, to walk through the walls and ceiling right toward Ida and the bomb. While everyone in the observation room was perplexed. Is there anything that the dude can't do? He can make food appear out of nowhere, he can move at light speed, he can turn into diamonds, he can make what looks like an unbreakable barrier, he can even make iron cages to capture people. What can't he do? Kaminari said, defeated, as Izuku was super strong. Well, we haven't seen him fly, so maybe that. Shiro said, unsure if Izuku knew how to fly. All Might heard the students talk, found himself in the same spot, but not out of jealousy but more about wanting to know how strong this kid truly is. 27. Izuku made his way toward the bomb rather quickly and was met with the sight of Ida running away with the bomb in his hands, with Uraraka chasing him, trying to touch the both of them. Izuku then decided to use the Hana no Mi, flower fruit, to grow hands all over Ida to make him stop in his tracks, allowing Uraraka to touch the bomb. 3. The heroes win, All Might announced to everyone. On their way back, Izuku made Uraraka a mochi donut again, which she happily took and started munching on. As they came toward the observation room, they were met with congratulations and praise for their works. So who was the MVP of that battle? Getting Arie to be quiet for a second, with Yaoyorozu thinking she knows the answer. Shimura, sir. What do you think, Shimura? Were you the MVP? All Might asked Izuku, wanting to know his answer. No, sir. It was Ida or Uraraka. Both acted on the objective of the training while I wasted a lot of time and allowed damage to the building to happen. I could have ended the fight with Bakugo faster, but I wasted too much time with my own interest, and if that would have been real-life scenario, that could have costed lives. Izuku said, disappointed in himself that his obsession for quirks got in the way of his critical thinking. Correct, young Shimura. Now the next up is Team E as heroes and Team F as villains. Please get ready. Team E and Team F both get ready. All Might told, and both teams got ready, with Toru and Aoyama going inside the building to play the part of the villains, and both Ishido and Kirishima stood outside and went to think of a strategy. Izuku was interested in seeing how both teams would work together or against each other. Uraraka went and walked up to him as he stood to himself most of the time. Hey Izuku, thanks for the mochi, it was really tasty, Uraraka said as she got close. Denki hearing them talk and wanting to become friends with Izuku, as Denki was a friendly guy and having Izuku as a wingman should be great for him. 2. Yoshimura, how many foods can you make with your quirk, man? He asked as he walked up to both of them with Shiro and Ojiro with him. Yeah, and Uraraka, how did it taste? Was it just normal mochi or did it taste different? Shiro asked Uraraka. It was like normal mochi but a little sweeter. She told the class, with them wondering about the taste now. Well, about the food, I can make a lot with my koku no mi, cook fruit, it just doesn't have a lot of taste. But real powers that make fruit would be mochi, biscuits, cream, candy syrup, and candy as well as butter. Izuku told them with some getting hungry thinking about those foods, to which Izuku clapped his hands together a couple of times, making biscuits come out of thin air because of the bisu no mi, biscuit fruit, getting it to everyone except Bakugo, who wanted nothing to do with that. Everyone tasted it and liked the flavor. Oh, these would go perfect with the green tea my mother bought, Momo told Izuku, who gave her an eye smile making her blush. If you ever want some, just ask, it doesn't take a lot to make them. 11. That power is kinda powerless though, isn't it, as you can just make food with them, Denki said as there was still some time before the team started. Well, it's not really about the power but how you use the power. Each power can become strong if trained enough, Izuku said as he made a small biscuit man and told Denki to hit it, which he did, but as he made contact with the biscuit man it didn't break. Just because something looks weak or strong doesn't make it so, Izuku told just as the alarm went off and the Ashido and Kirishima went in. 5. Kirishima was the front horse as expected with his quirk. Something you wouldn't have expected from the both of them was that Kirishima was breaking walls around them, giving them rubble that Mina picked up and threw forward from time to time in random directions. They went slow but steady. As they made it up the stairs to the third floor, Mina dropped some stones on the stairs to make sure nothing could sneak up on them, as Mina and Toru were friends during middle school and knew her tricks. Ashido and Kirishima kept walking slow but kept going forward until Kirishima was met with a laser beam right in the face that he luckily blocked with his quirk. He directed his attention toward the beam and saw Aoyama doing a wear pose. Kirishima went straight for him, making Aoyama panic and fire his laser beam again, with Kirishima using his arms to block the beam, and as he got closer he punched Aoyama right in the stomach, taking him out of the fight. One Mina standing nearby got put into a very sloppy sleeper hold from behind by Toru. Mina was trying to get out of the sleeper hold and was struggling with that, but Kirishima had no idea as he was searching for the bomb, finding it shortly after in the next room and touching it, getting them to win the battle. Team E wins, All Might announced to the class, getting Toru to let go of the hold she had on Mina. "Aw man," Toru said as she slumped, but because she isn't visible nobody could really tell except Mina, who heard her. "Don't be sad, Toru, you tried your best and you almost had me." Mina cheered up her friend, getting them to walk out together with Kirishima and Aoyama to also walk out together. Izuku enjoyed the match, liking the spirit of both Kirishima and Toru as they both never gave up. He was watching as he enjoyed some of his biscuits. The next fight will be Team G, Sato, and Koda as heroes versus Team H, Asui and Tokoyami as the villains. Both teams please get ready. All Might announced as the other teams already came back and sat down. "Shimura, can we talk strategy for outmatch?" Momo asked as she walked toward Izuku. "Sure, what do you have in mind?" Izuku asked. "How about we lock ourselves in so that the other team won't get to the bomb room and we win by waiting out the time?" "That could work. Now we already have a strategy, so we win," Izuku said with an eye smile. 5 minutes are up, hero team, you can enter." All Might told them to make Sato and Koda walk in. They had the strategy for sneaking around. Sure, Sato could fight with his quirk, but Koda could only control animals, so that didn't have much use right now. 19. As they walked past the first corner they were met with a dark hallway, and in that hallway stood Tokoyami and his quirk Dark Shadow. Sato jumped into action with him eating 4 sugar cubes and bulking, rushing in to fight. Dark Shadow, however, was having no trouble fighting Sato, as the dark hallway was dark enough for Tokoyami to still have control but to make Dark Shadow a strong fighter. Sato was quickly beaten by the strength of Dark Shadow. Koda, who took the time to find another way around, was lucky and proceeded to reach the back of Tokoyami without his knowledge, but before he could attack he was wrapped up on the wrist by a tong. Asui was hanging back, keeping an eye out on the other hero that walked in, and as he tried attacking saw her time to strike. With Koda caught, Asui gave the signal and Tokoyami gave the order for Dark Shadow to capture Sato, whose sugar buff was wearing down. Team H wins. Next teams are I and J, please make your way toward the building. Jiro and Ojiro were at a disadvantage in this fight and both of them knew it. Both of them could deal with Zero as his quirk wasn't a massive problem, but Kaminari was the problem now. In the close range like buildings, him releasing a big charge could end the fight right then and there. So they had to get the jump on both of them, so they thought of something that could work. Both Kaminari and Shiro thought they won before they even started. This fight would be near impossible for anyone to win, as Kaminari just had to fire away and then they would have won. All Might gave the signal and Kaminari and Shiro walked in. As they made it somewhat in, they saw Ojiro stand in front of them, taunting them by sticking his tongue out. Both Shiro and Kaminari were slightly mad, so both of them rushed at him, wanting to get done quickly. Ojiro rushed left, making both of them chase him without looking back. Jiro was hiding on the right side. Both came past without looking at her, and they saw Ojiro at the back with a smile on his face. "Done running?" Kaminari said as he showed some lightning in his hand. "Nope, it was just the location I needed to be at," Ojiro said, and then without warning, Jiro shot forward her two jacks into the heads of both Kaminari and Shiro and shot out a wave sound into them, knocking both of them out. "Two team, I is the victor." "Well done," All Might told them, with now Izuku and Momo's turn. Both of them went into the building. As they stood by the bomb, Momo spoke. "So how are we going to barricade the building?" Momo asked, ready to make items. "No need to worry your pretty little head about it," Izuku said as used the Ishi no Mi, stone fruit, and he went into the floor. He then proceeded to transform the hallway toward the bomb to look like a normal wall, making it impossible for the hero team to get to the bomb unless they could destroy the wall, which both of them couldn't do. Izuku then proceeded to come back to where Momo was. 6 inches done, Izuku told Momo, who opened the door and saw that the hallway was blocked off. "So what now?" Momo asked, unsure what to do now. "Well, if you make some chairs we could just sit and wait until the time was done," Izuku told Momo, who then made 2 stools to sit on until time was over. "You want something to eat?" Izuku asked Momo, who wanted some mochi that Izuku happily made for her. "What do you normally do, Shimura?" Momo asked Izuku, wanting to not stay silent for 17 extra minutes, as both Shoji and Todoroki had not entered the building yet. 1 inch I mostly read. I don't go outside much. I never really had any friends, so all I usually do it alone," Izuku told Momo, who understood his feelings, as she did have a friend but never a lot, as some just wanted her money. "How about we play some chess while waiting for their match to be over, as we still have to wait?" Just as Momo asked, Izuku, who nodded and pressed his hands on the floor and created a table of stone for the chessboard that Momo made, and back at the other students. "Are they playing chess?" asked Kirishima, with some other students nodding. 11 Todoroki froze the entire building, but the ice never reached Izuku and Momo. They walked together through the building but never found the way into the room, with Momo and Izuku just playing chess together until the time was over. When the time was over, Izuku removed the stone wall and walked out with Momo, enjoying some small talk as they had a lot in common. Izuku was also in trouble within himself, as he often found himself disliking the fact that he withheld important information about them. As they made it back, Todoroki was angry at his loss, as it wasn't even a loss in a fight. "Good job, students, with today. I understand that some of you perhaps feel like you have let yourself down in your battles, but remember, it's only your second day here and you're still learning, so do not worry and work to improve your skills," All Might told the students, with some of them feeling a little up about the nice words. Now of all the students, who would the MVP of today? With the class saying Shimura, except for Izuku, who was sitting on a chair not thinking about anything. "Huh," Izuku shocked out his thought bubble. "Young Shimura, who would you suggest as the MVP?" All Might asked him. "Well, all did well with thinking of strategies, but I would suggest Ida or Yaoyorozu. Ida had a plan and played her role as best as possible. Yaoyorozu came up with the plan and it worked perfectly. Jiro and Ojiro also had a great plan and execution, as they had a hard matchup. 14 inches good choice, young man. I fully agree, both of you did extremely well during today's battles. That is it for today," All Might said as he rushed off, and each student made their way to the dressing room to get changed and to go home. As Izuku got out of the classroom from bringing back his hero costume, he came to a decision. He chooses to ask Midnight out on a date. Midnight often teased Izuku not only during class but also when they saw each other in the hallways. Izuku walked toward the teacher's room. As Izuku made his way there, he knocked and was told to enter. He opened the door and saw multiple teachers but no Midnight. The teachers that were in the room were Vlad King, Ectoplasm, and Snipe, none of the teachers that knew Izuku's real identity. "Excuse me, but does anyone know where Miss Midnight is?" Izuku asked. "She should be near the cafeteria, kid," Snipe told Izuku, who thanked him and rushed off. He made his way toward the cafeteria, where Midnight was enjoying a talk with present Mike and Nezu. Izuku walked up to them but was feeling more and more nervous with each step until he was too close and they took notice of him. "Ah, hello young Shimura," Neji greeted him. Present Mike greeted him with a yo, and Midnight gave him a wave with just her fingers and a wink. "Hello. I was wondering if I could speak to Miss Midnight for a moment in private," Izuku said, barely keeping himself from blushing. Even though Izuku has had interactions with females before, even those that looked incredible, he never asked one out. Midnight stood up and walked with Izuku a little farther away from everyone. "What do you think they're talking about?" Present Mike asked Nezu. "If I would have to take a guess, it would be that young Shimura would perhaps ask Nomori on a date or to stop the teasing." Nezu guessed. 10 inches. "So what did you want to talk about, sexy?" Midnight teased Izuku. I wanted to ask you something." As he said this, he became redder with each word. Then Izuku just thought, fuck it, would you like to go on a date with me? Izuku asked as he closed his eyes. Midnight blushed as she never got asked on a date. Sure, she had dated before, but those were blind dates, but she never had a real connection with their dates. 8 inches. "Sure. How about this weekend?" Midnight said as she got control of her blush. Izuku, still with a blush, looked at Midnight. "Okay, how about I pick you up at 7 and then we go back toward my place for dinner?" Izuku asked Midnight without much thought about the other meaning that could have. In his mind, he asked it with the only thought of not wanting to be bothered by media or random people, but to Midnight it had another meaning to it. "Oh, you want to do that on the first date? How daring," Midnight told Izuku as she got a blush from what he said. Izuku thought back at what he said and started apologizing and started giving his reasoning for the decision. 24. "It's fine, honey. How about you pick me up Friday at 7 from my place and then we can go to your place. And call me Nimori," Midnight said as she wrote her number and address on a piece of paper and gave him a kiss on the cheek. This broke Izuku for a good minute, as Midnight saying they would go back to their place and her giving him her info with a kiss. After a minute he was brought out his thought and went home to already plan ahead for his date. Well, after shortly getting teased by both Alfred and Jin and some of the other help. 6. Midnight went back to Nezu and present Mike as they were not also joined by Aizawa and All Might and were the only ones in the cafeteria. "So Nimori, what did the little prince want?" Present Mike said with a massive smirk on his face. "Oh, young Midoriya wanted to ask you something," All Might asked. Yeah, he wanted to ask me something." Nimori told them, not wanting to reveal anything, but she knew that was pointless. "Come on, spill it, woman," Present Mike told Nimori as he loved to gossip. "Fine, he asked me on a date, that's all." This made All Might do a spit take and made Aizawa choke on his tea. "You go girl, you got yourself a real prince." Present Mike teased Midnight with this, only now connecting. She had a date with a real prince. If this would work out, she would become a princess. This went on for a little while with all the teachers at the table joining in on the teasing. Izuku woke up today happy, his day couldn't get better. He has a date with Nimori on Friday. He had his favorite breakfast again. He also started preparing for his dates. He already knew Nimori's favorite food as he was a massive hero fanboy. He went to school on his bike again. He wanted to use a different way of getting around, but if he came with an expensive car that could make them ask more questions. 1. The day went pretty fine. When Midnight's lesson came around, she gave a wink to Izuku, causing him to blush and some of the others to feel jealous of both Midnight and Izuku. After that it was homeroom. As Aizawa entered the room he spoke. "Shut up and sit down now, we have the stuff to discuss." Everyone became quiet and sat down quickly. "Good, now first thing for later. Today we will go to the USJ. We will go with Midnight and one other teacher who will be waiting for us there. Now something else to do now. You have to choose a class representative and vice representative. Do this how you want. Just be silent about it," Aizawa said as he grabbed his sleeping bag and fell to the floor. 2. As Aizawa went to sleep, the students became loud while yelling out reasons for them to be chosen. Aizawa became angered by this, but all of a sudden his life went quiet. "Don't worry, Mr. Aizawa, I made you a silent stop so we won't interrupt your sleep," Izuku said as he used the Nagi Nagi no Mi, calm fruit. Aizawa thanked him as this was one of the best things he has ever gotten from anyone. "Okay, now everyone please calm down a little. We all know everyone wants the position, but yelling will have no use. So let's try and find out a way that we will get the best result that will be best for everyone. We need 2 people, so let's first choose the class representative." 2 inches. I agree with Shimura on this. Yelling won't get us any further, so let's vote on this, Ida suggested. But won't everyone just vote on themselves? Kirishima asked. Well, I see it two ways. We either keep it the same way and see who will receive the most votes will be the one chosen, or we are not allowed to vote on ourselves. Well, let's do the first one, Mina said, with the rest of the class agreeing. Shortly after voting, Izuku was voted as representative and Momo was given vice representative. Izuku was giving 8 votes and Momo received 5 votes, with the closes after that being Ida with 2 votes. Both Izuku and Momo were in front of the class and Izuku spoke up, I thank everyone for electing me, but I wish to trade places with Yaoyorozu. I believe she would be a better fit for the position. Everyone agreed and the positions were switched, with Izuku now removing the silent buble around Aizawa, who quickly became depressed about it. I guess it was too good to be true. Well, in 5 minutes it's lunch, so do what you want. I will be getting everything ready for later. Aizawa said as he walked out the room, with the students quickly starting talking with each other. 9 inches. Hey, Shimura, thanks for giving me the position. Momo told Izuku. Don't worry about it, I just spoke the truth. It was because of your plan we won, so that shows that you have the smarts. Izuku said with his eye smile. Wanna join us for lunch? Momo asked Izuku. Sure, I would love to. Izuku went with Momo, and her group consisted out of Todoroki, Jiro, Ida, Ochako, Asui, Tokoyami, Mina, and Toru. He joined them as he enjoyed some conversations with them about nothing. As they arrived at the cafeteria, they talked some more about some random questions. With any question Izuku could answer he did, but he kept his family a secret as best as he could. They got their lunch, and as Izuku sat down everyone looked at him to see his face. Izuku has eaten with them there, they just never looked at his face and they all wanted to see his face. As Izuku wanted to take a bite everyone paid more attention to him. An alarm was heard and Izuku stopped. Level 3 security breach, please make your way toward your classroom. Level 3 security breach, please make your way toward your classroom. The alarm roared. What does it mean with level 3 security breach? Tokoyami asked, with a third year hearing them and quickly explaining before rushing off himself. It means someone entered the school grounds. I have never had this happen in my 3 years here. The third year told everyone as he ran away. They quickly followed him, but as they tried getting out they were stuck in a large swarm of people, with them getting pressed against the glass. It's just the media that entered, we need to inform the rest. Momo said as she was one of the people who could see outside. I can help with that, but I have to use my smoke for that, so sorry if it's in a weird place beforehand. Izuku said as he used the Moku Moku no Mi. Smoke fruit, and used whiteout. One with Momo captured in his smoke, he proceeded to lift her above the rest of the students with her arms free to move around. She made a megaphone to be heard better. Students of UA. Calm down, it's only the media, please act like heroes and calm down and go back to your classroom as normal. Momo yelled with them, with all of them listening and doing as told. Well done, Yaoyorozu. Izuku told her as he placed her softly on the ground with smoke powers. They walked back to class with lunch being almost over and sat down in the classroom again, just having normal conversation until Aizawa entered the room again, this time with Midnight with him, who was complaining. How did they find out he goes here already? Midnight complained to Aizawa, who also looked irritated. They stood in front of the class with Aizawa speaking. Okay, in a second each of you will grab your hero costume and wear it toward the USJ. We will be doing rescue training and you all must be able to do said training in your hero costumes. Now as for what just happened, as you all must be wondering about that. The media thought someone important was at this school and they found a way into the school, but don't worry, it has been looked into and this incident will not happen again. Aizawa said, with Izuku wondering how people found out. It had to be from the exam, as Izuku had his face mask on near all times and he always parked his bike with the heroes as to not show it to the public. Aizawa pressed the button to make all the costumes come out the wall and each student grabbed theirs and went their way toward the dressing room, got dressed quickly and moved toward the buses. As they entered, Izuku sat down with Midnight sitting down next to him almost as soon as he sat down. On their way, their Sue asked the question near everyone had. Hey Shimura, why do you wear the mask? She asked. He is probably ugly as hell and doesn't want anyone from puking because of his face. Bakugo said, making Ochako, Mina and the teachers stifle a laugh as Bakugo just insulted the Prince of Asia and one of the most handsome men in Japan. Izuku laughed out loud at this as he found Bakugo very amusing. Who knows why I wear the mask, perhaps just a fashion statement, perhaps it's really what Bakugo said. Izuku told them about the fact they were wondering about it. But on the topic, why don't you guys guess what it could be? I am interested in what it could be and don't worry about offending me. Izuku said, hoping to get a good laugh out of this. 7. Kirishima went first. I think it's a super manly scar or something badass like that. Kaminari went after that. Maybe no lips, it could also be buck teeth, Zero said. Maybe it's the opposite from what Bakugo said and he is so pretty that he has to hide the fact. Sato said, maybe it's him hiding his identity or something. Jiro joked, making everyone who knew slightly sweat. Those are some good guesses. Izuku said, joking is over, everyone get out, we are here. Aizawa said as the bus stopped at the USJ with each student getting out. 8. As they walked up to the massive building that is the USJ. People were in awe at the massive size of the building. The doors opened up and out came 13. Like you, all can see the other teacher helping us today will be the person responsible for creating the USJ itself. 13. Aizawa explained as all students walked in and saw the insane size from the inside. It had 6 separate zones. A zone that looked like a broken city, one that was much like an inferno, a mountain zone, a forest zone, a shipwreck zone, and a storm city. Welcome students to the unforeseen simulation joint, or more commonly known as the USJ. Before we start, I have to say 1 or maybe 2 things, perhaps 3, although it could turn to 4, maybe even 5. 13 kept saying, with students wondering what the hell he is talking about. 13, Aizawa yelled, getting 13 out of his weird thing. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Now we all have used our quirks, but never in a combat way. With Aizawa's apprehension test, you saw what your quirk could do to help you to increase yourself. With the All Might lesson, you saw how your quirks could be used in combat. Now with me, you will learn how to use your quirks to save others. Today we will find ways to use your quirk, not for destruction or to hurt others but to help them. 13 told the students, who mostly found it great. 7. As 13 went into a deeper explanation of what they would do during their time at the USJ, a purple portal opened up in the middle of the USJ and out came many villains. Within seconds the middle part of USJ was filled with hundreds of villains, and out last came a man with many hands all over his body. A massive thing with skin as dark as the night and tears in its skin showing exposed muscles. Its head was a beak with the brain exposed, and a mist. The man with hands spoke up. Hello young heroes, we are the League of Villains, Love for short. And we have come to kill Prince Izuku Midoriya. Give him up and all of you will live to see tomorrow. The villain yelled at the group of students that were still above the stairs. Aizawa answered, you have wrong information, villain, we have no student under that name. 5 inches. Oh, of course, he would say that. Well, thankfully we also have his name, he used to know his class. Izuku Shimura. That ring a bell. What is he talking about? Zero asked, unsure of this whole thing. Midnight and Aizawa took the front positions at the top of the stairs with 13 behind them. Get rid of the heroes. The man with hands said silently as a group of long-range quirk users quickly fired a large set of attacks. The heroes tried dodging, but Midnight was hit in the left leg while Aizawa took a scratch to the face right under his eye. Izuku, seeing not only his teacher but also someone he holds feelings for getting injured, pissed him off. He walked forward with anger clear on his face even with the mask. Mina and Ochako ran forward, now standing before him trying to stop him. Don't do it, they're here for you, just run. You have to go. Both Mina and Ochako said, afraid for his life. The villains fired shots again at the people, this time giving a flesh wound to Ochako's left arm, with Mina taking a shot right in the right leg. Izuku's anger now boiled over. He had crushed on both of them, and again these villains had the audacity to injure them. They were gonna pay. Izuku grabbed both of them and placed them behind him. Aizawa wanted to rush forward but was stopped by Izuku. Aizawa, you stay here and make sure nobody gets hurt worse. Izuku told Aizawa, who could not refuse. What the hell? You can't order a hero around. Kaminari said, confused like many others about this whole situation. Too sure the villains said that Izuku was the Prince of Asia, at least by name, but that couldn't be true. This was Shimura, their classmate. This was the thought that went in the heads of all students. Izuku removed his face mask, now allowing everyone to see his face and confirming what was said. In front of them, a sight many assumed they would never get. The Prince of Asia, the next king of Asia. A man who many hold in high honor for not only his kind spirit but his overwhelming power. Nobody truly knew the quirk of the prince, as they were never able to find out how careful his family was about it. Some students quickly bowed down. All who stood up were shocked. To say the least. Before Izuku walked down, he said one last thing. Sorry for finding out this way, but could you all take care of the injured while I deal with these trespassers? As he walked down, making the students rush toward their injured friends and teachers and applying first aid, all while looking down at the fight, wanting to see what he would do. 3. Each step Izuku took gave the villains a fear worse than death. Izuku with each step released a wave of low cancerous haki, now enough to knock out villains but enough to make them feel as if they were in a death battle with a 500-foot dragon that wished for nothing more than their slow and painful deaths, making some villains piss themselves. Izuku was finally down the stairs, standing at the bottom of it, surrounded by villains from left to right. 2 inches. Now you will find out why you should have never angered me this much, he said as he stepped forward. Now you will find out why you should have never angered me this much, Izuku said as he stood at the bottom of the stairs. Kill the prince. The man ordered his minions, leaving him only with a guy who had a sword on his hip, a man covered in mist only showing 2 yellow eyes, and a large beast with black skin that had tears in it showing exposed muscles, and a birdbeak with its brain exposed. The minions rushed at Izuku, who used the Mera no Mi, flame fruit. He then used Hotarubi and pointed his open palms outwards. Both his palms shined light green and out came small green balls of flame that gave the idea of fireflies, making the villains slow their charge and look at the small flames. The flames were warm and didn't hurt anyone, but they now covered the entire area, leaving all the villains surrounded by multiple green fireflies. Izuku then yelled out, "Hidaruma!" This made all the fireflies explode in flames, covering each villain and burning them but not killing them. They all fell on the floor with only a small number still standing. Each villain on the floor was knocked out by the intense heat of the fireflies. The small group of villains became enraged by how easily their comrades got taken out by this brat. They didn't care anymore about the fear they felt not minutes ago that was still in the back of their minds. They didn't care anymore about them facing the Prince of Asia. All they cared about now was to injure or kill this brat. They got ready for a fight of their lives and they activated their quirks. They rushed over as fast as they could. Izuku saw them coming as they all were pretty slow, and he cocked his fist back as his fist was ready to be shot forward. It was set ablaze and he punched forward, saying his attack move, Heiken. As his fist shot forward, it became larger and larger. The fist kept going forward, extending its reach and growing in size, now being the size of a small house. It flew at the villains, with only 4 of them escaping the large attack. 2. 4 of them stood slightly injured, burns and scratches all over their body. They thought that they could now win as Izuku's flamed hand was now turning back to normal. In their mind, Izuku was reaching his limit and decided to rush at him to kill him. Izuku just thought that the Mera would do much better attack larger groups, so he went for close combat for these 4 thugs. 3. Thug 1 used his quirk that makes his knuckles explode on contact and tried hitting Izuku with many punches, but Izuku slipped through a right he threw and was able to connect a strong hook right to the chin of the thug, knocking him out with a dislocated jaw. With his left hand, Izuku grabbed hold of Thug 1 head and used him to take out Thug 2 that was close behind him, using the skull of Thug 1 as a weapon. 3. Thug 2's nose broke, then the skull made contact. Thug 1 was thrown away with Izuku standing in the area of Thug 2, who was clutching his broken nose. Izuku punched right on the broken nose, making the thug fall to the floor crying in pain. Thug 3 swung an axe right at Izuku, who dodged the attack. While the big axe missed Izuku, he had the opportunity to punch the handle of the axe. This made the man lose his grip of the axe, and as he did that, the axe started becoming smaller until it was the size of a marker. Izuku used a front kick to kick Thug 3 right into Thug 4, making both of them stand up and team up to stand a better chance. While this was happening, the leader was enjoying the show and ordered the people around him, "Kenshi, you will cut his fucking head the second he is done." "Sure, Shigaraki. It would be my pleasure," Kenshi told Shigaraki as he walked away and positioned himself that he could attack Izuku the second he was finished with the other thugs. 6. Izuku rushed forward and drop-kicked one of the thugs, making the thug fly backward with multiple broken ribs. Thug 4 tried stomping on the head of Izuku, but Izuku rolled out of the way and got to his fast enough to dodge the second attack from Thug 4, which was a roundhouse kick. As he dodged the attack, Izuku landed a punch on the leg of the thug, hurting the muscles and making the thug lose his strength. The thug tried placing force on his leg, but it hurt, so when Izuku saw him buckle his knee when he placed his leg down, Izuku went in for a clothesline, making Thug 4 drops to the floor defeated. As Izuku looked back at Thug 4 after his clothesline, his observation haki was calling out to him for a sword attack. Kenshi flashed past Izuku, the sword making contact with Izuku's head, slicing it from his head. As Izuku got decapitated, his classmates got worried. Some thought they would be in massive trouble for letting the prince die. Izuku's head stayed afloat in the air. One Izuku used the bara bara no mi, chop chop fruit, to make sure no blade could touch him. Kenshi believed he killed the prince and got a cocky smile as he aimed his blade toward the students and teachers. "You all will be next," Kenshi yelled out with Izuku's head now floating next to him. "It's not nice to attack when someone's back are turned," Izuku said as his body came from the back and used haki on his leg and kicked full force right in the balls of Kenshi, making every male in 20 kilometers from the USJ grab his privates and say, "Oof." Kenshi fell to the floor, not being able to do anything except hold the area that was kicked and cry. 29 Izuku returned to normal and grabbed the sword and hilt and took it with him. Shigaraki was pissed off but knew that he couldn't win himself, so this was going to be his final move for this stage. "Nomu, kill this fucker now." Shigaraki orders. The black beast is now known as Nomu. The beast did nothing but roar. It rushed at Izuku at high speeds, but Izuku was able to react and used the Gomu Gomu no mi, rubber fruit, and took the attack. 13 The force of the punch did nothing but make Izuku fly backward pretty far. Izuku stopped using the Gomu Gomu no mi as it was a good defense but not that much offense. Yet, he knew he was going to be in for a big fight. He knew he was going to use real power to defeat this beast that looked larger than All Might. He used his Uo no mi, model, Seryu, fish fruit, model, Azure Dragon, and became his hybrid dragon form, growing twice his same scales all over his body. His face became more dragon-like. His muscles became much bigger. The Nomu rushed over and punched Izuku, who was able to capture in his palm. Izuku then got a dark smile and used his other arm to punch the Nomu into the floor, cracking it at the same time. 13 Izuku and the large beast started throwing punches, with Izuku overpowering the Nomu. The students saw the two deliver punch after punch. Aizawa already called the other teachers as soon as Izuku took the main force out. The teachers would arrive any minute now, but Shigaraki saw that the Nomu was losing, so he cut his losses and left everyone to save himself. One Izuku felt every punch he received from the Nomu, but he knew his punches in this form would do way more damage. This went on for a couple of minutes with the thick scales over Izuku's body protecting him from most of the damage, but they still hurt. The heroes showed up with All Might jumping in to help Izuku, and both of them easily overpowered the Nomu and shortly even played ping pong with the Nomu as the ball for a short while. 26 The others quickly helped to restain the other villains and the Nomu. As Izuku returned to normal with his mask now removed, he looked beat up. The overall villains did nothing to Izuku, but the Nomu did real damage, with Izuku's clothing looking messed up, to say the least, and him even bleeding from the mouth a little. He walked back up and saw RG working on the injured. Izuku had powers to help, but sadly he was too tired and beat up to really do anything now. 4 He sat down near his students with them, not sure what to do. As every teacher was done capturing the villains, they walked up the stairs to check with the students and the other teachers. As Cementos, Vlad King, Powerloader, Snipe, and Hound Dog. They came to help fight the villains, as Aizawa just said villain attack. As they walked up, they saw Izuku, who they until now only knew as Shimura, sit alone with the other students, kind of afraid to look toward him or act. Izuku looked at the teachers, and as they saw his face without the mask, they all looked shocked and bowed down. "Excuse us, young prince, we had no idea." As Cementos said this, Izuku looked defeated, to say the least, and cited, "Please get up and don't act so formal. I am a normal student just like everyone else. I really hoped Nezu would have informed the teachers before coming here." Police arrived shortly after, and it happened again with them bowing down. The leading detective took Izuku with him in his car to the police station to get all the answers from Izuku. Aizawa, Midnight, and 13 also came with them, but they went by bus. As Izuku sat in a waiting room, he had to wait for only a couple of minutes when the leading detective and a male with a dog head. 3 inches woof. "My apologies, young prince, we are sorry for letting you wait. I am the police chief," the chief said as he entered the room and sat down with the detective. Izuku then had to explain what happened at the USJ. With the students, they all sat down in a classroom waiting for Nezu and Aizawa. "So Shimura is a prince, Crazy right? Kaminari said, but Ida talked right after him. It Midoriya, not Shimura, you should use the prince his correct name. Yeah, we don't want to anger him with our behavior. Shoji said, like Bakugo. Shiro joked with Bakugo looking white as a ghost. After all, Bakugo insulted him a lot already. But why hide it? It doesn't make that much sense. Why hide his identity from us? Momo said. Mina decided to speak up about it. He isn't like that. He doesn't get angry or care about stuff like that. How would you know that? Ojiro asked. He did save Ashido and Uraraka from the massive robot. Ida said. 7. Everyone now looks at both Ochako and Mina, who didn't know if they could say anything, but the door opened and in came the teachers. Now calm down, children. I will explain everything, as there are teachers who have no idea what's going on as well, but before that, we are waiting for 2 people. And as if on cue, there was a knock on the door and in came 3 people. First was All Might and the other 2 were Jin and Alfred. Near everyone except Nezu and All Might had no idea who these 2 were. Everyone, these 2 gentlemen are Jin and Alfred, both are head butlers of the royal family. Both men gave a bow and Alfred began to speak. 4 inches, it seems as all of you found out about the young lord's identity. As Alfred said this, they thought it would mean something bad. We were informed by Principal Nezu that he removed his mask after the villain attack today. We both think it's best to inform you all about the young lord's reason for doing so, Jin told everyone. We will try to explain as well as possible, and if you have questions please wait until we are finished and we will try and answer them, Alfred told as Jin started explaining. Both me and Alfred have been with the royal family for many years. We were there when Lord Hisashi was still a prince and have been with the prince ever since birth. When the prince turned 3, he declared he was going to be a hero. At first, we assumed it was just him as a child, but as he grew older the dream stayed strong within him. The king and queen then decided to teach the prince about his quirk and many other arts that could help him as a hero. This happened as the prince also learned about the duties he had to do as a prince and will have to do as a king. His entire childhood the young prince was learning, and even though we tried getting him to make friends, it sadly didn't work, as nobody would dare take their child near the Royale family. This fear was that children often do not know how to act and it could result in angering the king or queen. This causes the prince to grow up without much interaction of his own age. And now he was given the option to go to UA after taking the exam without even the UA staff knowing. Jin explained, with some of the staff and students having questions. 1 inch, so what do you want us to do? Jiro asked kinda blunt. Well, Miss Jiro, we just ask of you all to act like he is a normal kid. Act like before you knew about this. The prince is very kind and hates using his rank for near anything. Alfred told them. What should we call him? Is it Prince or does he still want to go by Shimura? Vlad King asked. I assume Midoriya would be fine, but or even Izuku. He is not one for titles. Alfred answered again. The day went on with them asking some more questions about how to address and act around Izuku. As Izuku got back from the police station, he thanked the detective that brought him and entered UA. As he entered, he was met with Midnight, who dragged him to Recovery Girl to get checked out. He got checked out and only had a few cracked ribs that were quickly healed by Recovery Girl's quirk. He then went to Nezu after thanking Recovery Girl. With Nezu he just gave all the info he had on the villains, such as how they looked, how they acted, and what their quirks could be. Only 2 villains escaped, but the goal was to still capture all of them. One Izuku also informed Nezu about the sword that he took. The police had it at the moment, but after they are done documenting it they would give it back to Izuku, who requested the sword would be given back to him. The sword was named Shigur. Shigur is a normal katana with a blue handle and a blue guard with a 4-petaled design. The blade itself is normal. The sheath is elaborate, with the first half with a green and bumpy design, while the second half is white and smooth. There are circular designs embedded on the entire sheath. Toshigi owns this sword in the anime and manga of One Piece. 4. Nezu wondered why Izuku wanted such a sword for himself and asked him about it. Excuse if this comes over rude, by why would you want such a blade? Well, Shigur is one of the Meito. As you all might know, the Meito are known the swords that were crafted with such skill that they are the strongest swords in all of Asia. In the Meito are 4 ranks of grade. You have the lowest grade, these are called grade swords. Shigur is one of these blades. As Izuku explained this, he was interrupted by Midnight. 2 inches, but if it's the lowest grade of swords, why would you want it? She asked. saying it the lowest rank out of the Mado is like saying the last place in the Olympics. They are still extremely well made and strong. It said that even the grade swords can cut steel like butter and are strong enough to block and deflect cannonballs. After the grade sword, you have the skillful grade. There are 50 swords in that grade, with many of those blades holding enough power to cut down trees and even houses in one swing. After the skillful grade, you will get into a great grade. These blades were extremely strong and durable, sharpness surprising the other grades, with there being only 21 of them around Asia. After that, you have the highest rank, the supreme grade. Many believe that these words were not made by man but rather were gifted by the gods. It's said that those blades could cut mountains as if they were paper. Many of those blades got into the hands of villains, and my wish is that no evil will wield one of them. Izuku finished with the teacher's understanding and even telling Izuku that if they would ever get their hands on one of them they would make sure that he would receive them. Izuku thanked them and was told he could return home. Friday, it was the day of his date, and oh boy was he happy. The entire day he was seen with a smile. Ever since his class found out his secret, he stopped wearing his mask in class. He now wore it outside of class, such as during lunch or free period. His classmates were distant, but he expected that much. Uraraka and Mina were now the main ones he had contact with, as they knew about his secret the longest, but he hoped that in due time they would act normal with him. His classes were over normal. The teachers acted how teachers should, and it was only weird for the first couple minutes of each lesson. His classmates all acted differently. Ida still used Prince to talk to Izuku in class, but thankfully everyone used Shimura outside of class if they talked to him. Two who acted like nothing changed were Shoto Todoroki and Eijiro Kirishima. Shoto acted normal. Kirishima became friendlier with Izuku. Not in the I want something from you kind of way, but in the real buddy kind of way. Many of the other guys tried acting as normal as possible, but being in class with a future king is kinda scary. The girls, except Asui on the other hand, had trouble talking to Izuku without blushing. Asui was in a relationship with Tokoyami and was even talking about marriage in the future. But the other girls could not really think when seeing his face. Izuku as a prince was the topic of many magazines. He was deemed the hottest guy in Asia 3 times in a row. Many women often had a dream or two about him. Sometimes these dreams reached an 18+ stage. Now the class was waiting for Aizawa. As they waited they just made conversation. Did you guys see that new body pillow of Lioness? They have been trying to sell it like mad at the comic store. Kaminari asked the guys. Yeah, I heard that there was even a limited edition of covers she signed herself. Shiro added on, she looks cool in her hero suit in the pillows. Ojiro added as they spoke more. 8 inches. So Mina, Ocha, what do you know about Midoriya? Toru asked her 2 best friends. Just as much as you girls. Why? Mina responded. Nothing much, I was just thinking if Midoriya was dating anyone. Toru responded, making each girl feel like they just swallowed a stone or something heavy. Well, I don't think he is dating anyone, but are you going to ask him or something? Mina responded, but before Toru was able to respond Aizawa entered the room and each student rushed to their seats and stopped talking. 1 inch. Good, you all are learning. Aizawa said as he stood in front of the desk at the front of the class. Now then, your fight's not over yet. As he said this, many students thought more villains and got ready for a fight, but Aizawa just continued. The sports festival is coming up. Saying this made the students drop for a second, but then the words entered their minds and they got excited. You all will have 2 weeks to train for the sports festival. I understand that with the villain attack on the USJ some of you might think it's too soon, but we will increase security measures to make sure you all stay safe. Now my second point, I can understand that due to the villain attack some of you would have trouble sleeping. Some of you might hold fear in your mind because of what happened, so you can talk to Hound Dog if those things are bothering you. It's nothing to be ashamed of, as many heroes need therapy after their first interaction. My last point will be for one person. Midoriya, I know that you need time to get ready for your plans tonight, but we need you to go to the principal beforehand. Also Kaminari and Shiro, please make sure your homework is done in time. That is the rest of the lesson will be a free period. After Aizawa said that, he walked out of the room and let the students do what they wanted. 9. What Aizawa told got many of the students interested about what plans Izuku had, but not many had the guts to ask him until. Hey Izuku. Before Mina could continue she was stopped by Ida as he saw that Izuku looked really surprised by how she called him. Ashido, you should not address him so casually. It's fine Ida, I don't mind at all, it just caught me by surprise. But what's up Ashido? What are your plans tonight? She asked with a light blush that made her normally pink skin a light lilac color that Izuku found really pretty. Oh, I got a date, Izuku said with a smile. Many were surprised by the news. Nice bro, so who is the lucky lady? Kirishima said as he placed an arm around Izuku's shoulder. This got many women in the class to listen even closer. Is it midnight? Shoto said, making everyone look at him in surprise as if he grew a second head. What if Aizawa knew about his plans? It could mean it's someone he is close or familiar with. Plus, with how she often acts around him, it's a logical guess. After Shoto gave his explanation, many girls had a feeling of anger. 3 inches, well, is it true? Shoto asked. It is. I have a date with Midnight today, Izuku said with a smile. This saddens the girls. So hoping to make her your girlfriend, huh? Kirishima joked. Yeah, at least one of them for sure. This made everyone look at Izuku as if he grew a second hand. Izuku got confused why everyone looked at him. What's wrong? He asked. Did you not hear what you said yourself? Bro, Kirishima said, getting Izuku to tilt his head. Is it about the girlfriend's part? He asked, totally unsure if that was what they were wondering, getting the class to nod together. Oh well, I am required to get multiple girlfriends because of how my quirk works. Without going into details, having only one lady will bring harm to both myself and her, Izuku said as he rubbed his head, embarrassed about the whole thing. Hearing this made all the single girls get a nosebleed thinking about a night with Izuku. But hearing the news about him having to get multiple girls made each of them extremely happy, to the point each of them wanted to jump around. 7. Izuku noticed the time and put his face mask back on to get ready for lunch. Izuku noticed some of the guys were talking about his date with Midnight and some of the guys were jealous, but who could blame them? Midnight, or also known as Nomori Kayama. To say she looked sexy was an understatement. Many guys could only dream of a date with her. Every straight guy in Japan has had a fantasy with her at least once. 5. As the bell went off, everyone in 1A stood up to go to lunch. Ida was the first to open the door, and to his surprise what he saw was not an empty hallway, but it was many students looking at them through the door. What the hell? Kaminari said. Many had the same reaction as they looked at the many students in front of them. 1. Izuku walked forward, now standing in front of all the other students, being taller than all of them made each student intimated. Can you please get out of the way, I want to get lunch, Izuku asked, but no students moved. Then a purple-haired guy spoke up. We are scoping out the competition. Well, most of us are. I am here for a different reason. I am here for a declaration of war. I am aiming for a seat in the hero course. Before the purple-haired guy could continue, he was stopped by Izuku talking. Good for you, but I don't care. I just want to get some lunch and I have something important to say to someone. So if you all could move out of the way, Izuku said impatiently. You don't get it, don't you? I am gonna take you all down. The guy said, anger clear on his face. No, it seems as if you don't understand. You act all tough now with all this talking, but those words won't do anything when we fight. Now we here are in the hero course for a reason, but I want you to try and take us down so we can show what we have. But I have no time for this, as I just want to get some lunch now. Move. Izuku released a low wave of Conqueror's Haki just as he finished speaking, making them scared and quickly disperse. 4. But as Izuku walked out, he was met with a small group of students again, but these were from class 1B, but Izuku paid no attention to them at all. He just walked past them and made his way toward where he needed to be. Izuku knocked on the teacher's lounge, needed to talk to Nomori, and she opened the door. Oh hi, Izuku, what are you doing here? You need Aizawa? She asked with Izuku shaking his head. No, I kinda wanted to talk to you in private for a second, Izuku said, with Midnight and himself going to an empty classroom. So what did you need? She asked, placing a hand on her hip. Well, I got something to tell you that might shock you. It's about us, he said, making her blush extremely red. This will sound weird and I accept that, but if we were to date you should know that I need multiple women. Saying this made her blush stop and she looks at him for an explanation. I will explain. My quirk requires a hormone that is released during intercourse to become stronger, but that's not it. Because of my quirk I will also get an increased sex drive that will require multiple ladies, or else it could hurt both yourself and myself. Izuku said this with Midnight understanding why, but her blush came back. 9. I understand, thanks for telling me before we would even start dating, but it doesn't really change my mind. I still want to go out with you, she said, making Izuku happier than before. Great. Then I have a present ready for you. I know you might want to dress in something pretty, and I know how hard that can be for someone as beautiful as yourself, so I had some clothing sent to your house. Izuku said, making Nimari really excited. She loved clothing, so now she had new clothing and it was gonna be great for their date tonight. 5. Thank you, Izuku. Now you should get some lunch. I will see you later tonight, honey, she said as he kissed the cheek of Izuku and skipped away. Izuku went to the lunchroom and got himself some lunch from Luncrush and made his way to the roof of Ua, as it was a place he could eat without his mask. 2. The rest of the day went over quickly. As the day was over, Izuku made his way toward Principal Nezu's office. As he arrived there, he knocked on the door and was told to enter rather quickly. As he entered the room, he saw that in the room was Aizawa, Present Mic, Nezu, and All Might. Ah, welcome young Izuku. Nezu welcomed him as he pointed toward a seat that Izuku took. Now you must be wondering, why did we ask you to come here? This got Izuku to nod. It's about the sports festival. First things first, will you wear your mask during the festival? And you got first place during the entrance exam, so it's normal for those who got first place in the exams to give a speech to start the events. You are allowed to do so, but I am afraid that doing so will let everyone know who you are, so we wanted to know your thoughts on this. Nezu told, making Izuku think about the whole thing. 2. Well, I will wear the face mask, as unmasking at the beginning of the whole event would just be more trouble than it's worth. And about the speech, I ask you to give it to Yaoyorozu. Izuku told, making each teacher slightly shocked. Why her, if you don't mind me asking? Aizawa asked. Well, with her upbringing she should not be in fear of big crowds, and with her smarts she could without a doubt inspire not only the students but also the people who watch the event from home. Izuku explains, making Aizawa smirk and the others understand it fully. That was it, young Izuku, you may leave if there is nothing else you wish to talk about. Making Izuku stand up and giving them a slight bow. As he walked out, Present Mic called out to him as he was at the door. Midoriya, 2 things before you go. Don't you dare break Nimari's heart, as if you do it wouldn't make a difference if you would be a prince or even a king, understand? Making Izuku give a slight chuckle and nod. Good, then enjoy your night. This made Izuku happy. He now knew that there were people that truly cared for Nimari. He went home and got ready for his big date. Izuku was preparing himself for his date with Nimari, or more commonly known as Midnight. He showered twice because of his nervousness. He had never been on a date before, so this was new and rather scary for Izuku. He had stood in front of crowds before as his father gave speeches, he was often under the eye of the media, he even faced villains, but for some reason, this date scared him more than any of them. He wanted nothing more than for this date to succeed. 3. He was prepared, at least he hopes he was. He wore a black 3-piece suit with a white shirt and a black tie. His shoes were a nice set of black Oxford shoes. He also had 2 cufflinks, both were black with the golden kanji for Midori. His watch was black leather, with the watch itself being made out of gold. Within the watch was written, "The time you enjoy wasting is not wasted time." 4. He looked in the mirror before he went and picked up his date. Normally he is not one for dressing up and only does so if required, but today he wanted to. He wanted to impress Nimari with his looks. His hair was done by a hairdresser. His hairstyle was now an undercut with a fade with the top combed back. His face was clean-shaven. With him was a bouquet of purple flowers with a yellow center. The flowers were called Viola, Celestial Midnight. He was ready. He made his way to his car, which for this occasion was a Polestar 1. It was reinforced to withstand bullets shot out of a 50 cal. Windows were able to blacken with the press of a button. It had a total of 5 seats and a great deal of luggage room. But that wasn't the reason for picking that car. It was simple cause it didn't stand out too much from the norm. It would not bring too much attention to him. He got into the car and drove toward Nimari. Each second he was getting closer and his nervousness was increasing. He wanted to just gas it and drive as fast as he could so he could see her. He wanted to see what close Nimari chose. He knew she would look amazing cause it was Nimari, but even so he wanted to see her. After around 30 minutes he arrived there. He parked right in front and looked at the watch. He still had 5 minutes to spare. He got out of his car and did the last check. He checked his armpits for sweat. He checked his breath. He looked as if he had the flowers. He checked his entire body to make sure he was ready. It was time. 1. He walked forward, looking at the house. It was a smaller side house. It looked as if it only had one story. The garden looked well maintained. There was a patch of flowers containing a large array of tulips, each in a batch of different colors. The grass itself was also maintained. It showed Midnight took great care of her plants. He arrived at the door and knocked. The silence that followed seemed to go on for ages for Izuku. It seemed as time could not move fast enough. The door opened and now Izuku was met with a sight he would not forget for a long time. She had a black dress on. On the leg part, it was open, showing one of her legs sticking out. She wore black heels showing her feet off. On her wrist was a golden bracelet engraved with diamonds. The dress had spaghetti straps making the top open. It gave a great view of her breast. To relieve some of the focus, she wore a golden necklace. It had no fancy design, but it worked perfectly. Her hair flowed down to her back as in her hero costume. She wore tomato red lipstick. 1. She leaned on the door and spoke in a sexy voice. "How do I look?" But Izuku could not answer. She looked too beautiful. If Izuku had not worn a face mask, his jaw would have hit the floor. He was sure he died and gone to heaven. He managed to speak. "Why, you look amazing." Izuku stuttered. Nimari laughed at his actions, but inside she could not be happier. She wanted this exactly from Izuku. She looked at Izuku and grew a blush herself. He looked great himself. His suit was fitted perfectly, giving a good showing of his muscles. Izuku lifted the flowers. "These are for you." Nimari took the flowers and smelled them. She loved them. Nimari always had a love for flowers and these were beautiful. She quickly went inside and placed them in a vase and placed the vase on her living room table. She then joined Izuku, who offered his arm. They made their way toward his car. Izuku opened the door for her and she took a seat. Izuku entered the car and pressed a button. The windows grew a slightly darker tint and he removed his face mask, making Nimari's blush a little larger. Sure, she had seen his face before, but that was with stubble before. She had never seen his face so clean. "You ready?" Izuku asked his date as he placed his hand for her to grab, which she did. 1. As they drove toward Izuku's house, Nimari asked if she could play some music, to which Izuku had no problem with them now holding hands while listening to some songs as they drove. They arrived and this was the first time Nimari saw his house. It was a large mansion with it looking as if it could hold an entire family without trouble. The entire building was surrounded by gardens. Each part of the garden had a different flower, showing not only great planning but great care. 3. As the car parked, Izuku stepped out first and quickly went to the other side of the car to let Nimari out, who was getting overwhelmed. This was the first time it really sank into her mind. If this date would go further, she could become a princess and even a queen. This would change her life for good. Weirdly, she was not afraid of that future, but she wanted it to happen. 21. They made their way inside the large mansion, and to both of their surprise stood Alfred. "Good evening," Alfred said. "Alfred, what are you doing here? I thought I told everyone to take the night off." Izuku said, unsure why his head butler was here. "I understand, but I wanted to be here. It would not be good for the atmosphere if you had to leave the conversation each time for food. So I and some of the others took it upon ourselves to make sure the date goes as well as it can. We will only help with dinner, after that it's for you to enjoy." Alfred told them to make Izuku smile and hugged Alfred. 4. They made their way toward the dining room. The table was set up. 2 places were made on the opposite side of each other. On the side were some candles. It gave a beautiful feeling and very intimate. Izuku got hold of the chair and pulled it back, allowing Nimari to take a seat. She quickly sat down and so did Izuku. They looked at each other and both of them smiled. Alfred came with a menu. The menu itself was only a total of 1 page long with only a few courses written down. Both looked it over and Nimari was the first to order. 2. I would like the crab cake stuffed mushrooms, she said, with Izuku choosing the same for his appetizer. For the main course, Nimari chose a hamburger steak, which is her favorite, and Izuku chooses katsudon. For dessert, they choose chocolate lava cake that they wanted to share. 13. Alfred went away to inform the chef as well as grab a good wine that went with it. The dinner was perfect. They enjoyed the food great and the music Alfred arranged was perfect. They spoke about their past and their likes and dislikes. Izuku found out that Nimari wants to do a costume upgrade soon as her current outfit is fine but ripping her outfit over and over again is rather expensive. 8. She found out that Izuku's quirk doesn't allow him to swim at all. It's his drawback. The first time was a joy in finding out. Izuku was a 4 when he found out. It was a hot day 3 weeks after his birthday. He was gonna swim with his mother and father. Both of them weren't as fast as Izuku and he jumped into the pool. This before was never a problem as Izuku was a great swimmer even at 4 years old, but this time he just sank right to the bottom. His mother jumped in the water to save her son. His father tried to as well but as he tried to jump he slipped on some water and face planted right into the floor. 8. Izuku was fine. It just scared him for a little while but his father's accident made him laugh as he started growing a large bump on his forehead. This story made Nimari laugh. It was her real laugh as she even snorted which she found extremely embarrassing but Izuku found it extremely cute. 3. After dinner and sharing the dessert, they decided to watch a movie together. Nimari loved her dress but it was not a dress for watching movies so she wanted to change. Thankfully Izuku had some other clothing and both of them changed. Izuku changed into sweatpants and a white t-shirt that was slightly larger than himself giving him some space to move. Nimari chooses shorts showing her beautiful legs. As a shirt she wore one of Izuku's shirts which was way larger than her making it almost cover the shorts she was wearing. She also wore her hair into a large top bun. As she walked out Izuku was already sitting on the couch. He sat straight up with one of his arms leaning on the back of the couch. Nimari came into his eyesight and he got an instant nosebleed. Nimari pushed Izuku down into a laying position and laid down next to him using his arm and chest as a pillow. As she laid down she took Izuku's other arm and put it around her waist making Izuku hug her and Nimari nuzzle into Izuku. Izuku could smell Nimari and she smelled sweet. He hugged her closer without even realizing it himself. They couldn't decide to watch a movie but Nimari suggested watching a show instead to which Izuku agreed. They then decided to watch Daredevil. Both enjoyed it greatly. They watched 3 episodes and then they noticed the time. 7. 22:44. It's getting late, Nimari said with Izuku responded with a sad. Yeah, it is. Do you want me to bring you home? Nimari didn't want to go but she didn't want to force herself into his life. She stood up not wanting to go. As she tried walking away to her shoes Izuku grabbed her wrist. She turned and saw Izuku's looking down at the floor. And without warning Izuku went in and kissed her right on the lips. It was the first real kiss they had. Nimari was happy as she felt both their kiss touched. Both melted into the kiss and it slowly began getting more passionate with Nimari jumping up into Izuku's arm with him now lifting her with his hands on her butt and Nimari having her legs latched around his body. Her arms were around his neck. 9. Izuku fell backward onto the couch as they started using their tongues in the kiss. They parted for air making it that only a trail of saliva made their mouths touch. Izuku looked into Nimari's eyes and decided to ask the question he wanted to ask her for a while now. Nimari, do you want to become my girlfriend? Nimari hoped this question was coming and she was too happy to say yes so she just went in for a kiss again. Yes, I would love to be your girlfriend, she said as she parted from the kiss. They laid on the couch kissing for 20 minutes until Nimari spoke up. Hey Izuku, can we go to your room? Izuku didn't respond as he just stood up with Nimari still in his arms and a smile on his face. Izuku could not get to his room fast enough. Izuku was the first to wake up. As he woke up he felt a weight on his chest. He looked down and saw Nimari still asleep on his chest. Her hair was a mess but she looked amazing to Izuku. He looked at his alarm clock and saw that it was near 10 in the morning. Nimari still asleep rolled off his chest now spread eagle face down on the bed. Izuku seeing his chance got out of bed to make some breakfast for the both of them but before he went he gave Nimari a kiss on the forehead and he made his way to the kitchen. Making both Nimari and himself some eggs, toast, bacon, and some tea. 1. As Izuku was making breakfast Nimari woke up. At first, she was confused as she didn't see her room but it made sense rather quickly. She was in the bed of her boyfriend. She looked around but didn't see him, but she was able to smell food. She decided to stay in bed a little longer. As she sat up she grabbed the shirt she threw on the floor last night to cover up as her top was exposed. She also grabbed her phone and saw that she had over 45 text messages all from one person. Present Mike texted Nimari more than 45 times wanting to know about her date and how it went. 2. Nem, how was the date? Nem responds, I wanna know how the date went. Nimari Kayama, answer me this minute. These messages went one like that. This was sent in a group chat that had present Mike, Nimari, and Aizawa. Aizawa and Mike were friends since high school, with Nimari becoming friends with both of them in the 3rd year of high school. Buzz asterisk Nimari's phone rang again. Looking at the texter, it was Mike again. I can see you read the messages. Nimari now speaks up. Nimari cited and decided that her best friends do have the right to know how it went. Yeah, calm down, I will tell you. It was a great date, and I enjoyed it extremely. She sends it, and the second it was sent Mike was typing. So are you a princess now? She could feel the smile Mike had on his face even through the text. 5. She placed the phone and put it on silent. As she placed the phone down, Izuku walked in wearing nothing but pajama pants, and he was carrying a plate filled with food. Good morning, Izuku said to Nimari with a smile on his face. As he got closer, Nimari kissed him on the lips. Morning, handsome. They proceeded to eat breakfast in bed while sharing kisses. After breakfast and some kisses and cuddles, Izuku got up. I am gonna take a shower, then we can go out in the city for a while. Is that okay with you? He asked Nimari. No, she said, confusing Izuku and making him rather worried, but before he could say anything she spoke up again. We are gonna take a shower together, then we can do that other stuff. Nimari said as she got up and removed her shirt and walked into the shower room, making Izuku just look at her in shock and excitement. You coming, sweetie? He heard Nimari call out from the bathroom, with Izuku removing his pants and hoping toward the bathroom himself. 4. After their long shower, they made their way toward the living room, this time with Nimari piggyback riding on Izuku. Why do you wanna go shopping? Nimari asked with her head on Izuku's shoulder. To get some extra clothing, maybe get something to eat, and of course to spend more time with you, he said as he kissed her cheek. 1. As they were now dressed, with Izuku wearing jeans and a white shirt and Nimari as some of Izuku's sweatpants and a t-shirt with the kanji for shirt written on it. They got in the car and Izuku drove them first back to her place so she could get dressed in something nicer. 8. Izuku sat on the couch in Nimari's house and looked around. He saw many pictures of her family or her friends. Her house was a light mess, something to be expected of a hero and a teacher. He also saw her design style and it looked great. It had a slightly modern feel to it. Nimari walked out now wearing jeans herself, some heels and a white blouse. Her hair was now done in a high ponytail. How do I look? She asked, with Izuku giving 2 thumbs up. They went back into the car and drove toward the mall. First, they walked into a couple of clothing shops getting some jeans for Izuku and a set-off shirt for him. He also got some clothing for Nimari that if she ever wanted to sleep over, she could wear her own clothing if they wanted to head out. She got a set of jean pants and some sweats for herself, as well as some shirts and extra bras and panties. After getting the clothes back into the car, they went to a makeup store for some makeup for her to use, with her choosing whatever she needed. This for Izuku took ages, but it was time spent with Nimari, so he didn't mind whatsoever. As they got the makeup she needed, they walked out and decided to get some lunch, but before they made their way to a cafe, Izuku's head shot up as if he was alerted by something. Izuku walked around with his observation haki, always scanning the area in case something would happen. He would look at the feelings of people, and now he saw an emotion he has seen before but never to this amount. Fear. 5. This feeling came from what felt like a child. The child was moving fast as if it was running from something. So he increases the area of haki to see if he could see what it was, and as he increased the haki's range by 200 meters, he noticed the large feeling of pure anger. Izuku grabbed the hand of Nimari and sprinted toward the location of the child. Nimari was confused as Izuku didn't speak, but the look in his eyes showed more than enough. They both made their way, with Nimari trying to keep up with Izuku as he was running fast. They soon made their way in front of a dark alleyway with Izuku crouching down. Shortly after his crouching down, he was tackled by a small white-haired girl. 3. The girl had long white hair. It looked messy, showing that it wasn't combed or even washed in a while. The girl wore a very ugly and ripped dress. Her arms and legs were covered in bandages, but those weren't clean, they showed old bloodstains. She had no shoes on whatsoever. Her face was dirty and tears in her eyes. She also had a small horn on the top of her head. She spoke quietly. "Please help me." Nimari almost didn't hear it as the little girl used her small weak hands and got hold of Izuku's shirt. "Please don't bring me back to that scary man," she said with Izuku now holding the girl in a hug showing her that she is safe. 7. Izuku took the time to use two of his powers right after each other, first using the Gyro no Mi, glare fruit, and read the mind of the small girl, showing flashes of her in a chair with a man with a bird beak mask standing in front of her. Or her in a dark room with that man in front of the door with anger and hate in his eyes. Then Izuku started using the Memo no Mi, Memo fruit, and took out a roll of film from the head of the little girl, all while she hugged Izuku closely. Nimari, looking over his shoulder, now saw something that made her sick to her stomach, almost making her throw up at what the girl had to endure. 1. Izuku's anger for his man grew to extremely high limits. If he was ever going to meet this man, it wouldn't even be a fight. It would be an execution. He stopped using the quirk and looked forward to the alleyway, knowing who was going to show up. In preparation, he quickly gave the girl to Nimari after he spoke to her in a soft voice. "Don't worry about a thing, but I need you stay with her for a second. Is that okay?" With the girl giving a light nod, Nimari, being a hero, quickly hugged the girl and started softly speaking to her until the man came out of the shadows. 1. "Can you give my daughter back?" the voice said, making Arie flinch and hold on to Nimari even harder. Izuku stood up, eyes shadowed by his hair as he walked forward. The man, not knowing what was going on, just stayed calm but was quickly punched right in the face, making the man fly backward into the alleyway. Nimari, "Call the police and an ambulance. Make sure they bring a body bag," was all Izuku said as he also stepped into the dark alleyway. 6. The bird beak man got up, his mask broken from the punch. The man used his quirk to fix his mask. As his mask got fixed, he looked up and saw a very pissed Izuku. "Do you have any fucking idea who I am, boy?" the bird-beaked bitch said. "I know who you are, Overhaul. But something you don't know is that I also know exactly what you have done to that little girl." Overhaul was surprised that he knew his name, but he was even more surprised to hear that this guy knew about what he was doing. 1. "So Arie talked, did she? I guess after I win this fight I will have to teach her a lesson," Overhaul said as he got up. "You're wrong, this isn't a fight. This is a fucking executing," Izuku said as he used the Guro no Mi, rumble fruit, and attacked using L4. Making a beam of light coming from the sky and it landing right on Overhaul, scorching him to an inch of his life, making him scream out in pain. The pain-filled yell was heard by many people. Arie at first was scared, but she knew that voice, and hearing it scream out in pain made her happy. 35. Izuku, still angry, wanted his punishment to continue. "Get up, you son of a bitch, we are not done yet." Izuku held back with that attack to not kill this bastard right away. Overhaul got up, but before he could attack he was met with a new attack. 20 million volt Bari, Izuku said as he pointed his finger right at Overhaul, making a line of lightning shoot toward his and again making him scream out in pain. 13. Overhaul laid on the floor gasping for air, blood coming from his eyes because of the lighting. Izuku kicked him over and placed his foot on Overhaul's chest. "Any final words?" Izuku asked, with Overhaul thinking this was his chance to win, grabbed a hold of Izuku's ankle, but as he tried using his quirk on Izuku his leg turned back and the quirk didn't work. "What?" Overhaul said in confusion, with Izuku using L4 again, but this time full power and close range, killing Overhaul. 6. Izuku backed up from the now dead body of Overhaul. "Your end was far too quickly and not even close to painfully enough." That was all he said as he walked back to the little girl now known as Arie. He walked out of the dark alleyway with the sun now shining a little higher, showing some more of the alleyway and making it possible to see the alleyway and if Overhaul wasn't in a crater his body. He walked out and saw Arie still back down in fear. He crouched down 6 feet away from Nimari and Arie. "Are you scared of the mask?" he asked, with Arie giving a small nod. The mask for most people was just a random item some people wore, but for Arie, it was a symbol of Overhaul. Izuku, without a thought in his mind, removed his mask, making all the spectators see that the person who just killed someone was the prince of their continent. The police were already on their way, but people had no idea how to act now. Some took a knee, some ran away, some even took pictures. 2. Izuku just came closer to Arie, who let go of Nimari and hugged Izuku. She then started to say thank you over and over again, with Izuku just taking a seat on the floor with Arie hugging the little girl. Police showed up and at first, seeing Izuku made them froze, but seeing as a request for a body bag was made, a detective also came. Thankfully it was the same detective that was at the USJ and knew Izuku. Nimari informed the officers of the situation and they needed to take Izuku in for questioning as it was protocol, but the lower officers were too afraid to do that. Izuku knew what was needed to happen and stood up and walked over to the detective. Hello again, detective. I know what is needed. All I ask is no cuffs or that you remove this child from me. The detective nodded at the request and Izuku entered the car, but before he entered he spoke to Nimari. Nem, can you inform Jin and Alfred about what happened, and ask Nezu if he and Recovery Girl could meet us at the police station to check out Arie. After that, he gave the keys to his car and his phone to Nimari and then entered the car still hugging Arie. The news trucks were just in time to see Izuku enter the police car without a mask and caring for the girl. This made many of them try and get answers from the police or people nearby. The news went around asking anyone who could give more information. Why did the prince get in a police car? Why was he here with Midnight? What did he have to do with that girl? Did he do anything with the body that died? Many news stations went and tried getting info to give a quick report. 1. Nimari called Alfred first to inform them what happened, so she called him. Hello young prince. Hey Alfred, it's Nimari. Oh, is there something wrong with the prince? Oh well, there is something, but it's not as bad as it sounds. Izuku went with the police for questions about a murder. What? Alfred yelled out, extremely shocked out the whole thing. Midnight heard on the other line a somewhat older sounding female voice sounding worried. Nimari then informed Alfred of what happened. While Nimari informed Alfred, Izuku informed the police about what happened. 2. At first, they were skeptical about what he said, but after showing the girl's memories and the detective's quirk showed it was the truth, thus Izuku was freed off all charges. Izuku now sat in the waiting area with Arie still hugging him, but she asked something that was scaring her. Mister. Arie said as she looked up, her eyes red and puffy. Izuku looked at her, showing that she could continue. What will happen to me now? Will I have to go away? She said, sadness and fear still in her voice. Izuku then hugged the girl close once more. That is up to you, Arie. If it was up to me then you would live with me, but if you want to go somewhere else then I will help you with that. Arie then with her face in Izuku's chest and shook it. No. I don't want to go to scary people anymore. Then do you want to stay with me? When Izuku said, the small girl nodded again. Thank you, mister. 17. Izuku hugged Arie, making her feel a little safer, but as 3 new people entered she began getting scared again. The 3 new people that entered the room were Nezu, Recovery Girl, and Alfred. With them was Nimari, but as Arie already knew that she wouldn't hurt her. As Alfred entered the room and saw Izuku he wanted to rush over but was halted by doing so by Nimari, who placed a hand on his shoulder. They calmly entered the room. They stood on the opposite side of the room. Nimari took a seat next to Izuku. Mr. Midoriya, could you perhaps explain what is going on? I have a slight understanding but I would like the full story. Nezu asked Izuku, with Izuku explaining the full story up until what Arie and Izuku just spoke about. Everyone took a second to fully understand what happened. I see. Could I also ask what your plan is with the young lady? This was something everyone wanted to know since they entered the room. Well, this will sound weird and possibly a bit rushed, but I decided to take care of Arie myself. This made them look shocked and confused. Nimari was shocked, to say the least, at the sudden news. So you will become her guardian? With Izuku nodding. I don't want to see her be scared anymore. She has been through enough. I want to do what I can to make sure she becomes happy again. Izuku spoke with one arm on Arie's back, who became happy to hear those words but also scared. In Arie's mind, there were 2 voices that she could hear. One was positive, telling her she was saved from the hell that was Overhaul. Izuku was her hero. He would never hurt her. But the second voice kept telling her that Izuku was evil and would bring her back to Overhaul or become the new Overhaul. He would hurt her just as much, and this was all an act to make her tears better. 3. Are you ready for this, young prince? This is a high amount of responsibility. What if your parents do not agree with your choice and disown you for your actions? Alfred knew that both Izuku's parents would never take such an action, but this was to see if Izuku's actions were truthful. Then I would still take care of you. Izuku said with then Nezu speaking up. And what if because of your actions you would be kicked out of UA? Both Recovery Girl and Nimari looked at Nezu and what he just said. Then I would simply look for a new school or give up on my dream. Hearing this made Nezu start laughing out loud. 5. Good to hear. But do not look for a new school already, as it won't be a problem to have little Arie first at UA, and I would love to even help if there is a need. Nezu spoke with then Alfred speaking up. Anything you need, sir. I would never turn my back on you or young Arie, he said, giving a kind smile toward Arie, who was looking at them all while still holding on to Izuku. 5. I do have one request, Nezu, sir. I was wondering if I would take Arie with me to class. I will make sure she is busy and doesn't disturb any lesson. I see no problem with that. I will inform you that Aizawa will get an extra student Monday. Nezu said as started walking out of the room, giving a wave to everyone. Alfred, could you please start the paperwork for me? Haha, of course, I will be on my way. And with that Alfred left as well. 2. Now in the room were Nimari and Recovery Girl with Izuku and Arie. Recovery Girl, could you make sure Arie is healthy? With the older heroine nodding and slowly walking toward Arie and Izuku, with Izuku placing her in front of him, but the small girl got scared and grabbed Izuku's arm. Arie, don't worry. This is a hero who will make sure you are healthy. She won't hurt you, okay? Arie was still scared but trusted Izuku and walked with Recovery Girl to the other side of the room, still being able to see Izuku and Nimari. Now that they were alone, Nimari spoke up. Izuku, you should have discussed this with me first. Izuku looked slightly shocked that he forgot. I am sorry, Nimari, I kinda forgot that I am not alone anymore. I hope you don't mind. I don't mind. She is a sweet kid, but next time you want to adopt a child, please do inform me about it. Nimari said this and kissed Izuku on the cheek. After about 20 minutes, Arie was checked out and they were told she takes some vitamins as they were low, as well as gained some more weight as she was really thin. 16. Both Nimari and Izuku took Arie to Izuku's house and ordered some clothing that she would need. While at home, Nimari told Izuku that she had a meetup with some other heroines, but she was going to cancel that to be with him and Arie. He told her to go and meet up with friends, and if she wanted she could come by afterward. Arie was scared as she didn't know where she was, but she believed he would never hurt her. The rest of the day was calming for them all. Arie was distant, but Izuku and Nimari took all the chances and asked Arie about stuff she liked or wanted. They found out that Arie only knew about one thing she liked: apples. Izuku was happy that he knew at least one thing she liked, but hated that he ended overhaul so quickly the more he found out. It was Monday morning at UA University, but this day was different. Before they could make it to the UA, they were stopped by news reporters. The media were on somewhat of a manhunt. Saturday, a Quirk user was able to take 2 pictures of Izuku. One was he wore a mask and one without his mask. Those pictures were all over the news in Japan, and many people gave tips about this. One of those tips was that the masked guy was at UA, and the result was that everyone had trouble getting in UA because they wanted answers. 1. Everyone at 1A didn't know how to respond and acted as if they knew nothing. As they entered the class, they discussed it. More students entered, they began making it a group discussion. Man, there were like 40 or 50 reporters asking questions about Midoriya. Kaminari said, well, what do you expect, his secret was spilled. I kinda feel bad for the guy. Shiro added on, with then Kirishima speaking. Yeah, the dude wanted nothing more than just be a normal guy for once, and this shit happens. Totally not manly of the media. 1. Where is Midoriya? Isn't he normally rather early? Momo asked as she looked around and didn't see him. This made them all look around and shrug, but also noticed something else. Talking about missing classmates, were Shoji and Kota. I haven't seen them yet, Ojiro said. This made everyone look and guess, but the door opened and Aizawa entered, making all students rush toward their seats. 1. Good job shutting up. I have a lot to say. First of all, about your missing classmates. Both Mezzo Shoji and Koji Kota and chosen to change schools. This made all the students pretty shocked as they lost 2 classmates. I am not done yet, Aizawa said as he activated his quirk to make the class quiet down again. We also have 3 students joining our class. You may enter, Aizawa said, making 3 students enter. 8. First was a young woman with straight fawn-colored hair that reached just below her shoulders. She had dark brown eyes. Her lips were full, plump, and glossy. She had a large set of breasts not as large as Momo but close. Her curves were noticeable. Next was a taller woman. She stood slightly shorter than Aizawa but still taller than all girls at 1A. She also had shoulder-length hair but it was black. Her eyes had wide dark pupils. Something noticeable was her nose. It was a long, thin, and defined nose. She had longer lips, mostly her legs giving her a height boost. Her breast was larger than anyone in class 1A, as a closer match in bra size to Midnight than anyone else. 7. Last but not least was a woman that was a similar height to the First Lady. Both being around the same height Momo. She had long orange hair that reached the lower part of her back. She had a very similar build to Momo in both the size of her hips and breast. She oozed confidence. 2. Introduce yourself, Aizawa told them as he entered his sleeping bag while still standing straight up. The first to enter was also the first to introduce themselves. Yo fam, it's tots lit to be here. The handle is Kami Yutsushimi, she said, giving a double peace sign. She then stepped aside to let the second girl go. 3. The second girl who entered went next. Hi, my name is Robin Nico, it's nice to be here. The black-haired woman said as she gave a little wave and stepped aside for the last woman to go. My name is Nami Nico. Hope we can be friends, she said with a wave. This made the students a little confused and some even raised their hands. Yes, what Yaoyorozu? Aizawa asked. Both of them are sisters, so how do we call them? She said with Aika looking at the two of them to answer. Just call me Nami and her Robin. That would just make it a lot easier. Nami said, making everyone nod in understanding. 2. Good, now sit down. The only seat that is not open is the one behind Bakugo. Now the next point is about that seat, but I won't be explaining it. Aizawa said as he sends a message on his phone and sat down in a corner in his sleeping bag. Sir, are we waiting for? Mina asked. You will see soon enough, don't worry. I will say this now and believe me when I say there will be consequences if you do not listen. You all will stay calm with what you will see in a minute. I understood. Aizawa said very seriously and used his quirk to show how serious it was. After a minute the door opened again. The first to enter was Midnight. The second was Izuku with someone that no one knew, but with the words in his mind. The three women that joined 1A today were shocked, to say the least. Sure, they heard the rumor about the prince being in Ua, but seeing him in front of you was pretty shocking, but they all stayed quiet and did nothing, although they wanted to know why he had her with him. Izuku stood in front of the class as Aizawa went and sat down on Izuku's seat to also hear the story. 2. I know that you all have many questions, but please wait until I am done with speaking. This made everyone nod to make sure they understood. This right here is Arie. I found her Saturday and after a little while, I was able to take her with me. I will inform all of you later if you want, but I do not want her to hear this again, so that has to wait. Now you all must be wondering what our relationship would be. I have adopted her. As he said this, he could see the eyes almost bulge out their heads. It took all they had to not scream out. 2. I understand your shock. As for why would she be here, well, it's because she is scared of other people. So as of right now she only feels safe with me or with Midnight here. Now if you have a question, please raise your hand and I will answer them. He said as he gave Arie to Nimari to hold. Everyone raised their hands almost instantly. He pointed at Uraraka. Does that mean she is your daughter? Getting Izuku to nod. That is correct. Many of the girls found this extremely cute and one red-haired boy found it manly as hell. Next was Ida. What will she do during class? For now, to get her less scared, I have made sure she can stay active with drawing or if she wants movies. Later down the line, if she feels more relaxed and at ease, I will give her stuff so she can learn a bit herself. This made Ida content as he now nodded and sat back down. Other questions were answered until there was only one left by one of the three new girls. It was Nami. Are you single? This made Aizawa rub his temples. Each girl got a small blush but wanted to know themselves. Some of the boys were interested as well, not for the same reason, but they wanted to know how the date went. Midnight giggled at the question. Izuku didn't know how to respond really, but he looked at Midnight and she stepped forward and responded. 9. Well, no, but actually yes. Midnight said, making the three new ladies very confused. Izuku grabbed Arie and used the Nagi Nagi no Mi, calm fruit, to create a small bubble around her that cancelled noise so they could explain. Well, he is not single as this hunk of man is in a relationship with myself, but you can join. As Midnight said this, the three girls didn't know if they were joking or not. As they looked around for answers, they saw people nodding at them in confirmation. 3. But that will have to wait until after the sports festival, as I want all of you to do your best. As she said this, many ladies saw this as a good opportunity. Izuku looked around for more questions, but before that the door opened up and in came All Might carrying a table and chair smaller than the one everyone else was using. Ah, young Midoriya, I came with the table and chair for little Arie. All Might placed the table and chair in front of himself. Thank you very much, sir, Izuku said with a small bow to show his thanks. This however kinda weirded out the three new girls. Do not worry about now, I have to be off, All Might said as he rushed off again. 1. Izuku tried giving Arie to Nimari for a second so he could place the table next to his table, but before he was able to turn, Kirishima stood up and walked toward the table and moved it. Izuku gave a nod as thanks to Kirishima. See you during lunch, Nimari said as she kissed Izuku on the lips, making him blush a little at the action. 7. Now then, I just have one more thing to inform every one of you. After the sports festival, we will be implementing a dormitory. Midoriya's status gave us a good chance to implement this as it was on the table for a while. So please take one of these and pass them on. Make sure your parents read them and they sign them, Aizawa said as the lesson went on. The rest of the lesson was pretty simple for them. Arie was drawing a lot and even during some points was listening in on the lesson, although she didn't understand nearly anything. Some teachers, she wasn't that big of a fan of people like Snipe. She didn't like people with masks, but she did find Snipe funny. After Present Mike's English lesson it was time for lunch, but as Present Mike had to go somewhere they got 10 minutes before they had lunch. Kirishima wanted to try and connect a little with Arie, so he asked Izuku. Yo Midobro, can I try and speak to Arie a little? Sure, just try and keep your distance. Kirishima nodded at this and walked toward Bakugo's desk and crouched down next to his desk and looked at Arie. Hey, there little one, Kirishima said with a little wave. Arie gave one back, but it was very shy. I can see that you are drawing, can you tell me what you're drawing? Kirishima asked in a soft voice. Arie looked around toward Izuku, who nodded. Arie showed her drawing, which was green grass, a sun in the corner and a house. In front of the house were 3 stick figures. One was smaller than the other 2. One of the larger ones had a green afro and one had purple hair that looked a lot like a Christmas tree. The smallest one had gray hair. Arie showed it to Kirishima, but everyone could get a look at it and all of them knew what it meant. Wow, that is super awesome, Kirishima said with excitement. Can tell me what it is? Kirishima asked. 10. Arie was kinda embarrassed about this whole thing but still spoke as Izuku trusted everyone, so she also wanted to. It's Papa and Nem with me in a grass field in front of a house. Izuku, hearing this, almost died of a heart attack. Many had to look away at how cute this was, but even the word cute was not enough to explain it. But then everyone realized what she just said. 4. Arie, what did you call me? Izuku asked. Arie almost instantly began getting scared and started apologizing. Izuku quickly rushed toward her and hugged her, now with tears in his eyes. Don't cry. There is nothing wrong. I am not mad. I was just surprised, that's all. So you're not mad for what I called you? No sweetie, I am not mad. I am really happy, Izuku said with tears in his eyes. He was overjoyed. He couldn't be happier at the moment. He grabbed Arie and stood up. Let's get you some food. Anything you want, anything at all, Izuku declared in excitement at his new title. The class went with him, nearly all of them happy for him. 1. As they entered the cafeteria, everyone became quiet and looked toward Izuku, who had Arie in his arms and a massive smile on his face as he walked toward the line at lunch rush, now being surrounded by his classmates in the line who were all talking. They could still hear the whispers all around the room about Izuku. As he arrived at lunch rush, he ordered everything, each item on the menu. Lunch rush confirmed this was what he wanted and started cooking. 11. As they waited in a chair, saying his food would be brought to him because of the amount of food, he saw Nimari already sitting down at a table with 2 seats next to her. On the table sat Ida, Kirishima, and all the girls. As they sat down, food was brought rather fast and Izuku let Arie try every single piece of food to see what she liked and what she didn't like. At the end of lunch, more than half the table was still filled with food and everyone looked at Izuku who didn't take a single bit yet. "What will you do with all this food, Midoriya?" Ida asked. "Well, I am gonna eat all of it of course. But it's too much for one person and we only have 5 minutes before class starts again." Everyone was wondering the same thing but Izuku just gave a smile and began eating. The speed was impressive in itself but what was more impressive was that he didn't waste a single piece of food or that he didn't make it look nasty. It just looked funny. Izuku eats at high speeds, clearing the table of food within 3 minutes. The plates were neatly stacked and he didn't have a spot of food on him. 25. "Now let's get back to class," Izuku said as he patted his stomach. His classmates agreed but couldn't say anything from what they just saw. The rest of the day was simple but the dorm's system got everyone excited and talking. The students of Class 1A are now training as a group. They still have 1 week for the sports festival, and they are aiming to win the thing. Most of the class is in groups now, working together to improve as much as possible. The 3 new girls that have joined the ranks of UA are working with the other girls. They are all working as one group to improve. We see the boys also hard at work. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Sato have been doing muscle workouts. Kirishima needs the muscles for his quirk. The stronger he is, the stronger his skin can harden. Plus, if you're forced to fistfight near each villain, having the power so that you can fight them is handy. Kaminari doesn't need the strength for his quirk as it would do nothing. But being able to overpower some as his control over his quirk could still use some work would be great. Sato can increase his muscle mass with sugar so this would overall make him stronger. 2 Bakugo and Todoroki are working out alone. Bakugo is improving his movements with his explosions as well as learning some strong attacks he could pull off for people that negate his explosions. He stayed away from the group so that nobody could see his moves. He was trying to lessen his explosions as much as possible while keeping his destructive power to the max. His explosion, although powerful, was losing a lot of power because of the spread, and he wanted that to change. 1 Todoroki needed to show off during the sports festival. His father and mother both were high-ranking heroes. His father the number 2 rank hero Endeavor and his mother ranked 15 Blizzard. His older brother was also a hero but he became an underground hero so his rank was low. Toya are known as the cremation hero Dabi. He also had an older brother named Natsu. He was not aiming to be a hero. His dream was to be a therapist. He was now in medical school for his dream. He had 1 sister. His older sister Fuyumi Todoroki studying to be a teacher's help, and she has even been in contact with Nezu to be a help, but that would only happen after her studies would be done. That was soon as she only had a month left until graduation. 5 Todoroki wanted to impress his father. Endeavor has had the honor to protect the queen once before and it was something he was proud of. Shoto wanted to show he was also strong enough to protect the royal family and he was going to show it at the sports festival. He was focusing on using both his flames and ice at the same time. He was able to prolong his side effects but this was far from a fix. 5 The rest of the guys were sparing well everyone except Izuku. Izuku at the moment was focused on increasing his skill. How you may ask? Well, at the moment he is using the Ito no Mi, string fruit, and was creating many creations and played with Arie. It looked as if the little princess was surrounded by a folk of white doves and even some white wolves. Both Midnight and All Might who watched over the class would compare it to a Disney princess, only cuter. 8 Izuku made each creation move as a singular. It was a sight to behold. They moved like real birds with some even landing on Arie's arms as she reached for that. She looked in awe at what she saw. She sometimes would call out an animal she liked to see and Izuku would create them out of string. 4 The girls were working together in hopes of growing strong. They wanted a person to take notice of them, and what better way than to show they have strength. Then if they were able to see your strength and then show them your beauty. 1 Ochako and Kami were sparring together. Both were doing hand-to-hand combat. Ochako wanted to hopefully learn better ways to use her quirk as only running up and touching it would leave her open to multiple attacks. Kami had no offensive power in her quirk. Her quirk allowed her to create illusions, sure they would throw off anyone but she still had to take them out themselves. So the both of them tried learning together after asking Aizawa for some tips. Momo was working with Nami. Both of them liked using the bow staff. Nami had a wooden staff that was able to be pulled in 3 sections. She wasn't skilled with it as much as she would have liked. Her quirk would do very little for her in this case. Climate. Overall, it was a weak quirk. She had no offensive or defensive aspect of her quirk. Her quirk allowed her to perfectly see the climate. That for a hero doesn't seem as handy, but she could predict natural disasters as soon as she was in the area. This would be perfect for disaster areas or even find out what to chance to end the storm. Momo wanted to get better at the staff, so he worked with Nami on this. Momo already had lessons on using the bow staff, but Nami's untrained and rather chaotic use of the staff would give Momo a better chance, later on, to counter or even use it herself. 2. Robin was working with Toru and Jiro. Toru would sneak around and make as little sound as possible and tried to punch Jiro. Jiro was to pick up the sound of Toru and then stop her before she was able to. Robin's job was simple: to use her quirk to make as much noise as possible. Robin had a quirk that allowed her to grow herself all over. She had the same quirk as her mother, only improved. Her mother was able to create her hands and feet on any location as long as she was able to see it. Robin was stronger. She was able to still create her arm and legs, but eyes, mouths, and noses as well. She so far was able to create a large number of arms at one time. She was also able to move. During middle school, she often would use her quirk in her room and she found out that she could grow herself. She was unable to clone herself, but she was able to grow one of her breasts as well as the top of her head. It gave Nami and their adoptive mother a good scare. 20. Mina and Toru were both doing leg workouts. Mina was doing some squats into box jumps with a weighted jacket on. Asui had the same jacket on, but she was moving around with small jumps, going from crouched down to a full extend jump. The jumps themselves weren't for height but more for the shock to the muscles. While the girls were working out, they were talking about themselves, trying to get to know each other a little better. "Hey Nami, were you serious when you asked out Izuku?" Mina asked as she did her squat. "Yeah, I was. Why you ask?" Nami responded while she blocked a sideways swipe of Momo's staff. "Were you not a little embarrassed about it? You asked it in front of everyone." Ochako asked as she and Kami tried to get the hold correct. "Maybe a little, but not enough to take a shot at becoming a princess or a queen," Nami said as she tried to do a leg sweep with the staff. "It is quite interesting that the prince has the opportunity for multiple lovers," Robin says whilst she slaps the ground. 3 inches, yeah, and after this sports festival I am gonna make my move," Nami announced as she looked toward Robin for a second, giving Momo a chance to swipe her legs and slam her staff next to the head of Nami, showing she lost. "Don't think you are the only one going to try," Momo said bravely at the moment before being embarrassed about her statement. "Oh, Yao Momo is also stepping into the ring," Mina said as she did her final representative. "Don't think it's just those two," Toru said, giving away her location to Jiro, who used her earphone jacks to grab hold of her legs. "Gotcha," Jiro said as she caught Toru. "Wait, who is all going to ask him then?" Nami asked, unsure of the number of possible lovers. "Well, so far it's you, Momo, Toru, and Chako, as soon as she gets the guts for that," Jiro said, with Ochako getting flustered but still yelling out a "hey." "How about you then, Jiro? I have seen how you look at him during class." Toru teased her friend. What are you talking about? We all have some attraction toward him. He is super sexy and nice." Mina spoke as she grabbed her drink to rehydrate herself. "But it doesn't matter at the moment. Our first challenge will be the sports festival," Momo spoke. "It's gonna be tots lit, fam." Kami spoke. "About the sports festival, who will give the intro speech?" "Yeah, it always got me hyped when I used to watch it." Robin and then Ochako spoke. "I have the honor of doing the speech," Momo said. 1 inch, cool, but I thought you did the recommended exam, so you wouldn't give those?" Jiro asked, with Momo responding. "Well, at first Midoriya was supposed to give the speech, but he wanted me to do so. Speaking of the devil, here he comes," Jiro said as she pointed one of her jacks toward Izuku, who was walking toward the group. 1 inch, hey, could I speak with Yaoyorozu for a second? Izuku asked as the both of them got somewhere private so they could speak. "This might sound like a weird request, but could you perhaps do something for me?" Izuku asked, with Momo already blushing. She didn't trust her voice, so she nodded. "Could you during your speech tell everyone to not try and hold back against me?" "Why would that be necessary?" she asked back. With me being the prince, people have been acting as if the slightest thing could set me off and order their death or something. I want everyone to well try and defeat me. I don't want people to be scared and forfeit the second they go against me. Izuku asked. I can do that, but could you then also do something for me? Momo asked, seeing this as a good chance to ask something. Izuku nodded to hear the rest of her question. Could we perhaps go on a date after the sports festival? 5 inches sure thing, Yaoyorozu. I would be honored to have a date with someone as beautiful as yourself. Izuku said as he grabbed her hand and kissed it. This made Momo blush and nearly faint. As she got back to her friends, they saw her face and went right into teasing her. One time skip to the day of the sports festival. It's the day of the sports festival. UA Stadium is maxed out with pro heroes, families, and media. On the outside are large crowds of people wanting to be near the live action. Pro heroes were patrolling the area. This amount of people would require extra heroes, but this was still a little extra. In the stands were many high-ranking heroes. The number 2 hero Endeavor, the number 6 hero Mirko, the number 8 hero Hawks, the number 10 hero Ryukyu. Those were some of the highest-ranking ones, but there were many more. Midnight at first was supposed to be the Empire, but because of Arie, that job was vacated. She was now with her girlfriends enjoying the show whilst watching. It was a private area with Nomori, Arie, Mirko, Ryukyu, MT, Lady, and Uwabami. Those were the closest friends of Nomori. She became a friend of Mirko, Ryukyu, and Uwabami during UA. MT. Lady has been a hero for a little while now, and during her time at UA, she began a rivalry with Midnight. 5 inches, who is the little kid. Mirko, or also known as Rumi. She said as Arie grabbed onto Nomori, as she was scared to death of new people but also of all the loud sounds. This little angel is Arie. So that explains the mom bod, how sweet. MT. Lady, or also known as Yu, spoke up. Hello, there Arie. Ryukyu, or also known as Ryuko, spoke to Arie, who was too scared to speak up but did give a little wave. Nem, who is this little one's parents? Ryuko asked with Uwabami, or also known as Mai Yamane. It's the name of her voice actor. I was unable to find her real name, wanting to know it. How about she tells you? Arie, can you tell them what your papa's name is? Nomori said in a soft voice toward Arie, who after 2 weeks now trusted both Nomori and Izuku and trusted their words when meeting someone new. My papa is called Izuku Midoriya. Arie spoke, making all the women there except Nomori and Arie wide-eyed and shocked. Is she speaking the truth? Rumi asked Nomori, who nodded. How the hell did you get the babysitting job for the prince? Yu asked, not believing this at all. Oh well, he asked me, of course. Nomori, she said with a smirk. When? Ryuko asked her friend. When else? When we were watching a movie. Arie, you remember what movie it was? Yeah, it was Moana. This got the woman's jaw to drop to the floor. 2 inches, that's right. Nomori said as she gave a kiss on the cheek of Arie. Wait. The prince is the guy you're seeing. MT. Lady said, hoping this was a joke. Jup, and he has been seeing a lot of me lately. Nomori said as she closed the ears of Arie for a second. But don't worry ladies, I can always introduce you. He needs some extra ladies in his life. But that's for later, as it's starting. 8 inches. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to the UA Sports Festival for the first year. Today we have a great show for every one of you. First, to enter the arena class 1A, they have faced villains during the USJ incident and they are still standing strong. Present Mike spoke as 1A entered. Seeing the prince got everyone excited as they yelled out in excitement. Class 1A was nervous. Never in their minds was it gonna be with this large of a crowd. 2 inches. Next up are also from the hero course class 1B. They may have not faced villains, but they are still apart from the hero course. Again excitements were heard, but less than with 1A. Next up are classes 1C, 1D and 1E of general studies. After those are the support courses of classes F, G, and H. Up last are the classes of I, J and K from management. Now for the intro speech, please welcome Miss Yaoyorozu. Now for the intro speech. Please welcome Miss Yaoyorozu. Present Mike yelled out, giving the signal to Momo to walk toward the microphone and Cementos. As Momo stood there, she heard some cheers, but she also heard some boos with yells to let the prince talk. Hello and welcome to the UA Sports Festival. I understand that some would have preferred it if someone else would have given this speech, but I have been given the honor of doing so. Today all of us first years will compete against each other in a variety of events. We will use everything within our power to not only put on a show for every one of you but to also show each of you that we are the next generation. We are all students of UA, we are all the future of the world. Just because we are in the heroics department does not mean anything. We are not helping people today, we are not fighting villains today. Today will just be a competition and I hope you all will give it your best. Now I do have one more thing to say, and this does not come from myself. I have been given this message by the prince. Do not shame yourself for him by holding back. Give it your all, try and defeat him. Give it 100% and go plus ultra. In the last part of the speech, everyone joined in. Too, as she walked down she got some praise from her classmates. Izuku gave her a thumbs up and a wink making her blush. The other students from UA were still a little on the scared side of the prince, but seeing Kirishima act like a normal friend around the prince did help a bit. 4 inches. The first event will be a race around the arena. The course itself is a good 5 kilometers, but where the real kick will be. There will be obstacles. So it's not just competing against each other but also against the course itself. Good luck because the race starts in 5 minutes. Present Mike spoke, making most of the students rush toward the starting line except Izuku, who walked toward the area with Arie and Nomori. Using his hockey he quickly located them and he jumped up and clung onto the railing. Hi Arie. Oh hello ladies, Izuku said, not expecting the other pros there. They were shocked, not being able to speak one word. Hi, Papa. Why are you here? Don't you need to run? Arie asked as she tilted her head. I know, I just wanted to see how you were doing. Are you hungry? Arie responded by nodding her head a little. Ryukyu wanted to get up and offer to get her something, but that was stopped when Arie spoke. Daddy, can I get some mochi? You mean mochi, sweetie? This got Arie to nod happily. Izuku transformed his hand into mochi and made her a large set of small mochi balls. Enough to share between all the women there. Nomori saw this and took one. 5 inches, so tasty, Arie said as she took a bite. Now Snowball, how do you want me to race? Izuku asked Arie, as he has often told her about his abilities and she liked to hear about it. Oh, do the bluebird, Papa, she excitedly said as she jumped up and down in her seat. Sure Snowball. Now enjoy the mochi, hope it's to all of your taste, Izuku said as he let go of the railing and calmly walked back to the others. You weren't joking. You said? Asked. Nope, I wasn't, Nomori said as she took a second mochi. You should try some of them, they are really tasty. Each of the women took one and took a bite, enjoying the taste. 27 out of nowhere was the signal, making all of the students run except Izuku, who was still walking toward the starting line. Shoto was first to act as he froze the ground, trapping almost everyone. He started running, having now trapped nearly all the other classes, and even Izuku was trapped. Class 1A expected something like that and jumped as soon as the race started. 1B were lucky and were able to break out and soon acted like 1A, hoping for it to help them. They ran hoping to get an early lead. Oh, would you look at that, the hero courses are on the front line with Todoroki and Bakugo in the lead. Todoroki's incredible opening move incapacitated many other students and even his own classmate Izuku Midoriya. What will he do now that he is stuck? Izuku looked down at the ice and saw that it was all around his shoes, making him stuck in place, but this was the case for many others there as well. Some begged for help, some started yelling in frustration and anger that they lost this quickly. Izuku shook his head and used the Gura Gura no Mi, tremor fruit, on his fist and punched the floor, never making contact but still releasing the ice as it cracked, freeing not only himself but everyone around him as well. Everyone took this chance to run back to the race, wanting to win but thankful for the prince. His action. Present Mike was rather shocked at the quick action. Izuku saw that he was again alone, but this was what he wanted as he now used the Tori Tori no Mi. Model Phoenix. Bird fruit. Model Phoenix. His arms turned to blue flames, alerting the Todoroki family. His arms turned to what seemed like wings and he spans around in a circle, the flames surrounding him, and as the flames seemed to calm down, now stood a bluebird. The size of the bird was even larger than All Might himself. Everyone was in awe at the sight. A bird made of flames stood in the open. It jumped up slightly and flapped its wings, flying through the gate at high speeds just as Present Mike announced the first obstacle. It seems as they have reached the robot inferno. 7 Todoroki has reached the first event. Many robots. Hearing Present Mike talk about those robots, he was underwhelmed. And used his ice to attract them. His hand reached low and he let his hand rise from the floor as he pushed ice toward incasing the behinds in a small layer of ice. Allowing these things as my opponent is insulting. He spoke as the ice incased the robots, allowing him to run through them, but the robots started falling down. The others that arrived were scared at the sight of robots collapsing on top of them, but they couldn't do much. 1A was able to react rather skillfully, making sure they were apart from the landing as well as easily clearing the other smaller robots that scattered around the area. 1B ran out of the way, not wanting to be pancakes, but some were stuck in fear at the large metal falling toward them. Ongle 3. The large metal robot that was falling downward was slashed and kicked to the side. The once one mass was cut by 3 talons and kicked off the course in one move. Everyone looked at what caused the attack and was looking in awe. Class 1A was also in shock as they had never seen him go into a full animal transformation, and never had they seen something as cool looking as that. Monoma from 1B was pissed off. Never was he that angry. Not only did he need saving, he was saved by 1A trash. Monoma would never insult the prince in his face, but hating him and being silent about that for sure. But his problem with the prince was not so much the prince, more so that the prince was in 1A giving those in his mind stuck-up bastards an even bigger jump ahead. 7. Izuku, not wanting to show off, simply began flying again, flapping his wings and shooting forward, going past Bakugo, who started cursing at the action, and Todoroki. Without even landing, Izuku flew past all of the obstacles, not even giving present Mike the time or chance to call them out. First place is Izuku Midoriya. He announced as Izuku flew through the gate, where he landed still in his bird form. He then transformed back into himself, showing himself with a little sweat on his body and slightly out of breath. He laid down on the grass waiting for the others to arrive. 1 inch. I would have preferred it if I didn't have to go full power, but it was needed to make sure each of them doesn't hold back while they fight me. He thought to himself as started looking at the clouds. Todoroki, who was still in the first place, was beyond angry at himself. I didn't even reach the second obstacle and he already won. How weak am I? Todoroki spoke to himself as he ran, finally arriving at the second obstacle. The second obstacle is the pits. Your objective is to get across to the other side. Use the drops, jump, fly. It doesn't matter how, only that you do. Present Mike spoke, trying to excite everyone for the rest of the race. 2. As Todoroki thought of a smart strategy to win this, but to also increase his speed, Bakugo went right into action, using the explosions he creates to give himself a boost with each jump, allowing him to jump from pillar to pillar. Each one of the 1A students now arrived at the pillars. The girls decided to work together in this to make sure they all reach the next stage. And they had a plan. Todoroki wasted no time as he noticed each of his classmates going into action. He was too far in his mind, yelling at himself. He made a brittle bridge of ice, only allowing him to ride it and it breaking right after. The girls went and worked together. Robin made multiple hands grabbing each girl linked in a chain except Sue. Sue wrapped her tongue around Robin. Ochako touched each and every one of the girls and herself except Sue, again making them weightless. Sue then jumped from pillar to pillar, clearing the obstacle as quickly as they could without any problem. The guys tried going across as fast and smart as possible. Tokoyami had Dark Shadow throw himself from pillar to pillar. Ojiro used his balance skill and martial arts skill to quickly get over the ropes and reach pillar to pillar without much hassle. Ida used his engines to boost himself forward, gliding over the rope. 6. Kaminari and Kirishima didn't have a real boost for his, but they did have a buddy. Zero taped himself over and then pulled his friends over from pillar to pillar. They all ran hoping to reach a top spot in the race. After a little running, Bakugo, who was now in second place, and Todoroki, who was now in close third, arrived at the minefield. Bakugo, not listening to anything present Mike said, just ran forward, and as he took a step it blew up, making him fly backward. What the fuck was that? He yelled out in anger at the surprise explosion. 1 inch. It seems that they made it to the third and final obstacle. The minefield. Although they blow up, don't worry, it's more for show and a good scare. He said as Aizawa, who sat beside him, thought back at their second year at UA when they themselves had this obstacle and how present Mike pissed himself because of one of the explosions. 1. Todoroki noticed the slight bumps in the ground and took his time to avoid each of them. Bakugo saw no other choice but doing the same. Slowly but surely each of them reached the third event. The girls decided to split up when they heard the third event. Robin had a plan to possibly give her second place. She grew hand between each bump, allowing her a new path above each mine. Bakugo and Todoroki, who were about halfway when they saw this, knew that they could lose their position if their pace didn't change. Bakugo blasted in the air with explosions, overusing his quirk but allowing him to get past all the mines. Todoroki simply made an ice path for himself, giving him second place. As they went into the final run, Todoroki and Bakugo were neck and neck, with Todoroki being slightly ahead. They reached the tunnel where they had no cameras for the audience, giving it a more exciting vibe. Todoroki was first, with Bakugo being right on his heels in third place. Robin placed fourth. Over time more students got in, and then after the 42nd to finish it was announced that they had all the next rounders. In first place with more than half the time of second place Izuku Midoriya, in second place Shoto Todoroki, third Katsuki Bakugo, fourth Robin Nico, fifth Tenya Ida. The rest was announced on the board, showing that all of 1A and 1B made it in, same for a support course students called Mei Hatsume and a general studies kid named Hitoshi Shinso. Now for the next event, Battle Royale. Present Mike spoke, alerting each of the competitors for the new event. Sementos will create a field. After the field has been created you will have 15 minutes extra to come up with a team or a solo strategy. There will be of course rules, those will be: no flying. The second you land on the outside you're out. Quirks are of course allowed. The last 16 that remain standing will go on to the next round. Teaming up is allowed. Each student went and started planning. Some went and tried making teams, some were deep in thought about how to best destroy everyone, but then there was Izuku. He was still laying on the grass to the side watching the clouds. With Arie. What is he doing? Uwabami asked her friends as they looked at the prince almost taking a nap. It looks like he is sleeping, Yu said, with Arie shook her head. No, Papa is watching the sky. This still confused everyone as to why. Do you know why he is doing that, Arie? Ryuko asked Arie, but also Namori. I don't know. Papa just said he likes watching clouds. I don't know too much about it myself, but it's true. For some reason, he really likes sitting outside and just watching the clouds. I think it might be calming, but not really sure. I never paid attention to the clouds, I always fell asleep. Namori said, with Arie nodded in confirmation. 7 inches, do you think he will pass this part? Uwabami asked. Yeah, look at those wimps, none of them will attack him. They barely look at him. Rumi responded as she bit down on a carrot. What she said was true enough, as nearly all the students didn't look over at Izuku except for a couple. 3 Bakugo wanted to fight him and show his strength to everyone, showing that he was going to become the next #1 hero. Todoroki wanted to show his strength as well, and he was looking toward the most dangerous opponents out there. In his sights were Izuku, Bakugo, Ida, Robin, Shiosaki and Honanuki. And with those in mind, he began thinking of ways to defeat them. Ida wanted to win this sports festival, but he wanted in no way, shape or form to insult or harm the prince. But if he didn't fight him at full strength, that itself would be insulting toward the prince, his power. So Ida was having a mental argument with himself. 3 Kamakiri wanted to see how he would stand against the prince. How would he be seen by all people as powerful if he defeated the prince? 4 Monoma wanted to show how much better 1B was, and defeating the most important person in the said class would be perfect. 36 Tetsu wanted to prove himself. Show how manly he is. So far he wants really able to show how well he did. Sure, in the race he was 11th, but that wasn't good enough. Sementos made the ring and all 42 made their way inside the ring. It was clear that some teamed up together. The girls stuck close together. Asui and Tokoyami stayed close together. Some of the guys had planned to stay together or to at least help each other in case of need. Bakugo made sure nobody was behind him and was already in a combat position, ready to destroy anyone in his way. Todoroki made sure he was safe from the ring, but also close enough to kick people out without too much trouble. The girls decided that they try and help each other but could still fight each other for a chance to win, but only when some people were defeated. Sure, teaming up could be seen as weak, but they took it as teaming up to defeat a greater evil. That before has happened. There used to be a hero by the name of the Fist who teamed up a man who went by the name Gold. They teamed up in America, defeating a crime syndicate who called themselves Rocks. Gold was not a hero but a vigilante. The battle was great and hard fought. The small island that the Rocks had captured was the battleground, and after that battle, it was no longer an island. Izuku stood in the middle. His normal strategy would have been to simply fly up and wait for the fight's outs, but he needed to find a way this time how to just try and ignore the fight. Sure, he could fight that, but that would work in his favor at the moment. Fighting everyone now would simply give away his powers or scare people. When he will fight them, they just be afraid. The battle royale starts in 0.5 inches. Everyone got alerted. 4. They got in a position. 3 inches. Now the crowd was yelling with present mic. Some started warming up their quirks, with Bakugo having small sparks come out of his hands. Tokoyami showed dark shadow. 2 inches more quirks started to be used. Ida had his engines roaring. Momo had opened her vest to create weapons. Kirishima and Tetsu hardened their skin. 1 inch each got ready to move. Ready to fight as soon as present mic would have given the signal to start. Go. The signal has been given and each of them started to move. Izuku was the first to move. He used the Bari no Mi, barrier fruit, and crossed his fingers. He created a barrier around himself in a circle. Many people tried taking Izuku out, but they met the barrier and it did nothing. Bakugo attacked the barrier, but nothing, absolutely nothing at all. Kami-Kiri used his blades but with dull sides, and as they made contact with the barrier, nothing. Too many had the same faith as them as they tried attacking. Izuku stood in the middle with 2 of his fingers crossed. Bakugo, seeing it didn't break right away, decided that Izuku would have to wait for his ASS whooping, but the other extras could get theirs right now. Todoroki knew that if he would fight Izuku, it would be when others would have been kicked out of the ring. Shiosaki did a similar strategy as Izuku, only she made her vines the dome as she continued to look around, and more often than not her eyes trailed toward Izuku. She had heard many things about him. The most important thing she remembered was a question he was asked during a live interview that he gave when he was 14. This interview had questions, but the one that was important to her was asked in the middle. It was Izuku at the age of 14. He was on what looked like a computer screen and the interviewer was in his studio. Young Prince, there have been questions in a multitude of Asian counties that have been often a topic of debate as of late. The question revolves around faith. The faith of many countries has made its way to Asia, and this has allowed a large debate if there should be building for those faiths. What is your take on the matter? I believe that every faith should be allowed to be here and practice. If not for the people that wish to believe in it, then for the people that wish to learn more about certain things. I for one have learned about multiple religions and wished to learn more about them. That moment meant so much to Shiosaki. Up until that point she was made fun of and even insulted for the simple fact of believing in Christ. She learned about Christianity because of her aunt who took her in after her mother and father were taken from her. It gave her some sort of comfort because of that fact. She even made friends because of it. She would have to thank him if the good Lord would give her the opportunity for that. 3. Bakugo went to fight everyone he saw. First was Kami-Kiri. Bakugo went head first for him, as being in the same ring with those even second-class extras is insulting. He started as he would always do, a right explosion hook. Kami-Kiri wasn't ready for the explosion that came right after the hook and took it to the face, not only blinding him but also disorienting him. This allowed Bakugo to grab him by the wrist and slingshot him away. Before Kami-Kiri fell out of the ring, he was able to let 2 blades shoot out of his forearms, crashing into the ground and keeping him into the match. 2. Monoma saw that Bakugo tried kicking his classmate out of the ring, and that was not allowed in Monoma's eyes at that. Monoma signaled towards some of his classmates and decided to attack Bakugo 4-on-1. Monoma, Tsubaraba, Kaibara, and Kuroiri went and attacked Bakugo. 2. With Todoroki, Todoroki used his ice to block off a large section of ice, trapping Sato, Kaminari, Shishida, Rin, and Bondo. Todoroki used his flames at Shishida and Rin, making both dodges out of the way, and this gave Sato the chance to shoulder tackle both of them out of the ring. Kaminari, hoping to take out a strong commentator, attacked Todoroki with an attack that would hopefully stun him, allowing him to be thrown out of the ring. 2. Kaminari was now nearby enough that the attack would be effective, and he did what no sneak attack should ever do. Stun attack 100,000 volt teasing taser. But before he was able to even finish the name of his attack, he received a clothesline that not only smacked Kaminari to the ground but also freezing his arms, trapping him. 2. At that moment Todoroki used his strength and grabbed Kaminari on the legs, first freezing them to make sure no electricity would send his way, but then swinging him and then throwing him toward both Sato and Bondo, who were fighting with each other, knocking them all out of the ring. 4. The girls had a problem in the form of the Class 1B girls. Kendo took the first strike, increasing her hand and punching Aoyama, who was with them, right out of the ring. Ochako and Momo were the first ones to react to this attack. Ochako grabbed Yui by the leg, making her float and throwing her outside the ring while quickly releasing her quirk not to kill the girl. Momo had already created staff and hit Tokage in the stomach, taking the air out of her but also smacking her toward the edge of the ring. Asui saw her chance and smacked her with her tongue, this time knocking her out of the ring. 2 Bakugo was fighting 4 of Class 1B. He remembered only one. Loud blonde bitch are known to everyone else as Monoma. The only reason Bakugo remembers him is that every time he opens his mouth Bakugo wants to kick it shut. Monoma attacked first with a slap that Bakugo took with his arm and then tried to blast Monoma's ugly face away but was met with a barrier. Tsuburaba used his quirk and created a solid air barrier that protected Monoma. Kaibara then proceeded to use his quirk and rotate his hand and forearm at high speeds and punch Bakugo in the stomach with high force, making Bakugo fly in the air for a little. One Bakugo used an explosion to fly back toward the 3 extras. That didn't make any sense. Bakugo remembered they attacked with 4 after he kicked away Manta's face. Bakugo arrived back at the group was now behind the 3, making the 3 of them closer to the edge. Bakugo quickly palm strike both Kaibara and Tsuburaba in the stomach and send them away with an explosion, kicking them out of the ring. Monoma took this chance to give Bakugo a taste of his own medicine and blasted Bakugo in the face with his own explosion. What he didn't expect was that Bakugo had resistance to explosions. It still hurt, but he was able to easily tank it. With that, he grabbed Monoma's wrist and tried to also kick him out, but he was stopped by 2 people. 3 Kuroiri and Kamakiri were back. Kuroiri was in the shadow of Bakugo in hopes of finding a perfect chance to strike. He wanted to attack sooner, but it was stopped because of the light both Monoma and Bakugo created. Kamakiri wanted payback for his loss against Bakugo. One Kuroiri now had Bakugo's arm in his arms, and Kamakiri created a dull sickle on his hand and had it against Bakugo's neck, pulling him back. Bakugo positioned his palm to aim at Kuroiri, but that would result in hurting his own wrist. Bakugo let out a massive explosion in that hand, hurting his wrist a lot but almost knocking Kuroiri out. With that explosion, Kamakiri tried letting Bakugo eat the floor but was met with an elbow in the face. 3 Bakugo got hold of Kuroiri, who was still out of it, and used him as a bet and smacked him around, knocking Kamakiri and Monoma with Kuroiri out of the ring. One Izuku was calmly looking around until a guy without lips came walking toward the dome and touched it. It fell to the floor as it was water, and Izuku was impressed, to say the least. But as the barrier now was breached, he released the barrier and more attacked him at the time. Izuku saw this happen as he used his observation haki the entire match and saw the intent to attack from a mile away. Izuku was now dodging Honanuki, who was trying to punch him, Shota, who also tried punching him, Awase, who again also tried punching Izuku. But he was dodging without a single problem. 3 Izuku dodged what was a right hook toward the liver from Awase, but then had to block Shota with an elbow to the fist. And then Honanuki tried tackling him, to which Izuku kneed the man in the face. Izuku jumped back, and as he landed was knocked out of balance by a second impact to the elbow, making him fall over, and in doing so he receives a very stock back kick from Pony, breaking Izuku's nose as he fell backward to the floor. Izuku found it amazing. His skill with observation was top-notch, only his mother having a better base observation than him. Pony felt bad about the whole thing, hating to have done such a thing. One Izuku quickly got up, his nose clearly broken to all who saw it, but instead of pain on his face he showed a massive smile of enjoyment. Izuku rolled his shoulders to get ready for a fight. At first, Izuku went for Honanuki and elbowed him in the face, not breaking anything but stunning him for sure. He then grabbed him by the collar and pulled him in for a headbutt, stunning him more. He then turned, fully blocking the punch of Shota with the body of Honanuki, and then pushed them into each other, making both of them fall to the floor. Izuku then rushed for Pony, but seeing his face full of blood and the smile scared her, so she pulled her hand up in defense and screamed, to which she was grabbed bridal style by Izuku and softly thrown out of the ring, only falling to her butt. Honanuki and Shota rushed forward trying to push him over, to which Izuku just ducked, making both of the trips. 7 Awase tried running away, seeing it as a losing game fighting Izuku. But as he ran he was met with a tail hit from Ojiro, but to not go down without a fight, Awase welded himself to the tail, taking Ojiro with him. 3 Jiro was first with the other girls but was sent out of the way with Hagakure by Komori, Fukidashi, and Yanagi. They were now outnumbered and outmatched. Her quirk was handy, but it would not help her in full-on fights. Hagakure knew she had no chance in a fight, but if she was going to lose she would take some with them. But that would only if she knew she would get kicked out. Hagakure tackled Komori to the floor, but as she landed she met with Fukidashi trying to grab to throw her out. Jiro saw this and used her jack to wrap up Fukidashi's arm, but then was met with Yanagi grabbing Jiro by the shoulders trying to throw her to the ground. When this all happened, there came a new challenger. Mei Hatsume used one of her babies to attack all of them. 4 robot arms came out of a backpack and pushed Jiro, Yanagi, Komori, Fukidashi, and Hagakure out of the ring. One Zero sneak attacked Asui by wrapping one of her legs in tap and dragging her out of the ring. Right, when she disappeared out of Tokoyami's sight, he looked toward where she was dragged to Zero stand there with Asui out of the ring. Dark Shadow didn't even wait for command and rushed forward, punching Zero and knocking him out of the ring. 4 Ida rushed forward, seeing an easy target in his mind. In front of him stood Ashido, who had her back turned toward everything, but as he tried to push her he fell through and Mina turned to mist. But before he was going to fall, Ida was able to stop before falling, but out came Kami, who tried pushing Ida over, but Ida had more combat experience and was able to roll back, making Kami overextend, and she fell out of the ring. 1 inch, that is it, ladies and gentlemen, our 16 final competitors have been decided. Izuku, Midoriya, Shoto, Todoroki, Katsuki, Bakugo, Ibara, Shiosaki. Tenya, Ida, Fumikage, Tokoyami, Ajiro, Kirishima, Tetsu. Robin, Nico, Ochako, Uraraka, Momo, Yaoyorozu, Nami, Robin. Mina, Ashido, Hitoshi, Shino, Itsuka, Kendo, Mei, Hatsume. 3. We will have a 30-minute break until we continue. Present Mike announced, making everyone slowly calm down with the cheers and make way toward the cafeteria. We will have a 30-minute break until we continue. Present Mike spoke, allowing the remaining 16 students to get out of the ring and toward the cafeteria. Izuku jumped up the wall so he could eat with Arie and Nomori. Hey, Snowflake. Papa, you need a doctor. Arie yelled as Izuku's nose was still broken. Izuku touched his face and felt that his nose was still broken. Yeah, I guess I should see Recovery Girl before eating. This made Arie and Nomori nod, as they both did not enjoy this sight. 6. The other pro heroines were rather shocked to see his face and him acting as if nothing happened. They all had a broken nose before, as it was a soft spot and rather easy to break, but even the badass Mirko would notice her nose broken. Sure, it wouldn't matter to her, but she would not forget about it. How about we first go to Recovery Girl and then get some food? Yeah. Arie cheered. Papa, can the heroes also come? Can they? Arie spoke as she jumped up and down in front of Izuku. Sure, at least if they want to. 5. The heroines agreed and all walked toward Recovery Girl's office. On their way they were stopped by a small group of 1B students. It was the students that attacked Izuku and were responsible for breaking his nose. It was Pony, Honuki, Shota, Awase, and Kendo. Each of them looked a little down, but Pony looked like she was ready to start crying. 1. The heroines quickly knew why they were there, as if they had broken Izuku's nose they would have done the same. Prince Midoriya, they have something to tell you. Kendo spoke, but before Izuku could even try and remove the whole prince title they all spoke. We apologize, sir. They spoke with a deep bow. Arie found a little scary as they all went low with their head really fast. Izuku's head dropped in defeat as he let out a sigh. Nomori and the other heroines found it rather funny as they tried holding their giggles. Well, all except Mirko, who was laughing out loud. 1 inch, please don't be sad or apologize for what happened. I found it rather enjoyable of a match. Also, Miss Tsunotori, I am sorry for scaring you during the match. It was not my intention. Pony sniffled a little. Don't apologize, Midoriya-sama. It was my fault that your nose broke, so I should be the only one apologizing, but I was scared. Why would I ever be mad about you for following the rules and trying to win? Izuku placed his hand on Pony's shoulder. Don't look so sad. You look better when you smile, he said, making Pony blush as he walked past them so that his nose could get fixed. Arie marched right next to Izuku with a smile. Nomori gave a calm look toward the rest of them and spoke. Don't worry, sweeties. You should go and get some food. Don't worry about him, she said as she grabbed the other heroines and made their way toward Izuku. 4. Recovery Girl gave Izuku a small lecture about the need to protect his face and what type of problems could happen if he took too many shots to the face. 9 Arie then ordered Izuku to get apples. As she sat on his shoulder, Izuku laughed and followed the orders of how Nomori called her. Captain Arie. If Momo was there, Izuku would have asked her to create a captain's hat. 9 As they arrived at the cafeteria, Izuku noticed that the others that weren't used to Izuku being nearby. Thankfully his classmates acted normal and made sure their parents did not stare or anything weird. Izuku just enjoyed his lunch with the group. Izuku learned much about the heroines and they did learn more about him. Izuku found out that Uwabami is in a relationship. 4 After the 30-minute break, the 16 students were told to come back to the ring. As they all arrived at the field, they saw that the matches have already been made. Izuku Midoriya x Hitoshi Shinso Robin Nico x Itsuka Kendo. Shoto Todoroki x Fumikage Tokoyami Ibara Shiosaki x Mina Ishido. Mei Hatsume x Nami Nico Tenya Ida x Momo Yayorozu. Eijiro Kirishima x Tetsu Katsuki Bakugo x Ochako Uraraka. Everyone looked at the person that they except Bakugo as he said, "Who the fuck is Uraraka?" This made the girl in question a little scared. Izuku noticed that the guy he would be fighting did nothing really special yet, but also remembered he was one of those students that gave a declaration of war. He knew next to nothing about his opponents. Only what Izuku has seen from his so far during the matches. 2 Izuku made his way toward the new battle area that Cementos made ready. His opponent also stood ready. Now the first match of the 1v1 battles will have the Prince of Asia, Class 1A own Izuku Midoriya versus the dark horse of this whole competition, Class C own Hitoshi Shinso. Will Shinso pull off an upset victory or will Midoriya be victorious? 2 The crowd cheered extremely loud. Izuku was used to this feeling as nearly every public appearance had this type of cheer going on. Shinso was not as used to those types of reactions. Izuku could see it on his face as President Mike told them to start. As the match started, Shinso began speaking. "Let the best man win. Right, Prince?" Izuku knew that something was up with Shinso as he didn't seem like the guy that would be sportsmanlike. Izuku also knew that if Shinso had a quirk it had to be mental as his body didn't have many muscles. But Izuku didn't know what his quirk was, so he stayed quiet and stood still, staring at Shinso, trying to guess his quirk through his actions. 24 Shinso tried again to get the prince to speak. "It is truly an honor being in the same ring as someone as great as you. I do wonder why to go the route of a hero." Izuku now had a feeling that his quirk revolved around speech. This was a fight, and the 2 times Shinso spoke he said things that most people would respond to. 1 Izuku chooses to take a risk and use the Nagi Nagi no Mi, calm fruit, to create a bubble around him that worked like a one-way mirror but for sound. Izuku couldn't hear anything said outside of the bubble, but everyone could hear him just fine. "Do you think you're too good to talk to me or something? I guess the rumors of Royales being rude were true." Shinso tried being rude without too many insults, as the Royale family of Africa was rather evil for their country. 6 inches You should really watch what you say. Those words could get you killed. Izuku said, shocking Shinso but still making him smirk whilst sweating. "Walk out the ring." Shinso spoke. Izuku stood still. Izuku knew he was lucky with how his quirk worked, but it still made Shinso's quirk useless. "I said walk out the ring." Shinso tried again. "That won't work. I can't hear you." Izuku said, shocking Shinso. "What? That is bullshit. You are clearly responding to my words." "Yeah, 'cause I can read lips. I made a soundproof bubble so your quirk doesn't really work." 4 Shinso was pissed. He knew he was physically weak, but his quirk would make it a sure win. "Now I will release my bubble and walk toward you to throw you out the ring. You can do one of 2 things. Give up or fight me. Good luck," Izuku said as he lifted 3 fingers, slowly counting down to 0. Shinso was panicking, but he sure as hell wasn't gonna give up. He was going to win, or at least try to win. So he did the last thing his mind was telling him to do. Rush the prince and try winning that way. Shinso released a battle cry as Izuku only had 1 finger left. Izuku was surprised to be sure, but with the distance between them, he had more than enough time to get ready. Shinso, with no real combat training, ran to Izuku and threw sloppy punch after sloppy punch that Izuku could dodge with no effort at all. Izuku found Shinso interesting to say the least, so he was gonna see what he was made of. Izuku gave Shinso an open palm strike to the gut. Shinso ignores the pain as he kept trying to punch Izuku. 2 Izuku noticed that Shinso would make a great hero given proper training. even though his movements were crude and sloppy. His longer reach would be effective in several martial arts. And he was durable enough to withstand a good open palm strike without being brought to his knees. Izuku dodged a sloppy right jab and responded with a punch to Shinso bicep. Izuku wanted to find out the strength of Shinso as well. By the speed of the punches and the movement from Shinso, Izuku was sure the boy needed training for more speed, but how much strength training was needed? Izuku knew that the punch to his bicep removed some power out of his right arm, so as Shinso tried throwing a left jab, Izuku stepped in front of it. Izuku knew enough, and having this match continue would be mean and unsportsmanlike. So Izuku let Shinso throw a right jab again, but this time Izuku, instead of dodging the punch, grabbed the boy's arm and with enough strength threw Shinso out of the ring. This got some of the crowd to yell yeet, which, even though very funny, rather mean for Shinso. 10 inches. Shinso is out of bounds. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. One cheers went around the arena with Shinso sitting outside the ring cursing to himself. Izuku walked up and offered the boy, who was still laying on the floor, a hand. "Hey, good match. I don't need your pity, Prince," Shinso said as she sat up. "No pity here, but even though you were clearly outmatched, you still fought. That's pretty good. If only you did some training." Izuku spoke to Shinso, who looked up at him, mad mostly at himself but also at Izuku, as having your flaws pointed out after getting your ass kicked isn't exactly pleasant. "So how about next time I help you train?" This shocked Shinso. Nobody ever offered him anything, so why would Izuku do that now? "Why?" Shinso said as he took Izuku's hand and both walked off so that the next match could start as soon as possible. "Well, with your quirk, being a hero would be handy, as many villains are very talkative about their plans and such. So why not try and give you a better shot at being one? I know you want to be a hero with your declaration of war and all that. But why offer your help? You're a prince. Isn't talking to me, let alone helping me, something completely looked down on? Maybe in some areas of the world, but we are both people, right? So what is the trouble with one helping the other? If you want my help, come to the 1A dorms and I can see what we can do," Izuku said as he walked away. As Izuku walked off, Shinso found it strange. The Asane royal families weren't very public about their children. Sure, he was seen, but not nearly as much as Africa or American Royale families. The most publicly known Royale families had set a bad example for the others. In Africa, it was common for everyone to bow down and look down as the Royales came into sight. Everyone had to make way for the Royales. They called themselves world nobles and were by far evil. They had slaves and many women as forced lovers. They had taken over Europe a year before during one of the yearly conferences. Each year the 7 families would meet up once every year to speak about laws and trades with each other. During last year's talks, Africa challenged Europe to a duel, and the winner would become the ruler over the domain they already hold and the domain of the winner. Both the Prince of Europe and the Prince of Africa fought each other, with Africa being the winner. The Prince of Africa had a strong quirk and he clearly trained a lot with it. There were rumors that something like that would happen this year as well, with the likely target being Asia, as the yearly conference was being held in Japan this year. Next contestants: Robin, Nico and Itsuka. Kendo, please make your way to the ring. Present, Mike announced right as Izuku entered the 1A area. Robin got up and made her way toward the ring as Izuku sat down. It was clear that people were already making plans for their match, and the people that didn't make it past the second round were just watching the matches. Izuku looked over to the rest of the arena and saw mostly heroes and media. He saw a large set of media looking at the 1A area, most likely for him. Thankfully, when the match started, most of them started focusing on the match, but still, some were focusing on him. Izuku didn't care that much, although he did find it irritating for his classmates. Both Kendo and Robin stood in the ring, with Present Mike giving the signal for them to start. Robin tried winning the match fast, but to increase her speed with her hands, she has to close her eyes. As she closed her eyes and crossed her arms, and that second, Kendo was on her and used an abnormal punch that didn't connect, but as the punch got close, her hand grew in size, making Robin fly backward outside of the ring. Just as multiple hands grew on Kendo at that moment. Izuku found Robin's quirk extremely interesting, as he had something similar, but what he found more interesting was that even though she closed her eyes, she had good accuracy. She might have an aptitude for observation hockey if they would get in a relationship. As Robin got back, she didn't look sad. She did look a little disappointed in herself. Todoroki and Tokoyami both got up and made their way to the ring. Izuku used the bara no mi, chop chop, to remove his head. That freaked the hell out of near everyone, making Izuku laugh as he moved his head toward Arie to check up on her. She was enjoying her time with the 5 pro heroes. 3. Arie was playing with the snakes in Uwabami's hair, while Midnight was speaking to the other ones but not paying attention to their surroundings. Izuku brought his head close to Nomori without any of the pros noticing. He was right behind her ear and spoke. "Boo!" This caused each of the pro heroes to scream, and Mirko punched the floating face right on the nose, causing Izuku to laugh and his headless body to seem as if it reached for his nose, freaking the class out again. Mirko apologized to Izuku, saying it wasn't needed as their scream of fear was more than worth it. But Nomori grabbed his head and threw it back toward the 1A area. As the head flew back, one of the 1B girls saw his head and her interest grew. 10. Present Mike gave the signal for both Todoroki and Tokoyami to start fighting. Todoroki used a large ice attack first, trying to capture Tokoyami quickly, but Tokoyami suspected something like that and used Dark Shadow to block the ice attack, which it did. Dark Shadow broke each of Todoroki's attacks and even was able to attack Todoroki directly, being able to even connect with his chin once. Todoroki grew frustrated as his attack kept being destroyed. Todoroki used his fire side and noticed that Dark Shadow became smaller in size. Todoroki used his flames and attacked with a small fireball, getting Tokoyami to dodge, but Dark Shadow grew much smaller and grew timid. Todoroki saw this as a great time and forced Tokoyami to jump back from a large fire attack. Tokoyami jumped right out of the ring without noticing, making him lose the match. Tokoyami looked a little down that he jumped out of the match, but as Dark Shadow came toward Tokoyami, he was very sad and apologized for losing the match. 3. Ashido was next up, and as she walked out she gave a little wave to Izuku and a wink, making Izuku smile a little and gave a wink back. Ashido skipped toward the ring, getting a confidence boost from that little interaction. Shiosaki also arrived, although the introduction that Present Mike gave her was not one that she liked. Both got in the ring and waited. 4. As the signal was given, Ashido sprang into action, using her acid to skate to increase her mobility. Shiosaki used her vines and dug into the floor. They sprang back up and captured Mina in a cocoon on vines. Everyone thought that was the match, but Ashido used her acid to melt right through the vines and freeing Ashido. Shiosaki didn't accept this and had to think of a new strategy, as she believed that capturing would be her way to victory instead of opting for violence. Ashido came out of the cocoon with less clothing than before. She now wore an acid-proof singlet and shorts. Shiosaki tried again to capture Ashido, but she was able to cut free again. Thinking she was uncatchable, she began getting cocky and didn't dodge any of the attacks. Shiosaki, who still had her hands in form for prayer, asked God to forgive her for using violence against someone who didn't deserve it. 27. Shiosaki used her vines to wrap around Mina's wrist and ankles. "That doesn't work, girly," Mina said as she was lifted in the air, and just before Mina was able to melt away the vines, she was thrown out of the ring. Shiosaki won the match and walked away. Mina was depressed by the loss. She wanted to win or at least get pretty high in the rankings, and then asking Izuku out, showing she was a strong woman. This was the same for all the girls. Sure, none of them knew if Izuku loved strong women, but seeing as he is dating pro hero Midnight and the multiple magazines stated that Izuku always had an eye for strong women. Of course, they would never ask him up front, as that would just be too embarrassing and weird. As Ashido came back, it was pretty clear that she was sad about her loss. She was met with Toru and Ochako hugging her and saying she did great in her match. Next was Ida and Yaoyorozu. Both of them got out and walked toward the ring. Izuku wondered how this would turn out. Momo's quirk overall would win, but the point in these matches has speed, and that was right up Ida's alley. If Ida would be able to push his normal speed to higher numbers to win the match, it could go each way in Izuku's mind. Both of them got in the ring. Momo took a stance that could do all. She, if need be, could move at high speeds but also attack. Ida took a runner's stance with a clear strategy in mind. Present Mike gave the signal and the match started. In an instant, it was over. Momo lost. Ida used a special move, Recipro Burst, pushing Momo out. As Momo rolled over the floor, the staff she wanted to make flew off her arm, only a little made. Momo put of a brave face, acting as if the loss didn't mean that much as she came back. Ida has bombarded with questions about his super move, something that he did enjoy, as it was mostly how cool it looked and how he was going hella freaking fast. Nami was next with her match against Hatsume. Nobody knew what Hatsume's quirk was, but they could see all the gadgets that she liked to work with. Nami got in the arena and thought this would be a fair one-on-one fight. 1. The second the match started, Nami went to fight and Hatsume just stood there doing nothing. When Nami got close to attack Hatsume, a weird metal rod came out of Hatsume's backpack, moving Hatsume out of the way and making Nami trip and fall to the floor. Then a Hatsume spoke, but there was a speaker connected to her in some way, allowing her to speak to all the people in the arena. "Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Mei Hatsume, inventor extruder." Hatsume then started speaking about the many so-called babies. 1. Izuku did enjoy the flair Hatsume showed during her exam, but he also pitied Nami. Being used as a prop in a gadget show isn't that fun, especially on live TV with millions watching. Izuku did notice the great craftsmanship. Izuku knew a little about creating items, but he was in no way, shape or form an inventor. He could see good craftsmanship when he saw that. After around 15 minutes of Nami looking like a fool and Hatsume giving a support time pitch to each of the support companies that were nearby. When the 15 minutes was done, Hatsume just walked out of the ring, giving the now crying Nami the win. 1. Sure, Nami won this match, but she looked like a fool during the entire match. Unable to show off her strength or skills. As Nami came back, she was met with a hug from Robin. Kirishima walked for his match. As Kirishima walked away, so did Ochako, but her normally cheery face looked kind of scared. Izuku understood that sure, Izuku could easily negate the explosions or dodge out of the way, but Uraraka didn't have anything like that. Her quirk wasn't even that battle-orientated. Both Kirishima and Tetsu's fight was rather boring. It was a simple fistfight. Izuku walked away from the fight toward the area where Uraraka was waiting, to hope to help her in some way. As Izuku made his way toward the waiting room, he used a little hockey to see if she was in the room. Izuku knocked on the room and Uraraka said her to come in. Izuku saw Uraraka had a very worried face. "Worried about your fight?" Izuku asked, with Uraraka giving a little nod. Izuku sat down near her at the table and spoke with her a little during Kirishima's fight, trying to come up with a good game plan and trying to calm Uraraka down. Izuku wanted to come up with a good plan for her, but Uraraka kept declining it as it would be too much like cheating. If Uraraka would win, it would because of her actions, and Izuku did respect that aspect. He did manage to calm her down a little bit with some jokes and simple talks. 2. Kirishima and Tetsu's match went on for a long time, giving Izuku and Uraraka more than enough time to joke a little. When the match was finished in a draw, it was announced that they would, later on, have a smaller match with someone as arm wrestling or sumo. 3. It was time for Uraraka's match after Izuku wished her luck and walked back to the watching area. Izuku sat in his seat and watched as the match started. He paid close attention to the match. As Present Mike gave the start signal, Uraraka started going on the offense right of the bat, closing the distance within a couple of seconds, but Bakugo kept throwing explosions at her, forcing away. This went on for a while. Each explosion kept blowing more dust, lowering the visibility of the match, making it near impossible to see the match. Uraraka threw her jacket at Bakugo, making Bakugo pounce on it with an explosion, pinning the empty jacket, giving Uraraka an opening to attach from the back. As she came from a cloud of dust at the back of Bakugo, giving him little to no time to react, but that small window was enough for Bakugo to blow her away. Bakugo kept blowing her away, which Izuku didn't enjoy, but he noticed her bigger plan. He grabbed the chair arm and started slowly cracking it. When he heard one of the viewers of the match speak up, he broke the arm of the chair. "Boo. Boo. You're trying to be a hero, right? Then stop acting like a villain and throw her out of the ring." Before the man could continue or someone else could interfere, Izuku raised her voice. "This is a match between the two of them. Each of them is giving it their all. If you think he is only playing with her, then go back to hero school. Now sit back down and let them show you what giving it your all means." Izuku yelled at the railing, making the man scared to death and sit down instantly, and each that agreed with him to just look away from the whole thing. 5. Bakugo had been talking trash to Uraraka the entire match. He kept saying that she would never beat him or that he was out of her league. Izuku heard the entire thing and hoped he would be able to fight Bakugo this match to show who is out of his league. The Royale asshat really believed that this fight could be even. Now give up before I really have to kill you. Uraraka took a breath out to steady her nerves. She closed her fingers and spoke to herself. "Thank you for believing in me, Izuku." Then she spoke up loudly, "Release." They looked up, seeing an insane amount of rubble. Each pro that thought Bakugo was simply bullying her starting thinking of doing a hero course, quick course to relearn some basics of being a hero, such as allowing their emotion to cloud their judgment. 3. Bakugo grew angry. Did this extra really have a plan all alone, and was he truly too focused on keeping that extra out of the way to notice? He raised his arm in the sky, placing his other arm on the wrist. Uraraka rushed forward, wanting to touch Bakugo with 5 fingers and winning the match. Each second went slower as Uraraka was getting closer to winning the match, and then... boom! Bakugo let loose a massive explosion that rattled the entire stadium. The force of the explosion forced her back nearly out of the ring, but she was able to barely catch herself. She barely got up, standing shakenly, her knees shaken. Bakugo held his forearm. That hurt, even for him. He wanted payback. He got ready for a second round now, really wanting to hurt her and show who is the real winner. Uraraka pushed forward, ordering her body to not give up. She was able to take 2 steps before she collapsed. Bakugo didn't seem if he wanted to give up or couldn't see, so Izuku stepped in. Izuku stood in front of Bakugo, holding his arm up to the sky and a blank face, his other hand clenched in a fist. He wanted to slug Bakugo right on his face with all his force. But that would tarnish this whole moment. "Stop before I make you," Izuku said in a soft, empty voice. Bakugo pulled his arm away and just sucked his teeth. Izuku grabbed Uraraka, who was knocked out. "You did amazing, Ochako," he whispered in her ear as he placed her on the stretcher that the robot helps, used by Recovery Girl. 2. Izuku got back and gave the stink eye to Bakugo. They needed some time to fix the arena, and Izuku decided that instead of sitting in the waiting room, Izuku wanted to sit with the rest of the classmates. It took Cementos a little while to fix the arena, but he was now done, and now it was time for the second round of fights. Izuku knew it was time for his fight, and then it was announced. Izuku jumped over the railing, shocking some of the students a little, but he landed without a problem and walked into the ring. 2. Kendo walked in as well, but she was rather scared about the next fight. She was about to go try and defeat a prince. Pony already attacked him once, and he had no problem with that, so Kendo hoped that if Izuku would lose or get hurt, she would not get punished. Both stood in the arena and waited for the signal. Present Mike gave the signal and Izuku jogged forward, forcing Kendo to act. She used her skill in karate and attacked Izuku with a strong punch, one that Izuku had no trouble dodging, with Kendo responding with a left kick. The kick was blocked by Izuku using his elbow to stop it, but that moment Kendo did a straight punch right to the chest, but right as it connected she used her quirk and enlarged her hand, knocking Izuku back a good couple meters but not hurting Izuku in the slightest. 1. Izuku stood up with a big smile. "That would have really hurt if it would have done anything," Izuku said as he grabbed his cheek and stretched it. "I am rubber now. Blunt force won't work anymore." This made Kendo think a little before having an idea. She took a power stance and punched forward. The attack itself wasn't even close to Izuku, but as time went by Izuku could feel the pain come over his body, and then Kendo enlarged her hand. This made Izuku fly backward and roll over the floor. "Hyakumaigawara Saiken," Kendo said as Izuku landed on the floor. 2. The audience believes that Kendo would be killed right there and then for her actions against a Royale. The Royale families were something strange. The information known about the Royale families of Japan was hard to believe. The media had always spoken positively about the Royale families, but everyone believed it was because of the fear of what could happen if they spoke negatively about them. The Royale family of Africa and America were the ones that everyone knew the most about. Africa was known for its treatment of its people, and America was known for its over-the-top actions and weird actions. 10. One thing all of them had in common was that violence was never accepted. In Africa, it was already a crime to look at a Royale, but it was normal that an attack on anyone from Royale blood would be considered a war crime, and life in prison would be expected. Sometimes worse. 1. Izuku got up slowly, not on his hands and knees, and started coughing up blood. This caused Kendo to become very worried, and her first instinct was to run over and beg for them to not punish her family for her foolish actions, but she was stopped when she heard laughing. She looked over at Izuku with tears almost showing up. 1 inch, that was one hell of a punch, Kendo. I am very impressed with your skill in fishman karate, Izuku said as he wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up. You used your quirk at the last moment to enlarge your hand and increase the damage. Smart, and it gave me an idea, Izuku said as he then brought his thumb up to his face and took in a large amount of air. He then bit into his thumb and blew into it. This caused everyone to look at the young prince, thinking he was a little strange, but then his arm grew in size, shocking everyone. Bone balloon gained pistol. Izuku now stood there with his arm the size of a bus, and then he threw a punch at Kendo, who could do nothing except use her quirk and use her large hands to block as much of the punch as possible. Kendo got sent out of the ring and almost sent into the wall, but she landed short and rolled until she met the wall. One present mic announced Izuku's win as Izuku starts blowing air as if he was a balloon until he landed in the middle of the ring and stood at the size of a toddler. "I did not expect that," Izuku said in a really high-pitched voice. Izuku then walked back in his still shrunken form until he got back to the sitting area of 1A, where all the girls looked at him with blushes on their faces and the guys tried to not laugh at them. Izuku had trouble sitting in the chair, but his feet were a little short, so he had trouble until Robin grew a hand under him and gave him a little boost. "Thank you, Robin." This caused the guys to lose their shit and start laughing like crazy, and the girls began giggling. "I hope you return to your normal size before our fight. Don't want to give you the excuse for your loss." Bakugo spoke angrily, with Izuku still being very angry at Bakugo. "Don't you worry, even at this state can beat your ass." This comment made Bakugo even angrier, but before he could lash out, the next match was about to start. Both Todoroki and Shiosaki already standing in the ring. Todoroki was angry. When he met up with his father, the only thing he said was to watch out during his fight with the prince. His father didn't believe in his power. He would show his father and he would show the entire world his power. The match started and Todoroki slammed his foot down on the floor, making a massive ice wave shoot out, and it froze Shiosaki in half of the arena, with Izuku popping back to his normal size. One present mic announced that Todoroki won, and Todoroki took a little time to unfreeze his opponent. Both Ida and Nami already made their way to the waiting area for their match. Izuku saw the amount of ice Todoroki made and noticed the ice on his own body as well that was getting removed by the flames. Then both Nami and Ida made their way out to the ring ready for their fight. As the match started, Ochako came back from Recovery Girl. She took place next to Izuku, who gave her a greeting. Ochako whispered a small thank you to Izuku. The match was about to start and Ida took the same stance as the last match, and when the match started, Nami dodged out of the way, with Ida not using his super move and simply running at his normal high speed toward Nami. Nami stumbled a bit with her trying to dodge extreme speeds that never accused. She tried kicking Ida, but with his speed, he was able to grab her shirt and threw her out of the ring. It was time for the next match, Bakugo versus Kirishima. Both wanted to do the same thing Izuku did, but for different reasons. Kirishima found the move beyond manly and wanted to try it for himself. Bakugo wanted to show how great he was and how he could do it as well without any problem. Kirishima landed but had to do a roll to not injure his legs. Bakugo, on the other hand, jumped further, and because of that he almost fell right on his face, but he was able to stay right up, but it did make some people laugh. Bakugo, now more pissed up, angrily stomped toward the arena. He stood there, his hands sparking with explosions. Kirishima simply walked up whilst flexing his biceps. Both were weirdly introduced by present Mike, something that Izuku found really enjoyable. Izuku liked Kirishima as a friend. He was very friendly, and Arie also seemed to enjoy Kirishima's company. The match started and Kirishima started strong, hardening his entire body and attacking Bakugo. His movement was sloppy, but it had guts. Bakugo dodged the punches and sent back explosion after explosion that Kirishima tanked. Kirishima was able to hit Bakugo once hard in the stomach, but Bakugo returned the attack with a large explosion that broke through his hardening. Bakugo saw his hardening broke and started sending more explosions his way, and each explosion broke away more of his hardening, and each sent quickly after each other, forcing Kirishima to do nothing more than dodge attacks. Bakugo shot out one more large explosion, knocking Kirishima to the floor. Bakugo, thinking he won, didn't finish Kirishima as he thought that Kirishima was already done. Kirishima, not giving up after being knocked down once, got back up and attacked Bakugo again. But Bakugo's was able to react just in time to move his head just in time, only receiving a small cut from Kirishima's hardened knuckles. Bakugo grabbed Kirishima's head and slammed on the floor with an explosion, this time knocking the red-headed hero trainee out. It was time for the last 3 fights. Next up was Izuku versus Todoroki, but they had a 10-minute break and Izuku took this time to just sit and speak to 1A. Todoroki wanted to speak to Izuku in private and asked him to speak, to which both of them walked out in the hallway, now being alone. "So what you wanted to talk about, Todoroki?" Izuku said as both his hands were at the back of his head. "I need you to fight me at full strength." Todoroki said, as serious as one person could. Why would you want that if I can ask? I need to show my father my power, and the best way to do that is to defeat you. And why would he need to see your power? What would that do? For Todoroki looked right at Izuku, anger boiling within himself. My father saved your mother once during an event that happened in his beginning years of being a hero. He still sees it as one of his greatest achievements, and because of his strength the group of villains that wanted her head were defeated. I will show him and everyone that I hold more power. That I will be far greater than he ever was. I will show that no man, beast, or monster could ever hope to defeat me. 5. Izuku shook his head in disappointment. You believe that you have all the power, but in the grand scheme of things, you are weak. You are still in training and are nowhere near the top. I will show you beat you without a quirk. Then afterward, if you calm down a little, I will show you the technique I use. Izuku spoke as he walked away, but as he stood far away he turned back. Oh yeah, please inform your parents that I wish to speak to them. They can choose the time themselves, I just ask it to be soon. 7. Todoroki didn't like that last part, but he didn't care. He was rather pissed at Izuku saying that he would use no quirk. But he didn't have enough time to think normally before President Mike announced their next match, with both Todoroki and Izuku making way toward the ring. Izuku rolled his shoulders and cracked his bones, neck, back, and knuckles. Todoroki just stood there stoic as normal. Until the match started. Todoroki started with a wave of ice that encased Izuku. Some thinking Todoroki overpowered the prince was silent, not knowing if they should cheer for the cool move or boo for him defeating the prince. 1. Izuku was freed on the ice. He used one of his training skills. One that everyone could learn if they wanted to, but it was hard and painful training progress. Shigen, Izuku yelled out as he stabbed his fingers in the ice, piercing it like a warm knife through butter. The ice broke and Izuku was freed. He looked unaffected from the ice. 6. Todoroki used a new wave of ice, but Izuku used Shigen again and it broke. Aizawa knew the technique. It was Shigen or finger pistol, one of the 6 powers. Each skill took long to learn on your own, but even with a skilled teacher, it was painful. Aizawa had been trained in all 6 and was able to use all of them, some with more skill than the others. 2. Izuku was getting tired of breaking each wave of ice. Todoroki then used his other side and shot out of a fireball right to Izuku, who kicked at the fireball, Rankyaku. A blade of wind shot right out of his feet, cutting the fireball and forcing Todoroki to dodge. Izuku then used Soru to peer right beside Todoroki within a second, shocking Todoroki, who in panic used his fire side and torched Izuku, who blocked with his arms. Izuku smacked his arm out of the way and slammed his fist into Todoroki's stomach, almost making Todoroki puke. But Izuku didn't let up and gave an uppercut to Todoroki's jaw, shaking his head and knocking Todoroki out. 1. Izuku looked at his own body, seeing what damage the fire did, and he noticed his forearms had burns on them and his shirt was burned off, showing strange marking on top of his stomach. 19. Izuku grabbed Todoroki by the collar and dragged him with him toward Recovery Girl. When Izuku reached Recovery Girl, he was met with a very beautiful girl with mainly white hair but some red spots in it. She wore a beige turtleneck and glasses. She looked worried as she saw Izuku. She started apologizing. I apologize, Prince Midoriya-sama. Please do not punish my little brother, I beg of you. I would do anything for the safety of my brother. Calm down, miss. There is no reason for this. I am not gonna do anything to him or you, miss. 51. Todoroki's sister looked up, tears in her eyes at the thought of losing her little brother. She wanted to start thanking Izuku, but he stopped her rather quickly. No need for such things. And don't look so sad. I feel you would look cuter if you had a smile on your pretty face. Izuku said, making Todoroki's sister blush and take Todoroki from him. 4. Todoroki and Izuku got inside the office of Recovery Girl, with Izuku talking a little to Todoroki's sister, who she introduced herself to as Fuyumi. Izuku's injuries weren't that extreme, but Todoroki's jaw had a crack in it as well as a broken rib. As Izuku and Fuyumi spoke, the next match began. Ida and Bakugo made their way to the ring. Bakugo didn't see this as a fight, more as a stop before a beatdown. Bakugo had one target at the moment, one thing to destroy. Bakugo wanted to destroy Izuku. 1. Ida was still fighting with honor in his mind. He wanted to defeat Bakugo for multiple reasons. Reason 1, he has been nothing but rude during his time at UA. Reason 2, how he attacked Uraraka was beyond acceptable, and Uraraka was a friend, so this would be payback. Even if Ida was a stickler for the rules, attacking a friend was grounds for some payback. 11. The match started and this time Bakugo took offense. He wanted this fight to be over. Fighting someone fast is boring. Bakugo shot forward with an explosion boosting his speed. Bakugo blasted forward with a spin. He hit Ida with a spinning heel kick. Ida took the kick and responded with a high kick that was boosted by his engines. Bakugo took the hit right to the fast, not being able to dodge the high speeds. Ida pushed Bakugo off. Ida started running around at his top speed. Bakugo kept blasting explosion after explosion, missing each one. Ida was far too fast and Bakugo was getting angry at the fact. Ida with each pass of Bakugo kicked or punched him. Bakugo's anger reached a new limit and he now didn't care what happened to him or the match. Bakugo aimed both his arms downward and with Ida passing by to hit Bakugo. Bakugo sends out a large explosion, blasting Bakugo up in the air by 5 feet and blasting the not suspecting Ida right to the edge of the ring. Bakugo, who landed on the floor, rushed over to Ida and slammed Ida on the floor, with Bakugo pinning Ida's left arm to his back and his face into the floor, forcing Ida to yield and Bakugo to win the match. Bakugo walked away with his hands slightly shaking. Ida got up hating that he lost, but he did get some good hits in. 2. As Ida walked back, he heard that there would be a small break before the next match. The arena needed a fix again, but Bakugo would also need a small break. Izuku already walking back from Recovery Girl after getting Fuyumi's number. He met up with Ida. "Yo Ida, how your match go?" Ida looked back and saw it was Izuku. "Oh hello Prince. It didn't go as planned for I lost. Your next fight will be against Bakugo." Izuku placed his arm over Ida's shoulder. "Don't worry Ida. I didn't want to fight you anyway. I like you too much. Now I get to kick Bakugo's ass for his actions. Oh, and don't call me a prince. It's Izuku or Midoriya." 1. The next match was about to start. Bakugo had a fire of hate and fury inside his eyes. He needed everyone to know how strong he was. He was gonna show the world who was the strongest. He was going to destroy Izuku in front of everyone. His entire life people talked about the prince and Bakugo was done with that. He was going to be the talk of the town from now on. 10. Everyone was going to speak of how the next #1 hero beat the living shit out of the prince and showed the world how much of a power difference is between them. 1. Izuku looked bored. Inside he was happy that he could beat the shit out of Bakugo. In the time Izuku had come to know Bakugo and his classmates, he understood one thing. Bakugo had way too much pride. Izuku was gonna show Bakugo how powerless he truly is at the moment. Bakugo didn't seem like a bad guy. 2. Alfred and Jin searched for every person in his class and of the teachers to get to know who they were. Izuku was against it, but seeing as his mother requested it, he was not one to argue. Izuku only wanted to know about one person, Bakugo. Izuku wouldn't even look at the papers of his classmates as it would be rude. But he was curious for Bakugo. How could one man grow up with that much pride? He found out that he had still a father and a mother that cared a great deal for him. Should I add Mitsuki in the harem or nah? 55. But if Izuku had to guess, it would have to be because of how he was taught at school. He was seen as a great person because of his quirk. Many thought of one's power as his ranking. This was all over the world. It was the worst in Africa. Your rank was fully dependent on how powerful you were. It didn't matter if you were smarter than anyone else, if you would lose in a fight it would affect your ranking. Bakugo's school might have had the same thoughts. Only on a calmer scale. But Izuku was going to change that. 1. The match started and Bakugo flew forward and attacked Izuku with a large explosion. Some people were rather scared because of that, but as the dust settled down, Izuku was standing there without a scratch on him. His arm stretched out and only a few noticed that his arm vulcanized for a moment. 2. Izuku saw Bakugo's face going from a smirk to shocked. Oh, did we already start? This made Bakugo go from shocked to angry. He rushed forward again. Izuku decided to use the Bomu Bomu no Mi, boom boom fruit. Now no explosion could affect him. Izuku stood still as explosion after explosion came his way. After a little while, Izuku saw how tired Bakugo became and how frustrated he was. 2 inches fight me, you weakling. I will show just how outmatched every fucking extra is against me. No Bakugo, I will show you just how outmatched you are. Izuku then slammed his palm on Bakugo's chest and exploded it. Bakugo was forced backward and on the floor. He felt his chest sting. Izuku walked forward and stood above Bakugo. His face was without emotion and he crouched down and spoke. I heard you run your mouth against Uraraka. How much greater you are and such. But look at you now. On the floor in pain and I haven't even started trying yet. 5. This pissed Bakugo off even more and again he tried exploding Izuku but it didn't work. But it gave him some time to get up. Bakugo jumped forward again and tried hitting Izuku this time for Izuku to just dodge and deliver a strong right hook right on the jaw. Bakugo was shaken but he wasn't down. That was weak just like you, Bakugo screamed as he ran forward again. Izuku closed his eyes and used observation haki to dodge each attack. Bakugo grew even more frustrated. I can't lose. I have to win. I need to win. Bakugo screamed in desperation and frustration. Izuku had learned far more during this fight than he would have first thought and to continue this would be unneeded and mean. Izuku now wanting to finish this decided that Bakugo at least deserved to be knocked out by a strong attack instead of a technique. Izuku slammed Bakugo with a clothesline and exploded his entire arm, explosive lariat. The blast made Bakugo fly backward with explosion marks over his chest. Bakugo was now laid knocked out of the ring. 2 medical robots came and took Bakugo with them. The cheers grew louder. Present Mike announced the winner of the first-year sports festival. Izuku didn't pay attention as he walked back. He did notice Arie cheering for him. A little later on it was time for the award ceremony. Cementos made a pedestal for them. Izuku stood at number 1. Bakugo was forced down on second place with a muzzle. In third place were both Todoroki and Ida. Todoroki looked rather confused about what happened after the fight. When he came back he saw his older sister with a big smile looking at her phone and she didn't want to say why. 5. All Might jumped down and gave each of them a medal. He was forced to put it around Bakugo against his will. All Might released his muzzle and he starts screaming and demanding a rematch. When he gave the medal to Izuku both shook hands and with that, the sports festival was done. And it was time for UA students to go home and start moving their stuff into the dorms. The sports festival just got done, and the students were changing back into their normal clothing. Yo Madobro, what was that stuff you did during your fight with Todoroki? Kirishima asked a question that many of the students wanted to know. Many thought it might have been a quirk. I will say when we are at the dorms Friday. We got tomorrow free for packing everything, then Friday we got some classes and then we move in. After we move in I will explain in full detail, okay? Izuku told them with Kirishima giving him a thumbs up and the others also agreeing. 16. Todoroki silent and mostly in thought did give a nod at Izuku that he wanted to know more about the powers. Bakugo didn't remember the last fight fully. He remembered giving it his all but he still lost. In his mind, Izuku must have cheated some way. He did stay quiet the entire time but he was pissed with Izuku. 3. As the students got done redressing themselves they walked out and again Izuku was asked about the powers he used but he gave the same answer he did when he was asked by Kirishima. Izuku wanted to walk away but jumped on his back. Come on Izu, if you tell me I will reward you. Mina sing-songed in his ear. Izuku already used to Mina teasing and decided to tease back. Well, if you wait until the dorms. I could reward you then for being such a good girl. This caused Mina's cheek to become a darker pink. She did however get off and give a nod and then quickly run off. 2. Izuku walked away again toward Arie and Nomori. He thanked Nomori mentally for all the teasing she does to Izuku and the help she gives for teasing back. As he arrived Arie ran as fast as her little feet could take and tackled Izuku in the legs. Izuku lifted her and gave her a massive hug. Nomori and the other pro heroines that were watching the sports festival. 4. Nomori and her friends also walked up with Nomori kissing Izuku on the cheek for his win at the sports festival. Izuku spoke a little to all the pros with some of them also wanting to know about the weird powers Izuku used. Midnight knew a little of the powers but it was more so that she knew the overall name instead of the real powers. She identified it as the 6 powers or Rokushiki. All Nomori knew about it was that Aizawa could use them as well, only he rarely did. 5. Izuku did tell them a little but said that he would explain better Friday when he would inform the students. They agreed to stop by Friday and learn a little more only if he would agree to teach how to at least learn to use them. Which Izuku was more than willing to do. 4. Izuku then went home with Arie and Nomori. On their way toward Izuku's house, they were talking about the dorms. Nomori informed Izuku that he would receive a larger dorm room than the rest. Not because of his rank but because he has relationships and a daughter. 1. Nomori slept most of her nights with Izuku. Their relationship had not yet become public, but that would most likely come to a stop soon. Arie was excited to learn that she would get her own room right next to Izuku's with a door that connected to them. Nomori did inform Izuku that she wanted to sleep in his dorm if that was okay. Izuku grabbed her hand as he was still driving and brought it to his mouth to give it a little kiss, and then he spoke. "I would be a fool to say no, Nem. You can always sleep in my room." Nomori blushed but was very excited. 9 with Todoroki's Shoto was in the back of the car with his sister Fuyumi, who was hiding her smile from Shoto as he looked rather depressed. Shoto was deep in thought, but as they arrived at the Todoroki estate, Shoto began to look a little disturbed. As they got out of the car, they were met with Rei Todoroki, their mother. She congratulated Shoto on reaching so high in the sports festival and that she was cheering the entire time. Shoto told her that he has something to inform, but her and his father Enji Todoroki are better known as Endeavor. A little later, just after dinner, the full Todoroki family sat and waited for Shoto to speak. "The Prince Izuku Midoriya asked to speak to both of you at a date of your choosing." This caused quite a bit of shock in both his parents and his siblings. The oldest brother Toya Todoroki, or known as Dabi, spoke. Did he say the way he wanted to speak with them? He sounded worried. Then the middle brother spoke, Natsu Todoroki, who instead of becoming a hero learned to become a doctor. "Is it about the fight you had with him or something? Is he pissed that you attacked him or something?" 2. This caused Fuyumi to speak up. "No, that isn't it." This caused all the eyes to look at her for more information as to how she would know this. Enji simply spoke his daughter's name and she folded. "After Shoto's fight with the prince, he brought Shoto to RG where I was to apologize. He told me that no such thing would be necessary, and then we spoke a little. I got to know him a little and he didn't seem like a bad man." Fuyumi had gained a light blush that her mother quickly noticed and would learn more about later on. 2. With Bakugo. When Bakugo arrived at his house, he was welcomed by his mother and father. They were proud that he was able to get to second place, but before they could say any more, Bakugo just stomped off to his room. He turned on his laptop and watched the last fight of the sports festival. His fight against Izuku. He had no idea how badly he lost, and watching it from a third-person perspective made it so much clearer. Watching back the fight, he remembered what he said and it all brought it into perspective. And it took Izuku to take his role to show him his actions. Bakugo knew he would never be a nice guy. He never wanted to be. He wanted strength like All Might, like the prince. But why was he nothing like them? He wasn't even like Endeavor. Sure, Endeavor was a rude asshole against villains, but for his fans, he at least toned it down a little. Bakugo, after some thinking, knew who he was. The Red Dog. An old ex-hero. The Red Dog, or TRD, was a massive dick. He wanted nothing more than power and his so-called absolute justice. 10. TDR often used lethal violence against villains and would not think twice about how it would look for civilians. This caused him to lose his hero license, and later on, he was killed by a hero after TDR went mad with rage at some American politicians that spoke badly about him. 3. Bakugo was on this path and he could now see it as clear as day. But why? Why would Bakugo go on that path while All Might never take that path? Bakugo knew something had to change. He had to change. He would try, and instead of just focusing on just becoming stronger, he would try and become stronger and grow some bonds. Maybe not friendships, but maybe a rivalry. 12. With Ochako too. When Ochako got home, she was shocked to see both her parents stand before her. Her mother wrapped her daughter in a massive hug as her father gave a little peck on her forehead. They sat down in the living room and spoke a little. Ochako's mother asked about her school life. "How about it, sweetie? Got your eyes on a guy or girl yet? Perhaps that blonde boy you fought in the 3rd round. What? No, mom, not him. No. I mean no, nobody. I got my eyes on no one, mom." As Ochako tried and hide what she just said, her mother had to laugh at her daughter's actions. Ochako's father, however, was not as excited. "Sweetie, who is the person you have eyes for?" her father said as Ochako tried hiding it, but after saying that he would not give her the mochi they bought for her, Ochako gave in. 4 inches. Well, the thing is, I might have a crush on some boy, but I don't know if he feels the same or if what I feel is a crush. But who is it, sweetie? Common, you can tell your mama. Maybe it's that red and white-haired boy, he was rather good-looking. This made Ochako shake her head again. "It's the prince." She spoke in a soft voice, almost unbearable. After having to repeat it twice again in a quiet tone, being far too shy about it, she decided it would be best to just say it. So she spoke a little louder than she first wanted. It's Izuku. This caused both her parents to be shocked. It's not an everyday thing that your daughter informs you that she has feelings for one of the highest-ranking people in Asia, maybe even the whole world. 1-inch Ochako, did you mean the Prince of Asia Izuku, or was it a different person? Her father asked. Ochako's father knew that his daughter was beautiful and could get any boy she would want, but he thought that the prince might have used his rank to pressure Ochako. 2 inches, I do mean him. He is so sweet and kind. Ochako started saying more things, but both her parents could hear her anymore as she started whispering it at fast speeds, and they had something else on their mind. Ochako's father was worried for her. What if the prince would force himself on Ochako? Her mother was happy. In her mind, Ochako and the prince were dating now, and Ochako was an official princess, and she could not be happier for her daughter. 6 with Mina. Mina got home and went to hug her mother. They instantly began talking about the sports festival. Mina and her mother were very open about nearly everything. Mina had already informed her mother about her and her class's crush on the prince. Of course, she would keep it a secret. Mina's mother at first thought her daughter was joking about the class having a crush. After seeing the boy in action, she had a better understanding. She was happily married to her husband of 20 years and hoped that her daughter would get the same, even if she would be in a relationship with more than one. 2 with Momo. As Momo got out of the limo, she entered her house and noticed that her father and mother were both home and waiting for her. As she sat down after greeting her parents, Momo started by apologizing for losing that quickly. Her father stopped her, saying there was no need and that both her mother and himself were extremely proud of pushing herself that far. Momo and her parents then took a little to speak about the sports festival and the dorms. Her father did tell her that her room was most likely going to be smaller. 4 with Ida. As Ida came home, he noticed that nobody was home, which wasn't that strange. So he was going to first study the sports festival fights a little better. He wanted to become stronger, so rewatching not only his fights but the other ones was also important. He learned quite a good deal by watching the other perspective. After watching the last fight of the second round of 1v1s, his older brother arrived home. "Yo Tenya, you're home yet?" His older brother Tensai called out. Ida, instead of yelling back, walked out of his room and greeted his older brother normally. 3 Ida and his brother were extremely different. Ida was strict and wanted to follow the rules to become the best hero he could ever be. Tensai, on the other hand, was very chill. He still followed the rules, but he was more open and relaxed about everything. Tensai tried loosening up his little brother. Make it so Tenya would at least have some fun instead of just doing everything by the book. Time skipped to Friday. Each student was in homeroom waiting for Aizawa. They spoke to each other about what they had packed and how much unpacking they would need to do. Each student also spoke about how emotional their parents were. Izuku was enjoying seeing how Arie was now drawing their little family, and as he looked at the drawing a little better, he started growing a very big smile. 9 Arie drew a forest with lots of birds in the sky. It was their little family having a picnic. Izuku also noticed that she wrote on the drawing. It had one arrow toward Izuku which said, "Papa." Izuku's stickman figure still had a green afro, but now it also had a large smile. Then there was Arie. She had made herself a small stickman with gray hair and a unicorn horn. It also had an arrow aimed at her that said "me." And then was Nomori, a stickman with a red shirt and purple Christmas tree hair. The arrow this time said, "Mama." Normally it was Nem or Nomori, but this time it said Mama, and Izuku almost could not contain his happiness. He knows that without a doubt Nomori needed to see this. 1 Aizawa walked into class shortly after that, with each student going to their seat, and all became quiet. Arie did give Aizawa a big wave, as almost every day Arie saw Aizawa she got a fruit package that she really found tasty. Aizawa, the normal hard ass, had a soft stop for Arie, so of course, he waved back. Now today is going to be a very short day of lessons. We are gonna go over the sports festival results and where each of you will go for an internship. Now today is going to be a very short day of lessons. We are gonna go over the sports festival results and where each of you will go for an internship, Aizawa said with students cheering. Aizawa, not liking to be interrupted, used his quirk, and this got his class to become quiet again. 1 inch good. Now first things first. Does anyone know the whole point of sports festival in the first place? Kaminari then spoke up, to show how cool we are to the rest of the world. This got some laughs and some cheers, but then Aizawa spoke again. No, Kaminari, that is not the reason. Uraraka then raised her hand with Aizawa allowing her to speak. For an internship, right sir? Correct. During the sports festival, many heroes from all over the world watch each of you compete. The heroes from Japan then have the opportunity to send an offer to 2 students for an internship. 6. This caused Ida to stand up. Sir, is it not normally one internship for most? Yes, normally that would be the case, but someone in this class would most likely take away most of the votes. Aizawa said this whilst nearly all the students looked over at Izuku. Now take a look at this. One Aizawa then pressed a button and names and votes showed up. It had Izuku at the top with 55,000 votes, then the second place was Todoroki with 4,748 votes. Bakugo was at third with 3,743 votes, then votes twilled down a good little. Normally the votes would be a little more spread out, but this year those 3 took the spotlight. Aizawa then grabbed a basket from under the desk. In this basket were 20 tablets. Started walking toward Iowama's side and started handing everyone 1 tablet. These tablets have each of the possible hero internship locations on them. You can check 3 of them. You have till Monday to give us your choice. When Aizawa got to Izuku, he gave Arie a fruit package. He also noticed the drawing with the writing on it. He was able to hide his smile behind his scarf and continued with giving everyone the tablets. 10 inches each of the tablets requires your name as a username and your school ID as your password. Now then, for the second part of today, we are gonna go over the sports festival. 3. Aizawa then showed the sports festival and showed the race. It showed every student the obstacles. You all did some good work, but you could improve. Midoriya, your time set a new record, but you wasted loads of time in the beginning with you talking to your daughter. Overall you were impressive. Izuku nodded this with Arie softly whispering, "Sorry Papa." Izuku told her of course that saying sorry wasn't needed. 1 inch in the first. I saw some spots for improvement, but you will learn that over the years at UA. Kirishima doesn't put yourself at risk for everything. I understand you want to be an unbreakable shield, but putting yourself in harm's way for everything would just get you hurt. Then for the second event. Girls, very good job. Each of you knew your shortcomings and worked together to overcome that. Ojiro, also very smart use of your quirk during this event. Bakugo, also good work on your quirk, but try changing your hands a little to redirect more force for a higher speed. The third part of the race. Each of you took your time to not explode. Bakugo, watch where you going. You stepped on a landmine simply because you didn't look at your surroundings. Robin, impressive use of your quirk here. I would suggest that each of you would learn how to move at high speeds whilst sneaking around. 2. Everyone nodded at this, understanding at the speed they would be going at in case of need would not be good. Then during the battle royale. Midoriya, again smart plan, but them getting past your shield caught you by surprise. Always stay on your toes even if you on the winning side. Bakugo, if you fight against a large pack, try and retreat. Fighting one against many is never a thing you should do. Todoroki, smart plan, closing yourself in and fighting only a select few. Kaminari, don't announce a surprise attack, it's dumb and in a real-life situation could get yourself killed. This caused people to laugh at Kaminari's dumb plan. Overall the rest of you acted smart. Girls do know that teaming up is not always a solution and sometimes going at it alone is the smart play. Ida, don't always rush at your high speeds, it almost costs you to lose. 10 inches the third event. In the 1-volt ones in the first rounds, each of you did your best. Ida, very smart idea on holding back on your super moves. Robin, you lost because you lost sight of your opponent, try and improve on that part. Bakugo, I understand you're not one for holding back, but don't you dare and try attacking someone after the fight ever again or else. Understood. This caused the strangely tame and calm Bakugo to simply nod without making a sound. 6 inches in the second rounds, again good job Ida, you faked out your opponent and that gave you the win. For the rest all of you did great. The third rounds. Midoriya, don't uses that against your classmates as it could kill them when you're not careful. Todoroki, don't just focus on your quirk. It will get you far, but to get farther you need to learn some normal fighting skills. In the last fight, Bakugo, don't let anger get in the way of judgment. Power doesn't trump skill. 2 again, they nodded at this part. Now for the last part of today's lesson. You have to decide hero names. This caused the class to break out in cheers. A name is important for a hero, so today that is what you all will be doing. Cause. Then the door opened up and in walked Midnight, who continued speaking. A good hero name could make or break your career. Aizawa then spoke again. I don't really have that much expertise with this. Aizawa then laid down and went to sleep. One midnight walked up to the desk in front of the class. It's time for you all to choose your hero name. This is an important part of each hero's career. Choosing the wrong name could destroy your career before it even begins. Your hero name will show the public what you are. Each of you is going to write your name on this board and then you will present them. This made some of the students excited. One midnight walked past everyone and gave them a board. As she passed Izuku, she acted normal, but she did kiss Arie on the cheek. Arie was now busy with a different drawing, thus the drawing with Nomori was hidden for now. 1 inch. You all have 10 minutes before the first person can present. If anyone would need help you can ask me. She then sat down and graded some homework and test. Each of the students started thinking and spoke to each other to help each other come up with the best name. 2 after 10 minutes Nomori looked up and began speaking. 10 minutes are up, sweeties, it's time to present. Who will go first? The students look among themselves a little while before the always bold Aoyama stood up and walked forward. My hero name's the glittering hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Aoyama said this as he stroked a weird pose. It's a bit on the longer side, sweetie, try again, but this time make it shorter. Aoyama agreed and walked back to his seat. Robin then stood up and walked forward. She showed her board. I think the name Durga would fit perfectly as mine heroine name. Nomori then got a hold of the shoulders of Robin. Perfect name, well done, Robin. Robin smiled at the praise she got from Nomori. 8 after Robin sat down, Suyu stood up and walked forward. I have been thinking of this name ever since I was a tadpole. Froppy. This got cheers and laughs from the crowd. The girls and Tokoyami found it rather cute that Sue said tadpole instead of saying she was a child. As she took her seat, Nami walked up. 5 inches. My name would be Weatheria. Nomori thought about it a little. Short, easy to say, and informs them a little of your quirk. I like it, accepted. Nami was happy about this and then sat back down. This time Aoyama stood up again. It said Sparkle. How about this, mademoiselle? Short and sweet. Accepted. Now Aoyama sat back down again, happy that his name was accepted. 22 Ojiro was next up. The martial arts hero Tailman. Again simple but extremely fitting. I love it. Nomori said as she gripped her whip. With Ojiro sitting down, Kirishima stood up. Red Riot. Kirishima said as he showed a grin and flexed his bicep. Is that in honor of Crimson Riot? Nomori asked with Kirishima nodding. You know that is gonna be a tough title to uphold, are you ready for that? Again Kirishima nodded with Nomori then accepting. 6 Mina this time walked up. Big smile on her face. Alien Queen. You mean like that scary monster? No, denied. Mina dropped her head in defeat as Izuku mentally took note to watch some scary movies with Nomori. Mina sat down again to rethink her name, but with her sitting down gave Uraraka a chance to walk up. I have been thinking about this ever since I entered UA. On the board, it showed Uravity. Oh, I like it, you added her family name of Uraraka and the point of your quirk, gravity. Accepted. After Uraraka, Ida stepped up. In the honor of the Ida name, I want to use Enginium. Which Nomori accepted and Ida sat down. Next was Bakugo. Explosion Murder God. No too aggressive, chance it. Bakugo didn't sit down, he just spoke Ogun, Explosion Murder Lord. No, now sits down and change it to something less violent. This time Bakugo this sit down. 8 Each student noticed that Bakugo was rather tame today. Kaminari then stood up, being pretty happy about his choice. The stun hero Chargebolt. Which was accepted. As he went to sit down, he gave a high five to Siro and Kirishima. After Kaminari, Siro went. The taping hero Cellophone. Very clever, Siro accepted. Mina walked up again, this time more determined than before. 8 inches Acid Queen. I like it, Miss Ashido accepted. This time Mina cheered as she went back to her seat. Kami then stood up and walked forward. Mabarama Kami. Long but a fun play on words accepted. After Kami went Momo, she stood in front of everyone and spoke. I hope to live up to the name. Creata. Creative accepted. Izuku shook his head at the joke, but it did make him and some of the other students laugh a little. 10 Hagakuri then stood up. Like her normal self, she skipped over toward the podium and showed her name. Prism. This caused Mina to speak up. Like those things that chance light? Toru then responded. Yeah, after the sports festival Nezu wanted to speak to me and we found out that my quirk doesn't make me invisible, I reflect light in a certain way that hides me from the visible wavelengths. I should be able to change that once I get a better hang on my quirk. The class then erupted in "That is so cool and awesome." 6. Toru's name was accepted and she went to sit down, with now Todoroki walking up. On his board it simply said, Shoto. Nomori looked at him a little confused. Is it not allowed? It is. Are you sure about this? With Todoroki nodding and sitting back down after it was accepted. 8. With Todoroki sitting down, Tokoyami took the chance to show his name. Tsukuyomi. I like it accepted. Tokoyami sat back down and Sato went at the front. His board read the sweets hero. Sugerman. With it getting accepted right away. Jiro walked forward quickly, not liking that she had to present her name. Earphone jack. I see, like you quirk. How cute accepted. Nomori said with Jiro blushing that it was called cute. 7 inches. Now the last two are Bakugo and Midoriya, who will go first. Before Izuku could even stand up, Bakugo stood up. Ground zero. Very nice choice. The site of a bombing is often called a ground zero, and with you being a walking bomb it is rather fitting. Bakugo sat down without making a sound and now Izuku walked up. The students were curious what the Prince of Asia would use as his hero name. Akuma. Like the devil. Mina yelled out with Izuku chuckling. Yeah, won that. The sword-wielding demon brings misfortune to all that gaze upon him. I plan to arrest and take down all villains that I see, so fitting is it now. And with my powers being given from the sea devil. But you're not carrying a sword though. Kaminari said. But I do have swords and I do plan carrying one. At the moment it's still getting repaired. I should get it before the internships. This made most of the students excited. 24. Nomori accepted the name and told Izuku to sit back down. She walked back to the desk herself and kicked Aizawa to notify him that class was over. Aizawa grumbled something under his breath and got up while giving the stink eye to Nomori, who was still in the room waiting to go to the dorms with Izuku and Arie. You all have till Monday to give your choice for internship or else we would choose for you. Class dismissed. Aizawa walked away as the kids started packing up. 1A arrived at the dorms with Nomori. Each student had a different reaction to seeing the large building. Ochako and Nami were shocked at the size, while Momo and Ida commented about having a similar size building. Izuku and Robin commented on the impressive architecture. 4. Midnight then started to explain the dorms. Welcome everyone to the UA dorms, are also known as Height Alliance. She said as she opened the door. The students saw the large room. This is the common floor. On this floor, we have a living room as well as a kitchen. The showers are also on this floor, but they are split by gender. And for anyone shy, don't you worry. Within the shower room, there are multiple stalls to shower in private. This made some of the guys a little at ease. They weren't extremely shy, but having some privacy whilst showering is also nice. 8 inches. There is also a bath in both shower rooms. In the common area, there is also a room for your laundry, and last but not least is the courtyard. Then the rest of the floors are the rooms for you to sleep in. Every student gets their own room equipped with air conditioning, toilets, beds, fridges, closets, and a balcony. We made sure to bring all the boxes you took with you into your room. To make sure each of you can find your room, we made this sheet. Midnight explained as she took the sheet that sat on one of the kitchen tables and showed it to the students. Wait, why does Midoriya have such a large room and why is your name on the same part? Kaminari asked. With Izuku getting a little embarrassed about it, Nomori on the other hand liked it. Well, because I gonna spend my nights here of course, she said with a wink. 2. Mina then jumped on Izuku's back. It's the dorms, so now you are gonna tell about that cool power, right? Izuku looked to his shoulder and noticed that Mina had her face next to his. This caused Mina to have a small blush, but she was determined to at least get something from this. Mina, you shouldn't be so impatient. Only good patient girls get rewarded. He then smiled at Mina. This seemed a little much for Mina, who jumped off and went to hide behind the other girls. 5 inches. I did say I was gonna show that power more, but we should wait for a little as I am still expecting some others that wanted to know about the power. So how about we first move in and then eat something? Everyone agreed and moved toward their dorm room. 4. Everyone changed their clothing to something a little more casual and something they could train in. Mostly everyone had sweatpants except some of the girls and Ida, who wore shorts. For shirts, it was t-shirts and sleeveless for the most part. Izuku had on a compression shirt while Nomori and some of the girls wore crop tops. Then they started to unbox their stuff. Izuku and Nomori first helped Arie. Izuku made sure Arie had everything she would ever want. She had many stuffed animals and dolls. Her room looked like a child's heaven. She even had a gaming system. Of course, it only allowed offline games, but it had enough games. Arie knew how to use them and enjoyed playing games on them. Izuku and Nomori then left Arie alone in her room and went to set up their room. Izuku himself did not have too much. He had some books, pictures, and swords. Nomori on the other hand did have some stuff. The first thing she made sure were placed were her flowers. She placed them on the balcony, making sure they had enough sun, then pictures of course. Then the rest of her stuff. As they got done, they both noticed that they had some time left until dinner, so Nomori had a fun idea. How about we have some fun? Nomori then jumped Izuku. Both of them fell on the bed with Nomori sitting on top of Izuku. They started French kissing with Nomori removing Izuku's shirt as they continued kissing. The others also got done with their rooms about the same time. They wanted to discuss what they should have for dinner, but they needed everyone. In the end, Ochako and Mina were sent to get Izuku, Nomori, and Arie. What do you think his room looks like? Mina asked her BFF. Ochako thought about this a little. Maybe it's fully gold. She joked, making Mina laugh a little. But as they reached Izuku's room, they knocked at the door, but they heard nothing. Izuku mid-kissing had used the Nagi Nagi no Mi, calm fruit, to make sure they made no sound. Again Izuku made it like a one-way mirror, but he was so focused on Nomori that he just didn't notice the knocking. Mina and Ochako knocked again, but still no sound. Maybe they fell asleep? Ochako asked, with Mina responding, "Let's check." And giving Ochako no time to respond, she opened the door and walked in with Ochako. As they entered, they had not expected this. Both Ochako and Mina saw Nomori now in her bra straddling Izuku, who was shirtless. Both were making out but stopped as Izuku noticed the both of them. This caused him to remove the silent bubble around them. Nomori, no idea why Izuku stopped kissing her, thought he might want to kiss something else, so the loving woman she has pressed her breast in his face. This caused both Mina and Ochako to blush and Ochako to eep. This caused Nomori to finally look back and saw a red Ochako and a purple Mina. Both stood there saying nothing at all. Both didn't know how to act now. Are you both gonna stand there, or are you going to join? Izuku, who had his face still pressed between Nomori's breast, had not accepted this. Mina, seeing this as a great opportunity, walked up and pulled Izuku's head out from between Nomori. Izuku, who had a blush on his face, not expecting to put on a show, looked Mina right in the eyes. Mina then pressed her lips against Izuku's. Izuku kissed back. He placed one of his arms that were around Nomori around Mina, placing his hand on her lower back, and he pulled her closer. After kissing for around a minute, they parted ways with some saliva between them. Mina had a smile on her face. I wanted to do that for a while now. Ochako walks up as well. Mina has been her friend ever since middle school. So if Mina could do this, so could Ochako. She stood on the other side of Izuku and all her previous confidence was gone. Izuku looked Ochako in the eyes, and this time he acted. He used his other arm and placed his hand on her cheek. He slowly leads Ochako's face down toward his, and as she was right before him, they kissed. Nomori, who was still on Izuku, was happy. She was aware of their crush and even Izuku's crushes. Nomori had asked Izuku about some of his crushes. Izuku, not wanting to hide anything from Nomori, informed her. Izuku had quite the crushes on heroines. Something Nomori enjoyed hearing. Now seeing these girls that were far too obvious about their crush. Kissing their crush and seeing the enjoyment in their actions. Ochako and Izuku spread apart and they were quiet for a little while. Both Ochako and Mina, now not caring anymore, jumped Izuku. Both kissing him as they laid on the bed. This went on for a little while until they heard a loud knock. Midoriya and Miss Kayama, are both of you in your room? We wish to discuss dinner as a group. Ida was now at the door. This made both Mina and Ochako blush. Not only did they fail at what they first had to do, but now they were about to be found out. Thanks for telling me, Ida. We will be down soon. Izuku yelled back as both Mina and Ochako jumped of Izuku and straightened their clothing and hair as best as possible. Nomori simply grabbed her shirt from the floor and put it on again. Izuku had to clean his face a little as he kisses marks all over his face. Just as Izuku went to the sink to clean his face, Arie walked in. Papa, I am hungry. But Izuku was not in the room, only Nomori, Ochako, and Mina. Where is Papa? He got something on his face, sweetie, so don't worry. Okay, Mama. Arie said with a smile. Nomori just stood there. Arie walked up to Nomori and pulled on her pants. Mama, are you okay? This was too much for Nomori, who then hugged Arie whilst getting tears in her eyes. Mina and Ochako found it cute but also had a small feeling of jealousy at this. They too wanted to be called Mama, but that could wait. When Izuku walked back out, he was informed about what just happened and was a little disappointed that he couldn't see Nemori's face when Arie said that but was still happy. They all walked down together, and the second they were in the common room, Mina and Ochako were called out by Nami and Kami. Why are both of you such a mess? Yeah, fam, your hair is tots a mess. Both Mina and Ochako tried their best to fix their hair and clothing a little better whilst trying to come up with a good excuse about it. But Nomori was having no such thing. Well, what do you expect, my Zuzu is such a great kisser. This caused the guys to laugh at Ochako's reaction. The girls on the other hand blushed, but they had to giggle at Ochako, who thought that hiding behind Izuku would help their case. They all ate dinner, which was fried rice with beef. They noticed that Ochako and Mina were closer to Izuku. To all the guys it was more than clear that all the girls had feelings for Izuku. It was tough for the guys that were still single, but it's not like they could force the girls to change their minds. 14 After dinner, Nomori receives a text from Aizawa saying that the pros were at the front gate and he would bring them to Ground Alpha. Nomori informed the rest of the class. Everyone of 1A went with Nomori. Izuku had Arie on his neck, with Mina and Ochako getting interrogated by the other girls. As they arrived at Ground Alpha, they saw the small group of pro heroes. One in the group heroes, it was Rumi, Mirko, Ryukyu, Yu, Mount Lady, and Aizawa. All of them wore workout clothing except Aizawa, who was simply in his hero costume. Rumi wore sweatpants with a top that had carrots on them. Ryukyu wore the same clothing, only a blank shirt instead. Yu wore tight yoga leggings that showed her well-trained butt, as well as a top that gave her breast a boost. She was here not only to grow stronger but also to make sure to get on the prince his radar. Izuku did notice Yu right away, much like all the other guys. It was hard to not notice someone like her. Izuku placed Arie down and then spoke. So everyone here wants to know about the thing I used during my fight with Todoroki, right? Causing everyone to nod. Wait, Mr. Aizawa, didn't you know how to use this? I do, but I am not skilled enough in them yet and wish to learn more about them. 1 inch. Well, okay. Well, what I used were known as the 6 powers or Rokushiki. Anyone can learn them, but they require hard training. The first thing I used was Shigen or finger pistol. The Shigen is a close quarter combat technique, in which the user pushes their finger into a certain target at a very high speed, leaving a wound similar to a bullet wound. Momo, could you create a metal sheet for me? Momo did as she was asked. She made a millimeter-thick sheet of metal. Nomori held it steady and Izuku just poked it, piercing it. This caused everyone to be shocked but also excited. Rumi got hold of Izuku's hand and looked at his finger. 1 inch, what the hell, it's just a normal finger. Rumi then tried the trick herself. She tried, but it did nothing except hurt her finger. Yeah, I might make it look easy, but I trained for years. To train this technique you have to start with sand and paper. You first slam your finger or fingers into the sand to harden your fingers. After doing that for a little while you start using your finger on the paper. Izuku showed what he meant as he had a paper and used some tape and string to make the paper float mid-air. That's it? Rumi asked, not to believe that trying this would be enough to pierce metal. Izuku let her try, and as she tried piercing the paper she did nothing more than pushing the paper away. 3 After a minute of trying she got mad. This is bullshit. As Rumi said this, Aizawa got up to try and it kind of worked for him. He ripped the paper apart, but the hole was not neat. Izuku then grabbed a new paper and did it himself. The paper that was mid-air was pierced without moving an inch. Now the send skill I used was Soru or shave. The Soru allows the users to move at extremely high speeds to avoid attacks, as well as to attack at higher speeds and with greater power. Izuku showed how to do this by disappearing for sight and to reappear a little farther away, and he then did it again to relocate to the same location. For this to work, you have to kick off the ground at least 10 times in the blink of an eye. I learned this by running in place a lot. Weighted running and jumping. Moving my legs as much as possible. 1 inch. Next is Jeppo or moonwalk. The Jeppo allows the users to actually jump off the air itself, allowing them to stay in the air for much longer than usual. Users can use this technique to cross great distances without ever touching the ground, or set themselves up for swift, aerial attacks. At first, people thought this had to be a joke, until Izuku did it. Now Izuku stood mid-air jumping in the air. Rumi, seeing how he did it, tried to do it herself. She was able to stay mid-air for 2 jumps until she fell to the floor on her butt. Izuku landed on the floor and rubbed his legs a little. I trained this by running far and long, and jumping with weights. 2 inches. Next is 1 Tekai or iron body. The Tekai hardens the user's muscles to the level of iron, to nullify damage taken from attacks. This caused Zero to speak. So it makes you unbreakable. No, not even close. With enough force, you can break through. I assumed that Mirko could break through it with a kick. This caused Rumi to feel prideful. Hearing such a compliment from the prince was great. Izuku then hardened himself and let Kirishima punch him. This made Kirishima hold his hand in pain. I guess saying you got abs of steel isn't a joke, Nami said, making people laugh. You train this by hardening your muscles and skin. Training involves working out and getting slapped a lot. At least it did for me, Izuku said as she shuddered at his training with his teachers. Aizawa knew that training was hard, but for someone like the prince who has fought villains before and even a self-made monster before, to shudder at the thought of his trainers. Those would be people Aizawa would never want to meet. 9. Now the 2 last techniques. Rankyaku or Tempest Kick. Izuku showed this off by kicking, and the blade of air that came out cut one of the nearby trees in half. The Rankyaku is a powerful projectile technique, in which the users start by kicking at very high speeds and strength, sending out a sharp compressed air blade or sickle wind that can slice objects and greatly damage a human body. It's not only the feet that can do this, it's even possible to do it by hand or even with your neck. People like Ojiro should be able to do this with his tail. It might even be possible for Tsuyu to do it with her tongue. This training just requires speed. Speed is needed for it to work. I learned this by using large weights to slow me down. 5 inches with the 6 powers. Learning Rankyuku, Jeppo, and Soru often happens together as each of them has similar training requirements. Rumi again tried this, but she wasn't fast enough. She could shoot out a small wind but nothing that would do damage. 1 last but not least is Kami or paper art. The Kami makes the user's body extraordinarily flexible to avoid any attacks, float and bending their body like a piece of paper. Its training is more or less just instinct and lots of stretching. 3 is Izuku helped people learn whatever skill they first wanted to. He was asked by Shoto to come with him for a second. As they were out of range from people to hear, Shoto began speaking. I told my parents that you wanted to speak with them. They asked if tomorrow was all right. Sure thing. Tomorrow is fine for me. Anything else? Yes, one more thing. Thank you for helping me. Izuku told him thanks were not needed. Both of them went back to the group and started training. As Izuku and Todoroki came back to the larger group, Todoroki went to his group of friends and started stretching so they could start the real training. Izuku started stretching as well and even helped some of the others with their stretches. One as Izuku did some basic stretches with Arie trying them as well. He noticed the girls. Most of them were trying to loosen up, but some did it whilst giving a little show for Izuku. Izuku might not have many skills with women, but Izuku knew when people were interested in him. He was taught how to read people from an early age. 8. It was obvious for Izuku to see who was into him, but he just doesn't act on it most of the time for not wanting to force anyone into anything. Izuku figured Ochako and Mina had feelings for him around the USJ, he just didn't act on his feelings for them because he wanted it to be their choice. He did not want them to feel forced into the relationship. 3. And now with this, Izuku knew from Nomori and the actions that the pro-heroines that wanted to train with them at least had a crush on Izuku. He was also pretty sure that nearly all the girls from 1A had feelings for him. Well, he wasn't sure about Robin, as was rather hard to read, but Nomori told him that she did have feelings for him. 3. Izuku and the others were done stretching and got done with a warm-up so that they could start training for the 6 powers. Izuku was going to teach them all at the same time all the same powers. First up was Jeppo or Moonwalk. Aizawa assumed it was going to be a heavy leg workout to improve the muscles so they could move faster, but as Izuku informed them that Nikkei trumps power in the case. Sure, a certain level of power was needed, but even if you had enough power to use it was useless without the technique. 1. Izuku showed them the correct jumping technique. He did it as slow as possible and as many times as needed. Aizawa knew how to do it, he was just sloppy with it. You and Nomori competed with each other and needed far more help than the rest, but it was clear they just liked being that close to Izuku. Speaking of Izuku, he teased you and Nomori at every chance he got. After around 45 minutes of pure training, they were done. They sat down with everyone being far too tired to move around at the moment. Izuku, who hadn't really trained, was doing a workout on his own as everyone took a break. Izuku was doing handstand push-ups at the request of Nomori and Mina. Then they saw the mark on Izuku's stomach, with Kirishima asking about it. "Yo my brodia, what is that on your abs, man?" Izuku, who was still doing push-ups, spoke as if he was doing nothing. "It's a part of my powers. It holds the 9 beasts of the sea devil. That is where they are sealed, and that is what I use to summon them. So you are even stronger than we thought before," Zero said with some nodding their head. "Well, sort of. Well, I can use them to increase my power, they don't make me stronger." Izuku then stopped doing push-ups and sat down with Arie, giving him something to drink. "It's sort of like Dark Shadow, only they are not stuck to me." Rumi then spoke up, as was still there mainly to speak with her friends. "So what is your power in there? I know you said Sea Devil, but what really is that?" 1 Well, the Sea Devil was a story that people told their children about. Long ago, during a time where the world was overrun by water, there was a pirate. This pirate wasn't like any pirate before. This pirate went by the name Joy Boy, and during his time he defeated many gods that ruled the world. These gods hated Joy Boy and they decided to curse him. They gave him the power of all the previous gods, but it would cost him his piracy life. The sea would hate and despise him. If he would come in contact with the sea, it would suck the power out of him and weaken him. Joy Boy, not wanting to be removed from his passion, still went up and traveled the seas. During his travel, he came across 9 beasts that he defeated and swore loyalty to him. On his final trip, Joy Boy attacked the gods that gave him the powers again, but this time he died, with the 9 beasts dying next to their master at the battlefield. His actions that day created the world we live in now. Izuku told them, with most of them already knowing the story. "Yeah, nice story and all, but you still haven't explained your powers," Rumi spoke. "Well, I can do a lot, but for the 9 beasts, they each have one ability. But instead of explaining it, I will just show you all. I do need to draw blood for this, so yeah." Izuku then walked a little part away and removed his short. Izuku then bites his thumb and it started to bleed. With the blood, he drew the kanji for one, or ichi. A poof of smoke came and there stood a large beast. The beast is a sandy brown colored, black markings all over its face, body, and tail. It has a jagged, concave mouth with no tongue, and the sclerae of its eyes are black, with yellow irides and pupils that each takes the shape of a black 4-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. "Why did you summon the mighty Shukaku, weak human?" This confused most of the people watching, while Arie walked up to Shukaku and spoke. "My papa is not weak." Shukaku, who stood as tall as All Might, brought his face down to Arie and sniffed a little while. He knew not to be mean to this girl, as all the beast has seen what happened to her. Shukaku only grumbled and looked away. "Well, this is Shukaku the One-Tail. His power is sand defense." As Izuku informed that the blood on the mark disappeared, and so did Shukaku in a poof of smoke. Izuku then again drew on his stomach, but this time it was the kanji for 2 or Niji. Now came the second beast. Izuku this time could speak before the beast did. "This is the 2 tails, or Matabi. Matabi is 2-tailed, like a Bakaneko, and is completely engulfed in flames. Like Akasha, its flames are cobalt blue and black. It also has heterochromatic eyes, the right being yellow and the left being green, similar to a without pupils." 1 Hello, Master Izuku," Matabi said as she stood at the size of a tiger. Matabi was sitting on her hind legs. "Hello, Matabi. Everyone, this is Matabi. She is the 2 tails and holds the power of blue and black fire. While she can use normal flames, Matabi's normal flames are blue, and she is even able to push it to black for a couple of attacks, but she becomes tired because of it. Matabi showed this by shooting a little blue fire out of her mouth. 1 Wait, blue and black fire?" Todoroki asked, with the students not really knowing the difference. They looked at him for more info, which he gave. Most fire is red, as everyone knows. It changes color the higher the temperature gets. It goes red, then white, and then blue, being the hottest. My father and brother can use blue fire, but they have to work up to that. Black flames are just as hot as blue fire, only nothing can put it out. They burn until the target is burned up. This made some students' eyes widen with shock. 5 inches we will train soon Matabi. Matabi then went away in a poof of smoke again. Next is the 3 tails Isobu. Then again Izuku drew on his abs. Now it was the kanji for 3 or Sansan. Out of the smoke came Isobu. Isobu primarily resembles a large turtle, but with a crab-like shell, spikes all over its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Under its shell, it has red, muscle-like tissue. It has a pair of human-like arms and hands, but no hind legs. His face is concealed between a large forehead and lower jaw, both of which have spikes. Its eyes are red and have crimson pupils. 2 inches high. This was all Isobu said. Isobu has by far the greatest defensive body from the sea beast. And with his power coral, he is a real powerhouse. It can grow and control coral, using it to attack or capture people. Arie, who once again walked closer, patted Isobu on his head with Isobu using one of his arms and got hold of her arm. He then created a coral flower one that Arie very much enjoyed. 2 Isobu then, like the others, disappeared in a poof of smoke. Now Izuku had to open his thumb again as his wound closed up. He now drew the kanji for 4 or Shishi on his mark. The 4th beast is Son Goku. 2 Son Goku is a red-furred and green-skinned monkey, with a body build of a gorilla. It has eyes with yellow irides and white pupils, spike-like protrusions along the length of its tails, elongated blunt fangs, and 2 long horns curving upwards on its forehead like a crown. Both its fangs and horns are dark-tipped. In its mouth, Son doesn't have a tongue but has an opening that is shaped like a dome volcano. 1 inch its Son Goku, king of the sage monkeys, handsome monkey king, great sage equaling heaven. Son stood again at the size of All Might with Izuku shaking his head a little. Yes, that is his full title, but for short it's Son Goku. Everyone looked him over a little before Izuku continued to explain his power. Son Goku here can turn his skin into magma as a defense. This makes attacking him with brute force near impossible, as you would melt away. 1 Izuku gave Son Goku a nod and then again he went to smoke. Izuku drew the kanji for 5 or Go Woo as he informed everyone. Next is 5 tails or Kakuo. Kakuo primarily resembles a white horse, but with a dolphin's head. It has 2 pointed longhorns and 3 shorter horns in front. The ends of its horns, hooves, and tails are tan, with some of the salmon-colored spots before the tan areas of its horns and hooves. It also has red markings under its dark blue-green eyes. Pretty horsey, Arie yelled as she ran toward Kakuo, who kneeled down and with the help of Izuku took place on the back of Kakuo, who walked around a little bit with Arie being very excited while Izuku spoke a bit on Kokuo's abilities. Kakuo has a steam ability, allowing attacks and defense with steam. Kakuo, please come back. Kakuo then came back and stopped right in front of Izuku so that could take Arie from Kokuo's back, who then poofed into smoke. Izuku drew the kanji for 6 or Roku-Lu on the mark. 6 tail is Seiken. Seiken has a similar ability to Mina. Seiken can secrete a corrosive substance. This can be both liquid and gas. Seiken is an enormous white, with a light bluish tint, bipedal with stubby arms, feet, and 6 long tails. It has 2 prominent optical tentacles, eyes, and hole-like openings as a mouth. Its entire body is covered in a thick, slimy substance. Ochako then, to tease her best friend, spoke up. Yeah, with pink skin that looks just like Mina. Some laughed at this, with Ochako stuck her tongue out to Mina, who had a fake pout on her face. Seiken, after saying hi again, went to smoke. 1 inch the 7 tails is Chome. Also known as Lucky, Izuku said as he drew the kanji for 7 or Sichi or Nanachi. Chome resembles a blue, armored kabutomushi, rhinoceros beetle, with 6 of its 7 tails resembling green insect wings, along with an actual 7th tail, all growing from the end of its abdomen. The stem of the tail is green, but the wings are orange. Its eyes seem to be covered by a helmet-like skull, from inside of which an orange glow can be seen. It also has spike protrusions on its shoulders and a row of slits on each shoulder, and 6 legs, 3 on each side. The legs are also covered by the blue armor, except for the extreme ends, which are green in color. It has 2 pincers with 3 parts on its face, covering a mouth full of sharp teeth. On its back behind its head, it has a large 2-sectioned horned protrusion. Hello everyone, Chome said as he buzzed around before resting right next to Izuku, with it being the size of Ochako. Lucky here can use blinding power as well as the ability of flight and at high speeds at that. Chome showed the speed as he flew around the area at incredible speeds before again turning to smoke. One Izuku bit his thumb for the third and last time to get the blood going as he then drew the kanji for 8 or Hachi-ba. 8 tails or Gyuki is second to last of the best. Gyuki is an Ushioni, ox demon, with 4 long horns on its head, similar to that of a Jacob sheep. The lower left part of its horns was permanently sliced off in a battle. It also has straight teeth. Gyuki also has a muscular upper body structure, with a hunched back similar to an American bison, arms with spiked protrusions on the elbows, and hands with opposable thumbs like that of a human. Instead of hind legs, its lower half consists of its 8 tails, which resemble the cephalopod arms of an octopus. These tails will grow back in the event they are sliced off. 3 inches yo-yo-yo. How it hanging my man, Gyuki said as he gave a fist bump to Izuku. Both being around the same height. Gyuki then looked the people over. Gyuki here can use ink to bind enemies. Gyuki went over to Arie, who at first was a little scared, but seeing how each beast acted and how Gyuki acted with Izuku himself, she was feeling a little better. I like this little one. We both got a horn. Gyuki then touched his own in her horn. Gyuki then went low again so that Arie could touch his horn, which she did. 3 inches he looks badass, manly. Denki and Kirishima said, causing Gyuki to also fist bump them, and then he poofed into smoke. Last is Kuruma, and I will just warn everyone that he is a real troublemaker. Arie comes here for a second. Izuku said as Arie went back up to Izuku and went and stood next to his leg. He made the kanji for 9 or Kuju. A massive poof of smoke came from behind Izuku, and now there stood Kurama at the size of the dorms. Kurama is a red-orange colored kitsune with black fur around its red eyes that stretch up to its ears and 9 long swiping tails. It also has an upper body structure of a human, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. Kurama crouched down and looked at everyone in anger, scaring nearly everyone except some of the pro heroes. 2 inches, is that supposed to be scary? Bakugo said, sounding bored, but instead he was rather nervous as the beast was large enough to easily eat Bakugo. Kurama grew even larger and brought his face right to Bakugo, making even some pros back down out of fear. With some of the other students trying to get away, Bakugo was stuck in fear. Then Kurama spoke in a deep and demon-like voice, giving almost everyone chills. No, it was to show how much greater I am to the rest, you snot-nosed brat. Kurama. Back down and change your size now. Kurama growled but did as he was told. Just as All Might arrived at the size ready to fight. Sorry All Might, that was me. Foxy here wanted to impress everyone here. Kurama now laying on the floor, eyes closed and cuddled into a ball, being the size of a wolf. 1. While Izuku and All Might spoke with some of the heroes, making sure everyone at UA wouldn't be surprised or scared next time, Arie walked up to Kurama. Mr. Fox. Kurama, who only opened one of his eyes. Kurama, not Fox. What do you want? Can I pet you? Kurama, who even though he hides it, cares deeply not only for Izuku but also for Izuku's family, allowed it whilst trying to maintain his tough demeanor. If you must. Arie took this as a no. Oh, never mind that. Sorry for waking you. She then tried walking away only to be stopped by one of the 9 tails of Kurama, who then dragged Arie, now cuddling. Izuku noticed this and quickly took pictures, as did Nimari. Izuku noticed that Arie had fallen as well, and just when he wanted to grab Arie, Kurama used his tail and took Arie and placed her into the tail bed. Dorm. Kurama said in a softer voice than normal to now waken Arie. Yeah, thank you, Kurama. Kurama took the front, walking just in front of the group. 1. The pro heroines told everyone that they would have to head out, but that didn't stop them from thanking Izuku for the lesson and asked if they could stop by some other time for extra lessons. Izuku agreed without a problem, and Yu kissed Izuku on the cheek and whispered a sexy thank you in his ears. Izuku, teasing the pro right back, gave a peck back and whispered in a husky voice. Any time, beautiful. This caused Yu to blush and walk away with the other heroes that were laughing at her. We should tots look at the dorms tomorrow, you know. Kami spoke with Mina, agreeing right away. Oh yeah, girl, that would be so fun. We could do that after breakfast. I mean, we are all free then, right, for an hour or so. Everyone agreed to the idea. Tomorrow we tour each other's dorm, and of course, I have the conversation with the Todorokis. Now that I think about it, I should text Fuyumi, To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Drop pink hearts in the comments so I can know who watches the video till the end, and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.